So let's say you found a skeleton. How would you tell it's a dinosaur? You personally, how would you decide?
Well, interesting question. I don't know. I'd have to do some research on that.
Hey everybody, welcome to this unusual Tuesday night show. Normally on Tuesdays, we do the regular drinking streams where we have Benthoven or Maddie or Jackson come by and we talk about some creationist whose name with theirs forms a pun. Because, pun-based humor is of course the highest form of humor, as everyone knows. But instead today, we are here to celebrate that Sal Cordova has been Bitchmade for 365 days and approximately 4 hours. Which, it's a good while. In fact, by the time this ends, he will have been Bitchmade for 365.25 days, which is, in fact, the more accurate value of the year rather than 365 days. And given that, there was a leap year involved, I figured that that would be the appropriate thing to do, right? Rather than trying to figure out, is a year the 366 days? Is it the 365? Don't worry about it. We're going to go past the exact 365.25 mark, so we will be live during the exact moment when this is occurred a year ago. So we don't have to worry about it. Now, the first thing I want to say is we are not starting off with the drinking rules, mostly because I plan on this going a while, and I don't want to buy or drink enough booze for us to do the drinking rules the whole time. And Rembrandt972, yes, it's a leap year. That's why I'm doing the 0.25, so as to not have that exact conversation that you were trying to have. So yes, that has already been thought of. Okay, so the drinking rules will be coming in a bit later. And first, I have a few things that I want to read that came in before the stream actually started. So let's take a look here. First, we have from Rosina Frog Milk Sommelier Keller. AIG is a soggy sack of super syphilis-infused infectors. Thank you very much. That was $4.99 US. Ben Paluto Thick Tunicate B2022 for £10. Says his ass wrote checks that could never be paid and was savage with burns that will never fade. So let us be curt and say that Sal is butthurt for having spent a whole year being bitch-made. Which, thank you very much. I do appreciate that. And then Hank says, for $6.66, there you go, dollar dues. Papa, it's biatch day, which the first word confuses me only a little bit. I think it's spelled similar to kapla, but there's an apostrophe that's missing, so it can't be that word, obviously. And then, let's see, Savage Sarcopterygia is extinct cobra, who's been a member for 17 months and is at the amniote level, says, welcome, ladies, gents, and others, to the bitchiversary. Correct. So, for those of you who might not know the whole story about the Sal Cordova whole thing, I will go over a abbreviated version while we are waiting for my guests to be both here and ready, because one of them has been tied up at work, and the other one is also currently a little busy, so we're expecting both Vishanti and Zach Hancock to be here at some point. Vishanti will let me know when she's ready, I hope. So, for those of you who don't know, Sal Cordova is a young Earth creationist who has some background in, not biology, but I think it's some kind of engineering. I don't actually remember off the top of my head, but that's not terribly important. He does have some, upper-level education. And he is a big fan of, friend of, and at various times employee/partner of John Sanford. Now, Sal is not what I would call a driving force in young Earth creationism, right? His ideas that are unique to him mostly boil down to things that just about everyone I know of kind of goes, and? Oh, Hank says tries to suffix the plot. No, the apostrophe comes at the end, right? Because that second syllable, la, it has a glottal stop at the end. It's not la. La. The apostrophe is there for the glottal stop. Anyway, however, Sal Cordova also likes to parrot a lot of stuff from his buddy John Sanford. And then, given that I had I don't know if I still have, but at the time, at least I do know I did have, a somewhat cordial relationship with Sal, I titled my series responding to John Sanford, Sal's Pal. You know, as just a way to little nod to the fact that Sal was an important part of the whole, or even this channel, right? I've done more than one collaboration with Sal in which we came on and had a friendly discussion, not in an adversarial way. I've also had a very cordial debate with him, which was technically adversarial, but in no way unpleasant. Also, Fits of Inanimate Life Rage has just gifted a membership, and it went to Steve Weber. Thank you so much. So I figured, you know, this would be no big deal. I'll just make a little series, and I'll call it Sal's Pal. And yeah, I'm not going to be super nice to John Sanford, because, I mean, for one thing, he's either extremely stupid, which, given the fact that he has invented at least one really important genetic engineering technique, and has a PhD in genetics, and has published many papers, I find hard to believe that he's stupid. Of course, the other option is that he's just a liar, and, yeah, that's the one I landed on. Because it's one or the other, as it seems. It's hard to see how someone could be both honest and well-informed and say things quite as stupid as he tends to say. So, of course, Sal decided that this is very, very inappropriate. He did not like that much. And despite having said that he would be there to watch all of them, basically didn't show up for any of them, and then complained about the title of the final one, where the title of the final episode in the series was basically John Sanford is a liar, because I had reached what I thought was enough evidence to make that a statement that I would be willing to stand by. Rosener Frog Milk Sommelier Keller, who's been a member for 7 months, is at the tetrapod level, says, "This is a test," with a Kenthoven emoji, and, I mean, you got in. I definitely see it. I hope that is a satisfactory test. So, of course, Vishanti decided that she would create a countdown timer, which I will show you. It is this timer. I'll move it. Here it is. We are retiring it as of today. It is no longer going to be a regular feature on my live streams, because a year is enough time. So during that time, Sal has, as far as I can tell, never actually bothered to check any of this stuff. Check my video, to actually respond to my video. However, he did, rather hilariously, make a video that he claimed was responding to me, even though it actually addressed nothing that I said. Because, interestingly enough, my series about John Sanford wasn't actually about genetic entropy, because I felt like other people had covered it better than I would likely be able to do. And so I picked him talking about something else. Because, quite frankly, I thought I wasn't going to do a great job at doing the whole genetic entropy time. Not that I couldn't refute genetic entropy to the satisfaction of really anyone who's going to look at it honestly, but just because I didn't think it would be my specialty, my forte. Zerolon, who's been a member for 5 months, is at the tetrapod level, says, "It's Dapper time" with a Godzilla. Thank you very much. So, yeah, he made this video. And so I invited Dr. Zach Hancock, who should be coming up later on for this stream, to do a response. And, yeah, we went through and kind of shredded Sal's video, which was mostly just a re-upload of something he had done a while back. And so ever since then, I haven't really heard anything from Sal. Now, here's the problem with doing a Bitchmade-versary epic marathon stream. Sal's stuff is super boring. Most of his points don't actually seem to even argue in favor of young Earth creationism, even if they're true. They barely don't even argue in favor of intelligent design if they're true. In fact, in some cases, they don't argue in favor of intelligent design. One of his favorite points is, not all proteins have a common ancestor that was itself a protein, which, yeah, that's just a thing that's true. No one has ever said that that would be the case. No one, as far as I can tell, has ever expected it, seen it as a problem for the theory of evolution. It's just a thing he likes to feel smug about, I guess. It's kind of like, you know, if you wanted to feel smug about how silly Christianity is, and you were like, you guys believe that the Bible actually exists? And then everyone's just like, yeah, it's right, it's over there. And you're like, nope, don't believe it. Okay, cool. A DM in his deplorable Ilkway, who's been a member for 22 months, is at the amulet level, says 2 months to new user icon with a Mothra, a Ghidorah, a Godzilla, an AIG's a bag of drinks, and a drink emoji. Can't talk. Which I will have a drink of this lemonade. So there you go. Okay, so as a result, what I'm actually going to be doing today is taking a look at a talk by John Sanford, because he's ultimately the sort of the inciting incident, right? John Sanford is actually at the core of this, because like I said, Sal really has very few of his own ideas, and the ones that he does have are not really serious ideas, in my estimation. Sal is at best a occasional fact checker, and not a terribly good one in my opinion, but that's a whole other thing. For John Sanford, and also like a guy who has ideas, who John Sanford can bounce ideas off of occasionally. And yeah, that's, as far as I can tell, that's what's going on. Sal is welcome to come and dispute that, and give a more clear idea of his relationship with John Sanford. But I'll just say this. The thing that he came the closest to saying that would in any way counter any of the things that I said about John Sanford was when I asked Sal why John Sanford would say things that are obviously and verifiably, with just a few seconds on Google, untrue about things like just what's in the text of The Origin of Species. Sal's response was, well, Roop told him that. That's Christopher Roop, his co-author on the abysmal work of scholarship is a bit rich, of the abysmal work of piss-poor attempts at fact-finding, blatant misrepresentation of virtually everything cited, and outright lies. Which, according to John Sanford, was the equivalent of a doctoral dissertation on the part of Christopher Sanford. And my single response to that was, so Sanford just believes literally anything Roop tells him about anything. Is that the actual thing you're going to go with? Yeah, I don't care. That doesn't help. So anyway, I am taking a look today at a video. Started playing already. Now, a few things to say about this video, first of all. This is a little bit on the old side. It was uploaded about 9 years ago. So, it's a little old. But here's the thing. Young Earth creationists don't update any of their arguments hardly ever. So it doesn't really matter. The second thing I want to say is that when I got this video, the audio was absolutely abysmal. It only had the left channel, I believe, no, it was the right channel. It was the only channel that came in. It was extremely noisy. The people asking questions toward the end were barely audible. And yeah, I have spent a considerable amount of time this morning trying to make this somewhat bearable to listen to. I'm going to be honest, not great. It's only okay. Yeah, I spent time cleaning up the noise, boosting it. For some reason, certain frequencies just like to peak out the microphone, and I had to dial those back and then boost the rest of it. It was a whole big thing. So, and as of course, I'm sure anyone here who does audio stuff knows, if your recording sucks to start off with, there's only so much you can do to make it better. So I'm, at the very beginning, apologizing for how kind of crap the audio quality is going to be. Now, remember, I'm going to be activating the drinking rules a bit later. And yeah, we're going to dive in with this, and hopefully Vishanti and or Zach will be here soon.
Culture, but look at basic genetic questions. And one of the questions that I began to ask was, does the mutation selection process work? Does the Darwinian mechanism deliver? Now, definitely selection happens. Mutation.
Now, so this is one of the things that's a little weird, and I think Sanford knows this. Oh, apparently Vishanti is ready. Welcome, Vishanti.
What's up?
Yo. So, what I was saying is, this is a weird thing, because I think Sanford knows this. I'm pretty sure he's been told this to his face. But his nitpicking about Darwin is a weird thing to do, right? Because on the one hand, he might just mean all of evolutionary theory, in which case, why are you talking about Darwin? Because most of evolutionary theory is not something Darwin ever knew about. Because, well, he died before most of the progress in evolutionary theory was ever done. And on the other hand, if he's just talking about stuff that Darwin knew about, which basically comes down to, like, sexual selection and natural selection, doesn't even really include mutation, well then of course that isn't enough to explain evolution. Got a couple things to read. Asta Kent's Carpsona Ryu says 365 days of being Bitchmade. That's more than the number of eggplants in an AIG. Approximately 300 according to Wikipedia. Okay. I don't even know what article that would be, but is that like this the number of employees at AIG? According to Wikipedia? Interesting. Also, for $5.50 US from Savage Sarcopterygii Extinct Cobra, the audio is fine. It's not like the content will be any better. Yeah, okay, that's true. Crafty Siren, who's been a member for 11 months, thank you very much, is at the tetrapod level, says, we know which 2 points of the triangle Sal covers. Actually, I think it goes back and forth based on the claim, honestly. I think there are some cases where Sal is just uninformed, but is being honest. Like, I honestly don't think he understands why his attempts to redefine fitness are both silly and completely meaningless to biology. Also, Vishanti, how are you today?
Well, I am full of hamburger. That's always good.
Okay.
Delicious burger.
Nice. All right.
From Red Robin. Yum.
Very cool. All right. Are we ready to continue on?
No, just marking this auspicious day of Sal Cordova's Bitchmade anniversary. The most humiliating event in his, like, outside of breaking up with his friend over being a homophobe, life
geez.
on YouTube.
No,
this is the number 2.
I want to be clear. He didn't break up with his friend because his friend was the homophobe. He broke up with her. He was the homophobe. Because, he was homophobic, and she wasn't sufficiently homophobic, by which I mean she just wasn't a homophobe. And not only is that a thing that occurred, which on its own is absurdly awful and cringy, he decided to do that publicly on a live stream. And it was... Yeah.
He's kind of a piece of crap. Like, if you're gonna differ with a friend like that, okay, I guess, behind the scenes, but if you're just gonna try to embarrass somebody in front of the entire internet, buddy, you're shitty. Not to mention the fact that he put out 2 quote-unquote response videos to something he never watched, so how are you actually responding to them?
You're not. Also, I gotta say, he did try to make that an embarrassing thing for Rebecca, I think, but you know who was actually the one who looked embarrassingly bad? It was Sal.
It was Sal.
Because he looked pathetic. Yeah, what everyone saw was him basically breaking some poor person's heart because he was like, you don't hate people as much as I do, and you should.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Great job.
She's better off without him.
I mean, it's hard to argue otherwise, but it's still really shitty. So, yeah. Alright, here we go.
Mutations happen and selection happens. Question is...
Okay, so it's a little hard to hear that, but he said mutation happens and selection happens. Which means that by Darwinian, he doesn't necessarily mean just the things that Darwin said, but also I want to point out that selection and mutation are not the only mechanisms of evolution, even if you have a relatively reductionist sort of, like, view of it. So, for instance, one of the often talked about mechanisms of evolution is very, very clickety-clackety.
Sorry.
Okay. One of the oft-talked about mechanisms of evolution is something called niche partitioning, or even niche construction, right? But ultimately, you can look at this as just a emergent phenomenon from within mutation and selection, and you could reduce it down to those 2 things, as well as genetic drift. But the 3, I would argue, irreducible parts of evolution, that if you reduce it down any further, you're really not talking about mechanisms of evolution, but things like mechanisms of chemistry, are mutation, selection, and drift. Drift is actually the thing that's probably one of the more important parts of evolution. It provides things that can later be accepted by mutations that can then be selected for. It is the thing that gives us our clearest phylogenetic signal when we're testing for things like what the shape of a phylogeny should be. It's really, really important, and the idea that we should ignore it is to be kind of crazy. Roasting a frog milk sommelier Keller for 1999 says, a question for my favorite linguist VTuber. Okay, polystrate versus upright fossil, geological versus stratigraphic column, genetic entropy versus load. Younger creationists use intentionally different terms, so when you Google them, you'll get YEC content. That is not a question.
He said load.
Yes. So first of all, that is not a question, but thank you. If there was intended for there to be a question, feel free to tag me and like rephrase that in the form of a question that can be answered. But if you're asking, do I agree that that's one of the reasons they do it? I don't know. I don't think it's the reason they all do it, but I do think that there are creationists who are doing it for that reason. In fact, what was it? I noticed it more recently where I think it was CMI, they actually came up with their own, like, bespoke term for, like, the documentary hypothesis for who wrote the Torah or the Pentateuch.
What?
Yeah. We'll get into that in a few days. That's the plan, at least.
Oh my god, okay.
But they're like, oh, have you heard about this theory? And I'm like, no. And then they just describe the documentary hypothesis. I was like, oh.
Oh my god.
Okay. Well, now I know why I haven't heard of it, because that's not what anyone seems to call it. So, yeah. Oh, there was no question? Okay. I mean, it starts a question for my favorite linguist VTuber, but sure. I'm very confused.
That kind of reminds me of when I'm at conventions. People get to the Q&A part of a panel, and whoever it is steps up to the mic, and they say, well, this is more of a statement than a question. I just want to, like, grab the mic and be like, no! Ask a question!
Question
This
time.
is not time for you to, like, give your biography.
To be fair, though,
Question.
This is not a Q&A show. People can send in a super chat of more or less anything they want.
It can be statements and declarations.
Yeah. As long as it's not going to get caught by the YouTube censors. I do have
Hell, it could even be proclamations.
Yeah. I do have a few words that I don't allow on here. Please don't go hunting for them. Here we go.
Those two things together explain the origin of life, and can they explain how a bacteria could turn into a human being?
Oh, right.
Okay.
I almost forgot that John Sanford sounds like he's on way too much Benadryl when he gives a presentation.
Mm-hmm. I'm hoping that...
So...
I'm hoping that some of my audio editing might have gotten rid of his more obvious mouth noises, though. So, although I did not specifically hunt them down, because this thing is a very long video. So, first of all, no one is suggesting that the mechanisms of evolution, in terms of, you know, the thing about biology, are going to, of necessity, explain the prebiotic formation of life. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense, right? It's... I like food analogies because I like to eat, you know, but think about this, right? How much use is your granny's recipe for chocolate chip cookies to a wheat farmer who doesn't like chocolate chip cookies? I would argue more or less none. Oh, hey, Zach's here. I'm going to finish this analogy and we're going to say hi to Zach. All right. In a similar way, it is not necessarily the case that the mechanisms of theory of evolution and things like population genetics and, you know, fitness landscapes and all that stuff really necessarily have much to do with the origin of life. So whether or not they help explain that doesn't really matter. Plus, as I often say, the origin of life and the question of the history and diversification of life subsequent to that origin are not the same question. You don't need to know where life started in order to know how it got where it is here from an earlier state after that start. And Zach, welcome to the show.
Hello. I'm glad to be here. I've been summoned. I heard the term population genetics and fitness landscapes.
Oh, yeah.
My summoning spell worked.
It worked indeed.
You know, I have an entire 3D file full of, like, customizable options and whatnot that I use to generate my illustrative fitness landscapes for when I talk about the concept in my videos.
Fitness landscapes are really cool, and there's a lot of really neat ways to visualize them. Yeah, they're, like, super awesome for that.
Yeah. Well, we also have a $6.16, one of the marks of the beast, you know, if you're going to go with the whole, that's the, when you're transliterating it from Latin, right? Yeah, Latin. If you're going to get the Latin version.
No, this one is, I think, when you spell it in Greek and then do the gematria, The 666 is when you spell it from Hebrew, I think.
How does that happen? Since when you transliterate it from Greek, it has an extra noon that it wouldn't otherwise have.
Yeah, because it's Kaiser Neron in Hebrew, but it's.
Shouldn't that mean that Kaiser Neron has the higher value?
Bigger value.
So that would be,
yeah. Did I say it backwards?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, reverse what I just said.
Okay. But Astaken's Carpsona Ryu says, also, Vishanti, while you're in pain, someone I knew, to the best of my memory, mirrored Hebrew text so it appeared right justified. Oof. Yeah.
Did they... Well, I mean, it's already a right-to-left language. Did they align it to the left side of the page like English is?
I think that's what is trying to be said, yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Pain.
It's even worse when it's just actually what AIG does, which is to show Hebrew upside down. I think that's worse. Jake, insert clever dapper inside joke here. Nelson for $5 says, science is the real message of unity. How do people not see that? I mean, science certainly can be a unifying force, although it doesn't have to be, right? You can use science. The thing about science, right, is it's an investigative mechanism or procedure, or really a collection of them. And ultimately, you can use it to be divisive, right? It's just, I don't think you should. Although there are certainly certain ways in which you could want to be divisive that science would not help you with. So I think it's been pretty well demonstrated genetically that things like races don't objectively exist as part of biology. At best, they're social constructs, kind of like languages. Which doesn't make them fake per se, just like languages aren't fake, but they don't really exist as part of nature in the same way that languages really don't. So
science is ultimately a human enterprise, right? And so we always have to bear in mind that science can be misused if it's not used like and as humans, we don't always use science in its most purest quote unquote sense, right? So we've definitely misused science in the past.
Absolutely. And
these are tools, and like any tool, it can be abused.
Exactly.
Rosina Frog Milk Sommelier Keller for $49.99 says, "Yay! All the sexy people are here." Well, thank you. I'm sure you mean
thank you very much,
Zach and Vishanti and the rest of my audience, because I'm just some kind of frumpy dinosaur with a tie.
The sexiest dinosaur with a tie.
Well, I won't.
They're certainly the dapperest.
Well, I won't tell that to the other dapper dinosaur that's out there. Well, actually, he's Dapper Dino, which is why I changed my name from Dino to Dinosaur. But I won't tell that guy.
Oh my god!
With whom I've never actually
look,
spoken.
I'm still really just stupidly excited that there is another Ceratosaurus on YouTube who is a linguist.
Who is actually a linguist. We gotta put that in there.
Who's actually a linguist, and it's immortal, omnipresent Ceratosaur linguist, and I just think that's neat.
Yep, and he and I got to meet the other day on Apologia live stream.
I was begging Dapper to get in the chat because I found this other dinosaur, and I was like, oh my god, it's a Ceratosaur linguist, you have to meet this person. And they started talking in chat and immediately started nerding out in the most linguistically nerdy way possible, and I was sitting here like Darth Helmet in Spaceballs with his dolls just going
I'm sad I missed that.
Asta Kent's Carpsona Ryu for $2 says, if Dapper is sexy, send pelagic tunicates in chat, to which now everyone is sending pelagic tunicates. Thank you very much.
Must be full of pelagic tunicates.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. So disgusting. And My Infinite Journey for $5 says, Dapper was able to respond to Rosina Keller's observation because he saw it. Can the next channel emoji be a Bitchmade emoji? It could be. I think we currently are like 50 away or something, because the problem is, while you guys are very generous with the gifts, we've kind of hit like an equilibrium where, roughly speaking, the number of people who get gifted memberships is about the same as the number of people who lose gifted memberships each week. So we have been kind of hovering around needing about 50 or so for months. So, and unfortunately, when I say we need 50, what that actually means is we need 50 plus however many people have their memberships expire between now and when I can get a new emoji uploaded. So, who knows how many it actually is. Mr. Cliff, for £2, says, why do the cows cross the road? I don't know. Presumably to go eat grass. I'm going to hit play, though.
And so, when I was in college, I was certain, I knew for sure, that mutation selection explained life and explained us, explained everything.
Zach, how do you feel about all this ignoring of drift?
It drives me up the absolute wall. I have to be honest with you. The focus of so often do you hear creationists like talk about, honestly, like usually it's selection, right? And, normally they're like, natural selection is not evolution because they accept natural selection. And then occasionally they'll talk about mutations, but it's like, that's basically might be the only two mechanisms of evolution that they even think about, right? It's like drift and gene flow and recombination and honestly like non-random mating. Like these things might as well not even exist to them. It just drives me up the wall. Like these are incredibly important mechanisms. Like drift as a counterpart to selection, right, is an incredibly important mechanism. You cannot understand why organisms look the way they do today without thinking about genetic drift, right? Like if you think organisms are absolutely perfect in all their like presentation, then sure, natural selection. But like we have a lot of things in organisms that are clearly like not perfect and not adaptive. And so how do you explain that if you're just talking about mutation and selection? Well, you have to add in genetic drift, and that explains why we see so many non-adaptive features of organisms.
Mr. Cliff for £2. I was about to say $2, but that is clearly the pound symbol. Says to get to the other side after, why did the cows cross the road? Nice. Hawk Skull for £3.66 says because it was a leap year. Right, look, we already talked about the whole leap year thing, where we're going to make sure to go past the 0.25 days during this live stream in order to make sure that we have accounted for the leap year without it either being 365 or 366. I've specifically timed this in order to get around that problem. And then Dapper's pelagic side piece for 500 Argentinian pesos says, I can confirm Dapper is
amazing.
Fire with 3 fire emojis. Thank you very much. Dapper's
pelagic side piece. See, we knew that you were hiding a secret.
Look, just because they look like something that would be an appropriate side piece does not mean that is how I am using pelagic.
Methinks the ceratosaur doth protest too much.
Well, I'm going to hit play.
And so as a graduate student, I met a really inspiring young fellow student who had what I would call a romantic evolutionist. Before that,
I don't even know what that means, but I'm just going to keep letting him go because hopefully he'll explain it. Because if you said, hey, I'm a romantic evolutionist, what that would mean to me is like, you probably have spent too much time around creationists because you think that calling yourself an evolutionist is a reasonable thing to do. And that, two, you're also just like someone who likes like dates and hearts and flowers and romantic gestures and such. Which I don't think is what he means. But we'll see.
Dapper. Fits of Inanimate Life Rage says that the 3.66 was a reference to the leap year.
Oh.
Yeah.
That does make sense. Well, see, I would have gotten it if you'd sent 366 pounds. Please don't do that. That's way too much to give me for a super chat. Although, actually, one time I spent somewhere around 2,000 pounds in a single day from Massachusetts, and my bank gave me a call, and they're like, hey man, we kind of suspended your card. I'm like, oh, why is that? It's like, someone made a purchase of like 2,000 pounds. Is that you? And I was like, no, actually, that wasn't me. It's okay. You can release the card. But it was nice that my bank was looking out. They were like, he doesn't normally spend over 1,000 British pounds to some company in Scotland just randomly. We should check in. And I'm appreciative that they did check in. In fact, it was me who spent 2,000 or so pounds in Scotland from Massachusetts.
Just a hardcore evolutionist. And he said, well, it's very exciting because evolution's going somewhere. It's actually taking us to higher and higher places.
Oh.
And that's really exciting.
Does this mean that there are softcore evolutionists?
Yes.
Hardcore and romantic Darwinism are apparently the same thing here.
Yeah. Well, see,
interesting.
What happens is with softcore Darwinism, you get all the evolution, but you just kind of skip over the penetration.
It's like nihilistic softcore versus romantic hardcore.
Jeez. Sure.
Amazing.
Why not?
I see that you're fluent in fan fiction.
Indeed.
And I admire that.
Alex Markle says, what did you buy? Oh, a ridiculous amount of Forge World crap. That is what I bought. a ridiculous amount of Forge World crap. Stuff that I have been saving for like 2 or 3 years for. Yep. Because at one point, I was very much addicted to the plastic and resin crack. So I'm less so now, in part because I don't really have a place to put all that stuff, and also in part because, I mean, the prices have gotten even crazier now. Yeah, I actually looked into like what it costs to get into Games Workshop games, not lately, and it's like, oh, you want like a modest size army of Space Marines? You better hand over like $500, and I was getting way more than a modest size army for those, you know, all that money. And also it was Forge World, so you know.
Yeah, that's like when I showed you the picture of C. Robert Cargill's entire garage full of Warhammer figures. And you're like, oh yeah, that's several $1,000s.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, it is. Look, my problem right now with Games Workshop, which is a bit of a tangent, but I'll just go real quick, is that they have become so expensive that I don't know who they're expecting to attract as new customers. Because they need new customers. Because their current fan base is aging. I am currently... Like, granted, I'm 150 million years old, so I'm not in their current demographic. But, like, when I started playing, it was reasonable for, like, high school kids of anything other, like, even relatively, like, lower middle class high school kids to kind of get into Warhammer with small armies, right? At this point, I don't know who can get into Warhammer besides, like middle management at big companies and above in terms of, like, pay rate. If you're just some kid in high school from, like, a middle class family, you can't afford Warhammer. And their fan base is basically aging up because people who were getting into it when I did were probably, you know, in high school or a bit after. And I don't think they're attracting a lot of new customers because it's so ridiculously expensive. Roasting a Frog Milk Sommelier Keller for $1.99 US says, Young Earth Creationists love Bible/fic.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I'm not sure that that's true.
I don't know if the younger creationists who are fundamentalists tend to like /fic of any form. They seem to be particularly like not down with David Jonathan /.
Or maybe that's just what they're saying publicly, so that they can stay in good standing with their church families.
I'm just so sorry. Behind the scenes, the big name fans.
I'm not a cool person. What is /fic? Can someone please define this for me? Is it okay to define this first off?
Well.
You assured me that you were up on fanfic.
I know.
How can you betray me like this?
I'm dropping the ball here.
So the / goes between two different names, and those are the two people who in the fanfic are in some kind of a relationship, and it's usually not terribly safe for work.
Well, the / specifically is referring to same-sex pairings.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I'm on board. I don't think Yex would be big on that.
Okay.
I'm saying I think there's a lot of closeted Yex out there.
Well, there's that too. True.
Yeah.
Saying that there's direction to evolution, whereas most biologists would say no, evolution is completely without direction.
See, I don't like
is
how
John Sanford cloaked in shadows right now?
Basically,
is that what's going on?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's under the cloak of shadow. Like, where is this guy? Have we talked about this? Why is he not on screen?
He is. He's that little dark bluish blur blob on the left side of the screen.
Oh my gosh!
I see nothing.
I totally could not see him. I have to turn the brightness up on my screen.
Yeah, he's there.
This just looks like the front half of a lectern.
It is.
Like it looks like a wooden square, and then I see just black.
No, he's behind
it. I can just barely see his face, like very, very faintly.
His hands are on screen too. You can see both of them. His left hand is gripping the side of the lectern, and his right hand is like looking at some kind of slide or notes or something.
Yeah, I definitely can't see it. He must be in Nat school.
It's the most menacing John Sanford has ever looked.
You know what? Good for him.
His true form revealed.
That's the Kent's Carpsona review for 222 US says the biblical fandom is something else. Okay, so here's something.
Rosina Keller, did you skip that one?
I did. Thank you very much. Rosina Frog Milk Sommelier Keller for $1.99 says Book of Enoch. Yeah, you could argue that. I mean, it's Genesis fanfic. I was going to say it's biblical fanfic, but like the Bible wasn't a thing when first
more
Enoch
specifically.
Was written. Specifically Genesis fanfic. So here's the thing that I don't like about what John Sanford is saying, where it's like he's saying on the one hand, there's this guy who thinks that evolution is driving us up to higher things, and on the other hand, most biologists would say it's completely directionless. But I think that that's ignoring that while evolution doesn't have end goals in mind, it can still drive a lineage in a particular direction if there's a persistent slope on that fitness landscape. Right?
Yeah, there's also the fact that sometimes like mutations are biased to happen in a certain direction. Like you have certain parts of the genome that are biased towards particular types of mutations. And so if those types of mutations happen to cause certain phenotypes more often than others, then actually evolution can be pretty like can have direction. And in fact, if you think about things like convergent evolution, this is a pretty good sign that evolution can have direction, right? The fact that we get certain sedentary organisms that look very similar, that like filter feed in a very, very similar way. Like I'm thinking like certain polychaete worms and certain barnacles, like that if you didn't know any better, you would think that they were related because they have very similar filter feeding apparatus. Like that's obviously an indication that evolution is driving filter feeding to look a certain way because it's just the best way to filter feed, right?
Yep. Until Darwin, pretty much everyone thought barnacles were mollusks.
Yeah, because they like had a lot of the same sort of features that mollusks do, right? So yeah, I think there's some. It's not really one way or the other, right? Like there's some middle ground here, and that there is certain components of evolution that very much are directional, but then a lot of like how your genome evolves and certain traits in organisms do appear pretty like random in the sense of like Brownian motion.
I think I might summarize it with saying some aspects of evolution can be directional, although most usually don't have to be, but it is not directed by some kind of agent.
Yeah, I think the directed is the important part there.
Yeah, because he would argue that unless there's a director, you're not going to get any direction. I would think that would be something he would argue for.
Right.
All right.
And as I matured, I started to discover things about myself. For example, that I'm a sinful person, and that.
Did you say simple or sinful?
I heard simple.
That's probably what he meant.
I think he said sinful, but I also hate the way that he's kind of setting this up. Like as I matured, right? It's like I learned and became smarter and knew that actually those silly evolutionists don't know what they're talking about because I became wiser. It's just like such a silly way to set this entire thing up.
He is starting off with what is essentially his conversion story. And in order for a conversion story to be like impactful, it generally has to be a story that is couched in terms of like increasing enlightenment from beginning to end. Otherwise, it's basically just a story of how like I used to do this one thing and now I do this other thing. Which like, okay, like if your conversion story, like let's say you converted to I don't know, let's say you converted to Catholicism because you wanted to marry a Catholic and that Catholic wanted a church wedding. But you don't really care about Catholicism. You don't go to church. You don't really believe any of those things. You don't care about priests or saints or the Pope or anything. You're not going to tell your conversion story because it's going to go like this. Well, I met this Catholic I really liked, and that person wanted a church wedding. So I went through the classes, and then I've never thought about it again. And that's not a good conversion story. No one wants to hear that. Because conversion stories are usually told to people who have also who are in the thing you've converted to, in order to justify their membership in that. That's why people tell those stories. Savage, Sarcopterygia is extinct Cobra for $2 says, obviously barnacles are anceriform dinosaurs. The goose barnacle.
Well, I'm going to just go with simple so that I can start calling John Sanford Simple Jack.
Not Simple John?
Nah, okay, Simple Jack.
Simple Jack? Yeah, I mean, you never go full Simple Jack.
And that my marriage wasn't going to last just based upon our faithfulness to each other.
Your Honor, what does this have to do with evolution?
Also, what a dark thing to tell a crowd. Like, my marriage wasn't going to last just based on fate. Like, man, this is...
Here's the thing, though.
That's kind of dark. I feel like he's like telling us some deep personal things here.
I don't know how many Christian, specifically like Protestant Christian conversion stories, especially evangelical Christian conversion stories, which are because evangelical Protestants are the kind of people who really love a good come to Christ story, right? They don't really care if your come to Christ story was like, well, I was raised in the church, and then at around the age of like 12 or something, I decided I actually do really believe this thing. And then I went and got baptized. No one cares. But the darker the conversion is, the worse it starts out, the better. Because that's just an illustration of the healing power of Jesus. Now, what's actually going on is He is telling us all the reasons that don't make sense as to why he stopped accepting evolution. Right? Because I had a rocky time in my marriage isn't a reason to reject the scientific consensus on the foundational theory of biology. Which I feel like should be obvious.
Yeah, none of this thus far has anything to do with evolution, right?
Right.
But he's not really speaking even to try to convince people about evolution at this point, right? Like he's just telling this is how I came to Jesus, and I needed to first come to Jesus to realize evolution was false, sort of thing.
But I think what's important, though, is it's one of the things that I've picked up on, which is that it's virtually unheard of for someone to become a young Earth creationist because of being convinced by the evidence. What almost always happens is, especially for someone who actually was highly educated and in a scientific field relevant, and then later on in life became a young Earth creationist, what almost always happens is they convert to a particularly conservative version of almost always evangelical Protestant Christianity. Occasionally it's Catholicism or something else, like with Gunter Beckley, for non-scientific reasons, which, okay, that's fine. I don't think all your reasons for all your decisions in life have to be scientific. But then as a result of that, they then find their previous beliefs based on science to be incompatible with their new theology, and so they modify those beliefs to fit with the theology rather than modifying their theology to fit with their scientific knowledge, because that's easier for them, because for them, the new religious identity is more important than whatever part of their identity they tie to being a scientist. Rosen Frog Milk Sommelier Keller for $4.99 says, it's a rule that all religious tales must be self-embarrassing to be true. I mean, it's certainly a trend in terms of the popularity of tales like this in some parts of Christianity. I would say that that's not necessarily the case across religions. Like, I don't think there's particularly anything boring about the story of, say, the Buddha and him seeing the various signs of suffering in the world, and then, becoming an ascetic, realizing that wasn't working, and then deciding to meditate under a tree. I don't think that's particularly embarrassing. Jake, insert clever Dapper inside joke here. Nelson for $5 says, the Commode story, Reservoir Dogs. All right, I'm gonna hit play. Here we go.
And I actually found myself in a church, and I actually encountered God, and God changed me. That's one of the really strong evidences.
And Ren Schrodinger's Spinosaurus is aquatic and not has become a new member at the tetrapod level. Thank you very much.
That Jesus Christ is who he claims he is that he has the ability to change lives. And I believe that.
And because of that belief, I assume that everything in the Bible is literally true, even when it contradicts basic reality.
Yeah. And here's the thing, right? I'm not going to say that no one has their lives changed for the better by turning to a religion. But it's also trivially easy to find people who were like, oh yeah, I was doing all sorts of binge drinking and going around doing horrible stuff, and then I took my shahada, and suddenly I lost the urge to go binge drinking. Okay, cool. I mean, if your binge drinking was a problem, and then you took your shahada, became a Muslim, and then for religious reasons no longer touch alcohol, and that's an improvement to your life, I'm not going to tell you that's not okay. But that's the thing, though. Multiple religions have inspired people to avoid what were previously to them seen as bad habits, or that just were bad habits, like in terms of your health or just those around you. And great, I'm not going to tell you not to. There are definitely people who I know of who I don't think are correct about various things and have, turned to doing things that I would say are pseudoscience nonsense, but for whom I would say, no, you should probably stay in that religion, though, even if I would prefer that you not keep doing pseudoscience nonsense. Because some of the stuff that you said that you did before, if it's true, is like really, really bad. I'm glad you're not doing it anymore, if that's true. But yeah,
that's the best evidence. Because if you just go around and ask people, you'll find there are a lot of Christians out there, and if you ask,
it's not evidence at all. But okay, John, it's literally not evidence. But okay.
Why? A large number will say, because he changed my life profoundly. He turned my life upside down. And so I believe that type of evidence outweighs what I'm going to be presenting today. But what I'm presenting today is important.
Those are experiences, John. That's not evidence.
Yeah. So
is this still his title slide? Are we looking at his title slide right now?
Mm-hmm. Yep. And what I really want to drive home, the reason I even put left this in here is because I really want to drive home that for John Sanford, this is not about science. This is not about evidence. This isn't even about logic. It's about the fact that he attributes his conversion to Christianity he attributes the salvation of his marriage to his conversion to Christianity, and that as a result, his identity as a Christian is more important to him than science, than evidence, than being correct.
Yeah, I think that's pretty clear, and that he opens with this, right? That he opens with setting the stage in an almost poisoning the well sort of way. Like by the way, all of this was super important for me to even begin to present you the scientific evidence. I had to first do X, Y, and Z.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, whenever anyone's like, well, this is just a scientist who is looking at the evidence and coming to a young Earth creationist standpoint, that's not true. This is John Sanford telling you that's not true.
You can also prove this another way by asking him to give this same presentation in a scientific setting. I can guarantee you he's not going to open up with a story about Jesus saving his marriage.
I can guarantee it too, because I've also seen at least parts of his talk, specifically the first part of his talk to the National Institute of Health. And guess what? It didn't start with anything about Jesus or his marriage or aspirational Darwinism or whatever. Also, Ren Schrodinger's Spinosaurus is aquatic and not, gifted 5 memberships, and they went to, Quinn, Rodent No Last Name, Marcy Marino, Borg Emporia, Autumn Meep, and then Savage, Sarcopterygius Extinct Cobra did the same, and those memberships went to Glenn Collins, Samantha Heyman, Stefan Kane, Vicus Dogus, and Gregory Nietzsche. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to hit play.
The influenza virus has killed hundreds of millions of people just since 1918. And AIDS is...
Hey, how about that lockdown making 2 whole strains of the influenza go completely extinct? Nice job, lockdown. Almost like they work.
It's killing tens, maybe 100 million people now. But I believe the most destructive thing that happened in the last several hundred years was the Darwinian theory. Because
I am curious to know how many deaths he will attribute
destructive to whom?
Yeah, because here's the thing, right? We start out with, why is influenza destructive? And his reason, which I think is a reasonable one, is just death total. This thing has caused this many deaths that otherwise would not have happened, at least not at that time, right? Obviously, since like 1918, those people would probably have died of something else. But still, that they died of influenza means they almost certainly died before they could have, had influenza not been a thing. Fair enough. I think that's a reasonable way. But I want to know, is he then going to tie this to a number of people that he thinks have died in ways that can be directly attributed to the theory of evolution? Because I'm going to go ahead and say, I don't think he can.
My Godwin's Law radar is starting to beep.
Mine too. Yep. I think.
Oh yeah, it's going to go off very soon.
There's a very good chance that Godwin's Law alarm might hit.
I believe it has led to the destruction of billions of people. Not just destruction of the...
Billions?
Billions!
You're going to have to go way past Godwin's Law at that point. Because, what do we get there? About 11 million total? For, the
roundabout
World War II? Because... yeah, it's usually the number I hear for like total number of people who were actually killed in the camps is about 11 million. You get about 6 million who are there for being Jewish, and then the rest is split up between political dissenters, Romani, various religious
Sinti,
groups. Yeah.
Homosexual.
Well, he's counting souls here, right? Like he's also talking about everyone who has quote unquote lost their faith because of Darwin's ideas, right?
Well, if that's what he's doing, then what he's admitting is that he cannot compare Darwin to influenza in the same way. Because presumably, a bunch of those people who died to influenza were Christians by his estimation, and now their souls are just fine. And they have not been destroyed in this way he's talking about. So, if that's what he's doing apples and oranges. And if your goal is like, I want as many people as possible to die while being Christians, then stop talking about influenza.
Say this isn't apples and oranges, this is apples and brake pads.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
Body, but their soul.
Yeah, their souls, yep.
So this is actually a really big thing. It seems like just an academic concern. Hey, Jeremy?
Here's the thing. It is, though. Like, there's so many Christians who accept evolution. Like, most of them, a large majority of Christians, at least belong to groups of Christians who have either officially accepted that evolution is true, or have said that you are allowed to accept evolution and still be a member of our group. That's most Christians. Most Protestants, even, are in that group. The Catholic Church has come out and said, yeah, there's no problem with believing the theory of evolution as, it's seen in the world of science. As far as I know, there's not been a statement either way from the Eastern Orthodox Church, which means that there's no rule, so you're allowed to go either way, which means effectively it's the same thing as the Catholic Church saying officially, yeah, it's okay. Most Protestant groups are not young earth creationists. Most of them don't take much of a stance and will accept people who believe or don't believe in evolution. And most Christians that I know and that I encounter don't go around denying science. I mean, some do. And granted, they tend to be the loudest ones. But yeah, this is not a common thing that leads people away from Christianity. In fact, I have trouble finding people who were directly led away by evolution. Instead, what I find is that there were people who were led away after finding out evolution was true because it meant that their religious leaders had lied to them for decades. Which, maybe don't lie to your congregations.
But the thing is, what we call neo-Darwinian theory is
also, Jillian Miracles from Molecules Ren says, also dogs can play baseball in the Eastern Orthodox Church because there's no rule against that either. But they can't go inside the churches because there is a rule about that. The only non-human animals allowed inside of an Eastern Orthodox church are cats.
K-cats!
Yep, cats. Specifically because they're good at getting rid of other animals that aren't supposed to be there. And they're usually given free reign of the entire church. I was aware of one church cat at an Eastern Orthodox parish whose favorite thing was, while the liturgy was going, to sit in the bishop's throne. And just sit there, watching over everyone, like the cat was the bishop.
Good.
Yeah,
the cat was the bishop.
I mean, yeah, essentially.
Is like a universal acid. It destroys everything of value. And the person who came up with universal acid. I'm
now regretting not having booze right now.
Was a hardcore atheist. He's saying, yeah, this dissolves morality. This dissolves all religion. This dissolves.
What is he talking about?
He's talking about Daniel Dennett right now. So this is all a reference to Dennett's Darwin's Dangerous Idea, where he compared natural selection to a universal acid. Did he actually name Dennett? I couldn't quite hear him there for a second, but
no, he didn't.
Yeah, that's where he gets that idea from.
Yeah. Hey, you guys both know about evolution and accept evolution as true, right? Shanti and Zach?
I mean, the evidence is overwhelming.
It's what I do for a living.
Okay, but do you also have absolutely no moral philosophy guiding your actions?
Absolutely none,
no.
Actually. I'm completely void of moral actions, yeah.
Okay, cool. Good to know. Here we go.
Purpose of life. And
apparently Alex Markle says you should have led with that when introducing Eastern Orthodoxy or Eastern Orthodox philosophy. I would have paid more attention. Okay, well, now you guys know the only animals allowed in Eastern Orthodox churches traditionally that aren't humans are in fact cats. Doesn't mean it's the only animals you'll find in there, because, things like flies and mice and whatnot get in there all the time. But
that's what the cats are for.
Exactly, that's what the cats are for. Also, presumably spiders. They get in there all the time. But they're not supposed to be.
So, what neo-Darwinian theory means is taking Darwin's idea and updating it. That's all it is an updated version of Darwinian.
Yeah, that's theory. What the neo part means.
I love this. I love and hate this common refrain from young Earth creationists that basically is, hey, how come science actually changes to account for new data and new discoveries? It's like, I don't know, because that's kind of the whole point. Science isn't revealed dogma from a book that descended from on high into the lap of a prophet via the intermediary of the angel Jibril. That's not how science works. No matter how much young Earth creationists would like for that to be how it works.
And that's what we're going to be talking about today. And I would like to suggest to you that the neo-Darwinian theory is the most powerful concept that it's ever impacted the university environment. This
Wow.
concept
That is
now
some
directs how
horseshit.
people think
Hey, that's a claim. Maybe he'll back it up. It's possible.
about sociology, archaeology, psychology, biology, astronomy, every field you can think of.
Isn't Darwinian theory both like classical and neo part of biology?
I mean, say that again. I think I lost you.
I said, like, he was saying, he starts naming all these fields, and he mentions biology, and I'm like, but isn't Darwinian, like, theory part of biology? Why did you name that?
Yeah, I don't know. But also, it really doesn't have anything to do with, like, astronomy or, like, theoretical physics or... I mean, a little bit in sociology, although I'm still not convinced that sociology is actually a rigorous academic pursuit, because I've seen a lot of nonsense in sociology texts, including texts that I was assigned in my sociology course, and I was like, yeah, the thing that really got me the most was when they gave a equation for oppression, and there was no way to quantify any of the terms in this equation in this textbook I was reading in sociology class. And I was like, okay, this is absolute nonsense. Like, this is just a nothing. And there's, like, it's got all these, like, symbols that have a key, and it's like, this is the amount of repression, and this is the amount of resistance, and this is the coefficient of this other, and there's, like, no way to put numbers in any of these things. And I'm like, yeah, this is not a real thing. This is fake. But it was assigned to me in my sociology class, which I specifically took because I thought that I was probably giving sociology too much grief because I didn't know that much about it, but it seemed iffy to me. And then I took that class and I was like, it's definitely not as bad as I thought, but I'm still very unconvinced that this actually counts as a science. But then again,
it's not a hard science.
I think we should also be clear that, like, he's what he's meaning is something more akin to the modern synthesis, right? But neo-Darwinism has a completely different definition that's historical in context, that originates from George Romanes, who originally coined this in the 1890s with respect to Weismann's with the Weismann barrier, right? Which actually is the concept of the barrier between the soma and the germline, coupled with Darwin's idea of natural selection, because Darwin thought in more Lamarckian terms, in that, like, use and disuse of the environment shaped heredity, whereas, Weismann said, no, there's a clear barrier between the environment and what's passed on in the germline. And so that's actually what, like, the historical usage of what neo-Darwinian theory is, but the way Sanford here is using it is something a little bit closer to what you would think of as the modern synthesis.
Well, that's another common thing that we get a lot with creationists, is just, at this point, it's gotta be intentional misuse of terminology in just anachronistic ways, or just made up ways, because they like to come up with their own terms for things. So, and then also, let's see. Roasting a Frog Sommelier Keller for $19.99 says, wrong, Sanford. Thomas Midgley Jr. was the single most destructive organism to ever live on this planet. I mean, leaded gasoline's not great. So, I mean, yeah, he's probably in the running. Leaded gasoline was a pretty bad idea overall for so many reasons. But it tasted better than current gasoline. Asta Kent's Carpsona review for $6.66 says, I'm a sociology major. I have to be, as no unique anthropology undergrad. I can confirm it straddles the line between science and pseudoscience. Yeah, that was my kind of conclusion, was that it was clearly progressing in a way that might get it to be a science at some point, kind of like psychology did, right? Like, psychology really only became a science less than 100 years ago. Psychology 100 years ago was just quackery. But now I think it's managed to become a science. And I think that sociology can get there. And, maybe that's just a thing that fields need to go through. Maybe fields need to have a period in which they really aren't all that rigorous and scientific, and then they can become that eventually. I don't know. Oh, and CFCs? Oh, yeah, okay. No, that's pretty bad. Yeah.
Honestly, like, this is a good point, actually. So, just a very, very brief historical digression, is this was also the case in biology for a very long time. Oh. So, like, when you think about natural history was considered as a kind of a stamp collecting thing. Like, you're just going out there, you're just saying what you see. Like, that's not really a science, like physics and chemistry, right?
And so, really, birds I brought home.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, you're just collecting things, right? And so to a lot of philosophers and many like scientists as well in the 1920s and 30s, there was a lot of skepticism that biology could ever be its own field in a like a real rigorous scientific way. And it honestly wasn't until like the unification of natural selection and Mendelian inheritance and like understanding like a broader evolutionary theory that suddenly we realized that, oh crap, actually biology is very unique and is very much its own science because it has this big unifying theory, just like other scientific disciplines. So it wasn't until evolution was like broadly accepted and understood in this both quantitative as well as empirical manner in the early 20s and 30s that biology itself became a respected field.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense to me. I don't know if I had really known that it was that was true to that extent, but yeah, I mean, and maybe that is a thing. Maybe it just is the case that fields have to go through their starting growing pains where they're really not very rigorous, and then they gain rigor as people learn more.
I mean, I'm a big fan of fields needing to prove themselves.
Yeah, fields need unifying theories, right? Like for a field to be like really considered as a special field of science in and of itself, it needs a theory that unifies all of its various subdisciplines. So like genetics and natural history and systematics, all of these things were just like these desperate fields that nobody really like thought about as connected in a biological sense in like one big broad field. But evolutionary theory brought them all together, right? And that's really what solidified it, is that there was something that unified them into one discipline that we could all understand because of this theory.
Vince O'Connor for $5 says, there's also the general and special theory of relativity and quantum mechanics that would vie for that title. Yeah, I mean, those are very important, very unifying, although mutually incompatible and therefore at least somewhat wrong theories in physics. That's one of the things that I love about physics is like physics has this claim to be like one of the most rigorous things out there in terms of science, but also the two most fundamental theories about physics are completely incompatible with each other in major ways that we know about and that we don't have a way to reconcile it at the present time, which is a little fun. You know, it's like, hey, physicists, how's that whole theory of everything going? Oh, not well, huh? Sorry.
Now directed by this paradigm. And so, what's interesting is this paradigm, which has become so strong, is actually coming apart. The paradigm is collapsing.
Guys,
okay.
Guys, you ready? Evolution is right about to collapse just before the second coming, because that's also right around the corner. And it has been for 60 years or something, at least in the case of evolution. Evolution has been a theory in crisis and on the brink of collapse basically since the first scientific creationists, which is what young Earth creationists used to be called. Way back when Henry Morris was going around with, you know, writing Scientific Creationism, a book which I've lost my copy of, and that really bugs me because I used to like actually open it up and reference it sometimes. Now I can't, and so maybe I should buy another copy.
In the face of modern genetic evidence, the paradigm cannot stand. And so that's a bold thing for me to say, but I think I...
Hey, I just have a quick question. Zach, what's your field of study?
That would be population genetics.
Okay. And so you know all about the way that evolution is about to fall apart because of the evidence coming out of your field, right? Like...
Yeah, sure. For the past 100 years since the origin of theoretical population genetics, we've been doing nothing but completely unraveling evolution as a discipline. Yeah, that's exactly what we've been doing this whole time.
All right. I just wanted to check to make sure I understood what was happening.
You heard it here first. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you guys know. It's Dapper Dinosaur exclusive right now. You got the scoop. Asta Kent's Carpsona review, which still gets me. For $5 says, tell me physics is rigorous when it doesn't create a prediction 120 orders of magnitude off. Yeah, it's done that too. Even creations do better than that with a joke. Yeah, physics has also had some really bad predictions. But you know what though? Failed predictions are awesome because it means there's a whole lot more that we don't understand, and now we get to go try and figure out what's going on there. That's one of the things that I think.
And hey, when we get the theory or the model that reconciles the incompatibilities between general relativity and quantum mechanics, that's going to be a great day.
Agreed. And I think that's one of the things that pseudoscience in general kind of robs you of, is the ability to be excited about things like that, right? Like, oh my goodness, the prediction of a well-established theory failed utterly? That's really cool. that's something noteworthy. That's something to be looked into. Whereas if you have the pseudoscientific thing where like you just ignore contrary evidence and you don't worry about it because you just have the right answer and you know that for a fact because, I don't know, Jesus told you how to interpret Genesis or something, you don't get that sense of wonder and curiosity about why things are the way they are, and that sense of excitement when science doesn't do what you're expecting it to. And I think that's one of the reasons why it's a negative thing, pseudoscience. Savage, the void behind the podium, Cobra. Jeez. For $5 says, I believe he forgot that the globe Earth is a theory and on the brink of collapse, just like evolution. Oh yeah, that globe Earth, it's out for the count. After that whole eclipse thing that happened in ways that are so far unaccounted for by the flat Earth community, yeah, that was like the death knell. Next thing you know, we're going to be disarming all the penguins at the South Pole so we can actually get to the ice wall and see what's over the edge of the flat Earth. That edge that Flat Feet Pete fell over in the one and only thing from Jake Paul that I ever actually liked, which was his fake flat Earth documentary. Because I really don't like Jake Paul content, but that one was really good. Heather, Vestigial Organism for $2 says, do I need to resurrect my paradigm, Sig? You might have to, yeah. You might. Because he's definitely getting into the sort of like evolution as a Kuhnian paradigm that's about to get overturned by my fancy new genetic entropy arguments.
Ooh, yeah. Looking out for him using the word Kuhnian paradigm.
I don't think he's going to say Kuhnian. I've never heard him say it before, but that's clearly what he's talking about.
I'm going to be able to convince many or all of you of that. So in the big picture now, if you're an atheist, like I was for much of my life, you believe in 4 naturalistic miracles. See, an atheist needs to believe that everything happened spontaneously. Nothing happened by design or by purpose. And so
I feel like atheists think there's design and purpose behind the actions taken by, purposeful entities like humans. I don't know. Maybe I'll have to take a poll of my atheist audience members. We'll do that right now. Here's what we're going to do. Okay. Start a poll. If you are an atheist, do you think some things are purposeful? We're going to have yes, no, and I'm not...
Turtle!
I'm not an atheist. I'm turtle. Oh, wait. Got that poll. Oh, there was a... Now we'll start the poll. Sorry. Oh, that was a Dapper's a professional moment because apparently the UI is confusing. Let's see. Katina Pack Base, who's been a member for 7 months since at the Amulette level, thank you very much, says, someone said all children are scientists. Young Earth Creationist does its level best to stamp that out. Yeah, no, it does. Yeah, it really does. And it's sad, but Roasting our Frog Milk Sommelier Keller for $9.99 says the current goal is just to unificate the strong and electro-weak. I think you mean unify the strong and electro-weak interactions. The vacuum catastrophe is my second favorite catastrophe. Ooh, that's the vacuum catastrophe is like an existential dread thing going on right there. After the oxygen catastrophe, yeah, the vacuum catastrophe, man, that would. Ooh.
For those of us who don't know.
So the vacuum catastrophe is this thing. So the vacuum energy is non-zero. And there's no theoretical reason that we know of why it has to be at the state that it is. And so it's at least, under our current understanding of physics, possible that the vacuum state could actually drop to a lower energy level, which would more or less cease existence as we know it. And if it did this, because it would now be at a more stable level, it would tend to spread throughout space-time, and it would do so at the speed of light. And so there would be no indication of it. Existence would just kind of wink out, and you would never have been the wiser, because now you just cease to exist instantly. And it could be happening right now. There'd be no way to know. The vacuum collapse could be racing towards us. We would never, ever, ever know. We would just cease to exist.
Okay.
Which, fun. There's a little bit of existential horror for you guys. The universe could be collapsing right now, racing towards us at the speed of light. No way to know.
You have to believe in a spontaneous universe. In the beginning there was nothing, and then there was a fluctuation in the nothingness, and then everything appeared. That's really a long... If you examine that, it's taught as a fact. Across this universe,
I also really resent his usage of the word miracles there, because he should know that animals and biological species did not happen spontaneously. Man did not happen spontaneously, and the universe did not happen spontaneously.
I mean, I guess it depends on your exact definition of spontaneous. If you mean just not caused by an outside agent, then sure. But if you just mean uncaused, then yeah, no, most of those things are definitely not true. And even the uncausedness of the universe is iffy.
Yeah, I mean, the study of evolution is the study of causes. Right? Like that's literally what we're doing, is we're uncovering natural causes that generate biological diversity. That's what we do.
Yeah. I think I'm now getting a few people who might be like, yeah, like MBZ is like, it's not the worst way to go out. You just don't have any fear or knowledge that it happens. You just lights out. Yeah, I guess it could be worse.
Big Bang is true. The interesting thing is, actually, you can't defend it. It's indefensible. They go way beyond science.
Here to hear, guys. The Big Bang is indefensible.
I think that cosmologists would beg to differ.
The thing that gets me is that, like, the Big Bang used to be really popular among creationists, and just like broadly speaking, and also like Christians broadly speaking, because it confirms the idea that the universe has a start, which is a big part of most, creation accounts that people believe in, is that there was a time before the universe, at least as we know it existed, and then it started to exist. And the scientific consensus before the Big Bang was that the universe was in some kind of solid state that had always existed. And so, yeah, it used to be really popular. We were like, yeah, see, we told you, God created the universe, and that's when he did it.
I remember bumper stickers in the 90s that said, I believe in the Big Bang, God spoke, and bang, it happened.
Jake, insert clever dapper inside joke here. Nelson for $5 says, the poll was flawed. I don't know where I fall on the determinism/compatibilism/free will question. I mean, that's a fair point. And if determinism is true, like if, let's say, hard determinism is true, does it mean anything for your actions to be purposeful versus non-purposeful? I don't know. I also don't know whether or not I'm a determinist. I generally don't think that I can answer that question, and I don't know how it would change anything about me or what I do. So I usually just kind of ignore that problem.
Tell a very tall tale. And so the people who believe in Big Bang, that's fine if you want to believe in it, but you need to understand you're believing it by faith. It's not a testable
Oh my
hypothesis.
God.
Just ignore all those actual tests of the Big Bang that have been conducted. Those don't count. Predictions of a cosmic microwave background? What's that? That sounds like a made-up thing. Don't worry about that. Also, for, let's see, $2, Asta Kent's Carpsona Ryu says, I'm partial to Mayan cosmogony cyclical universe. Yeah, there are some cyclical universe. A lot of Brahmic religions also have a cyclical universe kind of thing going on. And I do sometimes look into, like, trying to get a good source for some, like, old Earth creationism coming out of, like, Hinduism, where, like, you get this idea that, like, oh yeah, the Earth is actually, like, quadrillions of years old, and human society has been around for, like, millions and millions of years. But, like, it's really hard to find anything that's in English that is also anything other than just, like, a really old man sitting in front of a camera speaking in a monotone way, which is super boring. So I haven't done anything. Hopefully there's some more charismatic stuff in other languages, like Hindi or Telugu or something, but I don't speak those languages, and I'm not going to learn Hindi just so I can do a debunk of Hindu creationism. Sorry, guys. Yeah. Also, apparently Hindi incorporates its gender system into its verbal system, like, even more heavily than most Semitic languages, which were already, I think, going a bit overboard with it. So that's weird.
Experiment you can do that will validate that. Similarly with spontaneous.
I mean, you can do things like look for the cosmic microwave background radiation. You can test the redshift of more and more distant galaxies as you build bigger and bigger telescopes. You can look for things like, once you find the cosmic microwave background radiation, you can do things like look at the predictions of quantum mechanics as to how harmonics shaped the early universe, and look for the evidence of that in things like the patterns of galaxy clusters, as well as variations in the anisotropy of the cosmic microwave background. Like, those are things you can do. Now, I'll give Sanford this. He's a biologist. Probably never really looked into most of this stuff, like how we test the Big Bang. But he's very, very wrong that it can't be tested.
Yeah, well, that didn't stop Jason Lyle.
Good point. It never stops any of them. Rosina Frog Milk Sommelier Keller for $4.99 says Cosmic Microwave Background CMB, Cosmic Neutrino Background CVB. Oh, right, because neutrino it's the new. It's supposed to be a C new B, but that's hard to type. Got it. Sorry. I was like, why is it a V? And then I immediately remembered how neutrinos work and the symbol for them, and the fact that Greek is not present on most keyboards, unless you're in Greece.
Like, if you ask biologists on this, all the biologists on this campus, I believe that all of them would be honest enough to say, well, we know that life arose through chemistry. Chemicals came together and formed the first living cell.
I don't even know what the other option would be, given that living cells are a collection of chemicals.
Also, what is the implication of they would be honest enough to say that?
That they think it would be a bad thing to say? That they're embarrassed by it?
Why?
I don't know.
Well, that's what they've been taught, and if they say anything else...
But my question is...
Well, I haven't been in college for some time, but I distinctly recall that in my science classes, which were astronomy, they would teach you about a concept, and then you would have a lab about it, where you too could test those things for yourself. At no point were we asked or told to just go along with something because that's the way it is. We did it for ourselves.
Yep, that's how it worked for me too. But also, logically, what version of the creation of life does not involve chemicals forming into the first life? Right? Like, even if I go with life was created ex nihilo by God as interpreted it, like, the creationist interpretation of Genesis. Doesn't that still involve chemicals that form into the first life?
I mean, dirt's chemicals.
Yeah, and even if God is transmuting them into biochemicals that weren't there before, it's still chemicals coming together to make that organism, isn't it? Like, at some point, the chemicals have to be arranged into a living thing in order for life to become a thing. Like, I don't think it's logically possible for it to be otherwise, unless your contention is that life as we know it isn't made of chemistry, which it very much is. I don't know, Zach, do you have any thoughts on that?
Oh God, no, I have no idea. I mean, it's like, I guess that maybe they could say something akin to like, well, God breathed the breath of life, and the breath of life is something unique and something spiritual and something non-chemical. But
so vitalism.
Honestly, yes, exactly. I think maybe they would appeal to a kind of vitalism, at least with humans, right?
Maybe, yeah. I mean, I guess if you want to go,
yeah, but he breathed that into whatever the dirt golem was.
Well, maybe the important thing
I have it on good authority that dirt is composed of at least some chemicals.
Isn't there also correct me if I'm wrong here, but isn't there also like the breath of life in certain animals as well? Like is there the whole argument that certain animals were on the ark, and those that were the ones that had the breath of life, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so that to me seems like a kind of vitalism, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, vitalism is the intuitive answer to what the difference is between life and non-life, right? There's a reason that the idea of breath and some kind of like vital energy that suffuses only living things and not dead or inanimate things is something that has occurred in many cultures more or less independently.
Right. Yeah, for sure.
So, I mean, it's an understandable thing. In fact, it even still occurs in like a lot of religious and also like in like fantasy things, right? Like you get ideas about like, in Dungeons and Dragons, a lot of undead, at least in older editions, used to drain your levels because they were stealing your life force, which was represented by you just going down in level. Which, by the way, if you were playing old school D&D, geez, was that a bad time right there? Like, whew. Yeah, just a skeleton, and you'd be like, hold up. Do we want to deal with the skeleton, or do we just want to go away? Anyway. So, it's still a pervasive idea that suffuses a lot of culture, even if it's not usually believed literally. Let's see. Jake insert clever dapper inside joke here. Nelson for $5 says, I learned bits and pieces of Punjabi just to let a truck driver right. No, I wasn't othering him. Fair, like the people around us. Oh yeah, no, you can learn Hindi. I mean, I can learn Hindi. I'm just not going to do it for the reason that I want to counter Hindi language creationism, I would have to have a much better.
I would only try to learn Punjabi so that I could get more out of Just Rain's humor.
There you go. That might work.
Yeah.
Judge Tunicate Official for $2 says, how dare you not learn Hindi? I'm going to go with Hindi just for content. Sarcasm. I know, right? Also, that's their 10th super chat. Thank you very much. Let's see. Jake, insert clever Dappa inside joke here. Nelson for $2 says, Numa by Tool. I mean, that is...
Hell yeah. God, they put on a good show.
Yeah. And I mean, Numa also...
Anybody who hasn't seen Tool live, I cannot recommend it in strong enough terms.
Oh, that just kills me. I've never seen them live. Big fan, but
God, it's so good.
Well, and one thing I want to point out is that, Numa is derived from the Greek devmos, which means breath, but also it means spirit for that same reason. But all right, we're going to hit play.
But we don't know how. And we're going to be honest enough to admit we hold that view by faith. See, if you say you know something's true...
All right, Zach, I don't think this is at your college campus, but you are a doctor who has been at a college campus at some point, right?
I've been to a couple of my time, yeah.
Okay. Would you say that you believe that the origin of life involved chemistry?
No, that seems like that's probably true. Yeah.
Now,
sure.
Is that something that you would characterize as a faith position, or do you think that you have evidential reasons that do not depend on your dogmatic belief?
Yeah, no, I feel like given that all living things are composed of chemicals, and to be clear, all non-living things as well, it seems almost certainly that those things are related.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to know that we are currently just showing that John Sanford is talking out of his ass, which means I'm glad that he's, shrouded in shadow, because I don't really want to see that. Also, I ended the poll, and let's see. If you are an atheist, do you think some things are purposeful? Yes, one with 45%. I'm not an atheist, I'm a turtle, was in second place with 37%, and no came in at 17% with with a total of 86 of the votes, 86 votes. So no being at 17% sounds about right, and apparently I'm viewed by way more turtles than my YouTube demographics would indicate. Asta Kent's Carpsona Ryu for $2 says, similarly, chi, Chinese spirit, also means breath. Also true. Yeah, like I said, it's a very cross-cultural idea because it's so intuitive. Because what do you see living things doing that non-living things tend not to do? Well, breathing. And you can feel breath, but also it's not obvious that air is a particulate matter that actually has a substance, right? Because you can't see it. You normally aren't aware of it as like a physical sensation, except when things happen. It's very easy to connect those two. Rosana Frog Milk Sommelier Keller for $1.99 says, what is spontaneous accent? I don't know.
I've also been staring at this, trying to figure this out. I have no idea what spontaneous assent is supposed to be.
Yeah, spontaneous assent. Oh, yeah. I'll be honest. I think it's literally everything between the origin of life and the evolution of Homo sapiens. Because I think John Sanford is imparting to this idea a, ladder of creation kind of idea. And,
yeah, no, he literally has the arrow, right? I mean, it's very clearly supposed to be this sort of Aristotelian ladder of progress, right?
Yeah, I think that might actually just be what's happening. So, and I extended Vishanti's invite to Dr. Dan to come in if he wants to. He does not have to. It is up to him. But you now have the link if you want to come in, and if you don't, that's perfectly fine too.
Yeah, I've got to briefly for a meeting, but I shall return.
Yeah.
And I won't take 2,000 years to do it.
Well, yeah, we're going to keep going, so here we go.
Explain why or give evidence for it. That's a faith-held position. Now, I respect faith-held positions because...
he says that, but he is currently trying to denigrate science as a faith position, which means he doesn't respect faith positions unless they're his. Which I find deeply hypocritical, but maybe that's just me.
My most fundamental beliefs are based upon faith. I decided to trust Jesus. And so I have faith in him. But everybody has faith in something. Even the skeptics, even the committed atheists have faith.
I think that he is now equivocating on the word faith, but I don't really super want to get into like epistemology and soteriology and
yeah. I mean,
all
this
that
is
stuff.
typical. This is typical tactic, right? Just completely evacuate the meaning of the word faith and just assume everybody is using it, and so we're all on equal grounds evidentiarily, and that's just silly.
Yeah, exactly.
If you believe that once the first bacterium arose spontaneously,
I would not characterize the first life as bacteria. Bacteria is an actual clade of organisms that didn't separate from archaea for quite a while after the first life. So, no, I would not describe the first living thing as bacterium. I don't know, Zach, what do you think?
No, I mean, bacteria are obviously extremely advanced organisms, right, that have been evolving for as long as we have. So to characterize anything that the original life form would have been as something that's literally extant today is a pretty silly thing.
Yeah, outside of just alive, which I guess it would still have been that.
now mutation and selection will spontaneously, through natural process, turn that bacterium into a human being. That's
It's not the case that you can look forward in any evolutionary thing over the course of billions of years and predict that humans will just appear.
Yeah. And also he said through selection and mutation and natural processes, like those are the natural processes we're talking about. I don't know why he distinguished as if there's some other unknown, mysterious natural processes out there.
Well, and drift, I guess.
Well, right. I'm assuming he's talking when he says mutation and selection. I'm going to give him the benefit that he means the forces of population genetics as we understand evolution.
That's fair.
But maybe that's giving him too much credit.
It at least prevents me from having to every single time point out that he's forgetting drift, because I might have done it a couple dozen times already.
Oh, and it'll be a few dozen more, no doubt.
Oh, I'm sure. Dan, how are you?
I'm great. Thank you so much for inviting me. I popped in. I was late because, the normal kids to bed and all that stuff.
That's fair. Everyone else is late too, so don't worry about it.
There we go. So I was popped into the chat and immediately got an invite and said, we're talking about John Sanford. Mm-hmm. I love talking about John Sanford. I would love to do that. So here we are.
And
we do like talking about John Sanford and writing about John Sanford.
Yeah,
we do, Zach. We do, don't we?
Yeah, that's actually an interesting point. Has anyone recently published maybe a peer-reviewed paper that directly refutes one of John Sanford's more important to him papers that he's ever published?
Definitely not me. Maybe Dan. Huh?
Raise your hand if you were a co-author on such a paper recently.
Mm-hmm.
I raise a singular fist.
There you go. And if I may, Dapper, just for a second, Zach and I will be discussing that paper on my channel on April 24th at 9 p.m. That is 1 week from tomorrow, 9 p.m. Eastern. On my channel, we'll be doing a lit review of the paper that we co-authored because Zach read the Basner and Sanford paper and got so mad. He just wrote a response out of spite.
Everything I do is out of spite. All inspiration comes from spite.
Nice.
That's a belief. That's a faith-based belief. And what I'm going to show today is that doesn't hold up to rigorous examination. It does not hold up. It is the politically correct position. It is the officially...
I'm just cringing a little bit out, like my spine wants to leap out of my body when he says that this is the politically correct position. It's like, no. Sorry, this isn't Maoist China where you have to subordinate your scientific discoveries to whatever is pro-revolutionary, lest you be stoned to death in the public square.
Endorsed state position. But actually, the people I'm going to be talking...
Imagine being in America and thinking that evolution is the endorsed state position. A country where we have to continuously be on guard to avoid people promoting their religious views about the origins of life and the universe in schools against the actual government's, rules.
And the Speaker of the House is literally a creationist that's written for AIG.
Yep.
Like, what?
He has an AIG author page on their answersingenesis.com or whatever the website is. I've read it. Now, granted, he's only written like 2 things, and they were little puff pieces full of nothing. But still, he's there.
But how many politicians have done that? And, that's a very short list. And one of them just happens to be Speaker of the House of Representatives right now, which for anybody not in the US, unfamiliar with our form of government, that makes him the 3rd ranking person in our federal government.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Only 2 people have to die, and then suddenly he becomes the head of the executive branch of the entire United States.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not expecting either of those people to die anytime soon, especially not both of them. One of them, he's getting up there. It's possible, but yeah, I don't think I don't think he's ever going to actually become the president. But it's certainly possible. I don't think we've ever gone past vice president in terms of needing, people to become president after a president dies, have we?
We came close with Nixon, not due to death, but with resignations, because Agnew, as VP, had to resign. And so Ford was elevated from random House of Representatives guy to vice president, and then shortly thereafter elevated to president.
Right. Okay.
He's the only person to ever hold both positions and get elected to neither.
Good job, Ford. I mean, at least he wasn't Nixon.
About the group of scientists that address this question are called population geneticists, and they will acknowledge that.
Zach, you got to mention.
What? Somebody say my name?
Well, they said population geneticists.
Yeah, let's see where he goes with this.
It's very problematic to defend the mutation selection process as the source of all things, all life. And
I still hate it's. The contention isn't that the mechanisms of evolution are necessarily the mechanisms by which life came from non-life. I think there is some involvement of things like selection and things like that, because chemical systems can select for things like stability. But I don't think we need population genetics and things like that in order to tell us about the origin of life. And so him conflating these things, I think, is a rhetorical strategy whereby he thinks he can strike some blows at the actual theory of evolution, and for that reason have that carry over into origin of life research, and thereby sort of denigrate that in the minds of his audience without ever actually having to address it. I think that's what he's doing here. I can't say for certain. Does that seem reasonable to my fellow panel members who know more about this than I do?
Honestly, I've come to the conclusion that for a lot of these guys, I think the specifics of how they structure their argument is almost incidental, to the point that they're making a sciencey sounding argument for their non-scientific audience so that they think there's a scientific basis for whatever they're saying.
So you think possible, I'm giving him too much credit for being sophisticated?
Yeah, it's possible I've become too cynical, but also I hear these people making arguments that they know are wrong to a non-scientific audience, because when they're talking to somebody with a science background, they make the more technically correct version of the argument. And I've seen this a couple of times in different contexts, where somebody will say one thing in a presentation to a religious audience, and then they'll be talking to an actual biologist, and they'll actually say a different version of that same argument, which indicates to me that they know the version they're giving to their friendly audience is wrong.
You don't think that, Nathaniel Jeanson would give you the tadpoles can turn into frogs, therefore microevolution after Noah's Ark is plausible argument?
Man, if I had 20 more minutes to talk to him, I would totally make him defend that figure, because that was something.
Actually,
Jeanson's a great example of this, because he specifically said "Hi, I just graduated from Harvard and now I'm going to lie to you."
Oh yeah,
he just said it out loud.
Well, he wrote it down.
Well, he wrote, right. Presumably it wasn't
in a very public place, not hiding it. It wasn't in some email that you had to dig for. It was in his book.
Well, no, it was in his welcome to our new research associate, Dr. Nathaniel Jeanson, on ICR. Okay. And you can still Google that and find it.
Either way, it's a very public place. It's not like it's hidden away.
Yeah.
So I did get that wrong. Mr. Cliff, for £5, says the universe is expanding faster than light, and the vacuum winking out thingy moving at the speed of light. Issue regarding the theory. So it depends on where the vacuum collapse starts. So if the vacuum collapse were to start far enough away that the recessional velocity of that part of the universe is in fact faster than the speed of light, then no, the vacuum collapse would not reach us. However, that's not a huge portion of the observable universe. It's a fairly smallish portion of the observable universe. So, Roasting a Frog Milk Sommelier Keller says, remember, a rock only continues to exist because nothing destroyed it. The same is true of life forms. Carrie Bronson for $5 says, I suspect that his target audience just sees science as an amorphous, incomprehensible blob. Differences between fields always seem to escape them. Yeah, I think that's probably true for a lot of them. And to be fair, I normally wouldn't consider that to be terribly bad, except when you're, taking advantage of that by lying to them. Because the thing is, I don't blame your average man-in-the-pew creationist, right? It's not their fault. They cannot be expected, most people can't be expected, to know enough about all this stuff to have an informed opinion on it, because that's just true for most people for most things. I don't have an informed opinion on most things that exist in the world. That's okay. But the people I do have a problem with are the people who do know better and who are then lying. And that includes John Sanford. So I'm going to hit play.
Fourth miracle, naturalistic miracle, is that once you have life, it's going to give rise to human beings who can do.
See, my problem here is, for me, a miracle is definitionally something that is not naturalistic and violates the rules by which nature normally operates. Therefore, to say naturalistic miracle is like saying a four-cornered triangle. It is a contradictory statement. There is no such thing. There cannot be such a thing. If you have a miracle, you do not have a naturalistic explanation for it. If you have a naturalistic explanation for something, then it is not a miracle. Now, you might have a miracle that doesn't actually have a naturalistic explanation, but you think you have one. That's at least logically possible. In which case, you're just wrong about whether it's a miracle or not. But to me, natural and miracle are incompatible terms for the same event.
Calculus who can write beautiful music, who can send men to the moon and back, who have a soul. There's some type of mutations that give rise to a soul or a mind. And what you realize...
I am not going to get into the problem of consciousness here. It's not going to happen. I'm sorry, guys. I don't have an explanation for consciousness. I don't know if anyone does. We're not talking about it. Moving on.
Guys, if you just think about it carefully, that also is a faith-based position. No one's ever seen a mutation that creates a soul or creates a mind.
I'll grant you, no one's seen a mutation for the soul, as far as I know. I don't know what that would look like.
I'm not the best at philosophy and breaking down the structure of arguments in terms of their premises and things, but I feel like there's an unstated premise in that one.
That souls are definitely a real thing, and that we have not argued for that.
I think so.
Yeah. No, actually, see, you're wrong. What happens is, at this one particular spot on chromosome 4, a little C went to a G, and boom, soul. That's all it takes. Yep.
Yeah, it's just very silly. You could say the same thing about any sort of major anatomical structure. Nobody saw the mutation that grew a heart, right? It's like, this is just not how we think about how development works, how we think about how evolution works. No single mutation generated any complex phenotype. That's just not how biology works.
And a command cyborg who's been a member for 38 months, my goodness, and is at the amniote level. That's one of my longest standing members right there. Says, congratulations, quote, on the nothing anyone should try to emulate accomplishment, Sal. With the pet top emoji, and a dapper, and an AIG is a bag of dicks emoji, and the drink emoji. And guys, we will be initiating drinking rules shortly. Don't worry. Because if we started at the beginning, I wouldn't be able to make it.
No one's ever been able to figure out how that even conceivably happened, apart from a lot of hand-waving. So those are the 4 naturalistic miracles, and today we're going to look at this third one. It's really something we can take down. In fact,
oh, hey! The person who asked what spontaneous ascent is, that's going to be the topic of the whole thing, so don't worry. You're going to find out exactly what spontaneous ascent is.
Nice.
They're all very vulnerable, but spontaneous life is the cleanest one. It's just a slam dunk for us. And then spontaneous ascent, based upon field of population genetics, is also a slam dunk.
Oh.
So
he's coming directly at you, Zach.
Bring it.
In biology, there's so much to explain.
True.
If you study biology, you'd be bewildered by the complexity of it. A simple cell is more complex than New York City in terms of its transportation systems.
I have no idea how you could even possibly come to a rigorous conclusion about that, because I don't know of any way to measure the complexity of either New York City or a cell. Right? Like, I could argue.
Does he.
I could argue that because New York City contains, like, probably, I don't know, sextillions of living cells, that therefore, by that reason alone, it is more complex than a single cell. I mean, that seems like a reasonable argument I could make. I don't know. Savage, the void behind the podium cobra for $2 says the soul is in the D base pair. Oh. 1998, who's been a member for 42 months. Wow. And is at the annual level, says, I'm here while I can be. My internet decided to be nice to me for now. I need to get this fixed, but happy anniversary. What did Sal get you? An excuse for an extended stream with cool scientist people. That's what. Which, you know what? Not nothing. It's pretty good, actually. It's not every day I have an excuse for a giant marathon stream involving evolutionary biologists. Which, I will say, if you had told Dapper, like, I don't know, 10 years ago, that he would just start streaming on YouTube, and then more than one evolutionary biologist would just kind of show up, he wouldn't have believed you. So, you know.
Biologist on call now.
I know, seriously. I talked to, like, friends and family, you know, like friends from before I did this whole YouTube thing. And I'll say, like, oh, I'll ask one of my friends. Like, I think I'll ask, like, my meteorologist friend, or my evolutionary biologist friend, or my other evolutionary biologist friend, or one of my geologist friends. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, yeah, no, I have, like I don't know, a dozen different PhDs in various fields that I can probably just get a hold of within a day or two. Just cuz.
We're science friends. That's who we are.
Exactly. We're the science friends. We hang out together and do talk about sciencey stuff, especially countering pseudoscience stuff, because we all hate that.
Exceptionally bad science stuff.
Oh, yeah. Kerry Bronson for $20 says, for Dapper so loved the world that he gave his only begotten sanity, that whoever follows him should not stagnate, but have everlasting content. Emoji of Godzilla raising a toast. Thank you very much, Kerry Bronson. That's right in line with my my Darwin prayer based on the Pater Noster, which has not been translated into Latin yet. I'll get on that, I'm sure.
It's energy systems. It's information systems, and so information systems.
Complexity and information, two terms that we have not been given any definition for, nor do I expect to be given a definition for.
It's impossible to define information. We know that from what other creationists have said.
I would argue that it's actually very easy to define information. It's just that any way that you define information kind of shows that all the creationist stuff about information just doesn't work. And that's the real reason that they pretend it's impossible.
It's impossible for creationists to define information.
Yes. My Unfinished Journey for $5 says, I've looked over Dapper Dino's wish list and I'm concerned about all the RPGs he wants. I'm also concerned that Amazon even sells rocket-propelled grenades. Well, first, that is concerning. Second, don't be concerned about all those RPGs. Here's the thing. I don't actually know that I'll end up playing all the RPGs that I have, but what I do like is grabbing the best bits out of an RPG and slamming it in place of a really crap system in a different RPG that I do like to play. So, for instance, I'm planning a Star Trek RPG that I'm probably going to stream to my other channel. And there's a very good chance that I'm going to take one of the mechanics from the Alien RPG, which is how you test for things like have you run out of food or oxygen or power or whatever on like in your spacesuit or in your food stores or something, right? Because it has a really good system for that, and Star Trek Adventures does not. It essentially has no system for tracking things like that, even in cases where it might be important. Which is not going to be most of the time, but when it is, it's nice to have a system. And that's one of the things I get from all those extra RPGs is like, you know what, this is a really good rule, and this other system doesn't cover that situation very well at all. I'm just going to port this rule over. So, yeah.
I believe is key. because it's information. The codes for all the nanomachines, the codes for all the other systems are encoded by information. And what's emerging, and a biologist, whether you're atheist or not, or a believer, or believe in little green men, whatever you believe, if you're a biologist, everyone's coming to the realization.
Is he just throwing out panspermia by saying little green men? Okay, whatever. It's a throwaway line. I'll treat it as such.
That life is programmed. In fact,
No, life isn't programming. Life is specifically chemistry. There are similarities in some ways between some kinds of programming and how genetics works, but not even mostly, right?
I guess if you're a really bad coder.
Yeah, I guess. It also depends on exactly what kind of coding you're doing. Like, if you're doing something like creating like programs with various like mathematical algorithms to generate something, that might have some similarity in the way that embryology works. Where, you have, rather than having a blueprint, you have a series of instructions that, when followed, cause the growth of something without there ever being an encoding of the actual final product anywhere. You could kind of make that argument. It's weak, but I could kind of see how it might work. Roasting a Frog Milk Sommelier Keller for $4.99 says, information is always defined in the context of black hole paradoxes. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we're not going to talk about things like whether or not information that falls into a black hole was violating the conservation of information, or whether or not that leads us to anything like the holographic universe that actually really exists as a 2D shell at the periphery of the universe. Yeah, we're not going to get into all that stuff. We need to invite a separate set of guests for talking about that kind of thing. Yeah. Like, I don't think Dan wants to sit here and talk about like how many degrees of freedom you can actually fit onto a 2D surface.
No. Not even a little.
Turns out it's more than 2, by the way.
Nope. Nope. Don't care. Just don't care.
Yeah.
Molecule in a cell is programmed. And that's really mind-blowing. What's going on in a single living cell is comparable to the internet. You have millions of components talking to each other. They're all...
Look, at this point, he's just naming things that people are impressed by. And saying, see, it's like that. Like, okay, if you say so. I don't know what conclusion I'm supposed to draw out of this.
Gosh, this is his entire tactic in his genetic entropy book, right? It's just to spend 80% of the book just giving analogies that are really silly, but like people think are really interesting and impressive. Like literally like UFOs and spaceships are like one of the analogies. It's like, oh,
is that
the
why
genome
that's on the
is like,
cover?
that is why it's on the cover. So like the cover itself is this big UFO within a bunch of libraries beneath it that are supposed to represent the genome. And so the book, so you read the books and that's how you build the UFO. And that's the analogy he gives. It's
oh my God, that's so
crazy.
That's so dumb. Oh wow. Jeez. I'm going to read a library so I can build a UFO. Excuse me, everyone. I'll be back in a while. In my UFO.
Using different types of language and different types of signaling. And so, as we're learning more about life, what we're seeing is these systems cannot arise by random mutations and selective reproduction.
I mean, that's a bold claim. You've done nothing to even attempt to argue for it, but okay.
So, beyond just the complexity of a cell, we have tissues, organs, brains, minds, whole organisms, populations, and ecosystems. And what all biologists see when they look at these things is design.
Poll of biologists here.
No.
Okay, Zach. What? Yes or no? Is that what you see when you look at these things?
No.
Okay.
No, I mean there are obviously like things that like have the appearance of design in a sort of like blind watchmaker sense, like where we look at things that are like organisms that are very well adapted given some particular trait, like they have the appearance of design. But really, when you dig in and you look at like development, when you look at tissues, when you look at genomes, nothing about them actually look designed at all. They don't look like the sort of thing that like an engineer would sit down and put together. It looks like something nature tinkered with and came up with based on the materials that it had.
Okay.
And not only that, but we can make predictions about the characteristics of these different levels of biological organization based on evolutionary principles and population genetics principles. And when we test those predictions, they turn out to be accurate. Like, an example that I was just talking about with my students pretty recently was looking at the frequency of altruism and how that relates to the relatedness among individuals in a population. And there's a mathematical relationship there that leads to specific predictions. And it turns out when you find like real world populations and you can evaluate the relatedness between different individuals, you can find the exact kind of variation in the frequencies of certain behaviors that you would expect based on those differences in relatedness. So it's not just that it looks like something that was the result of evolutionary tinkering rather than deliberate design, but when we make specific predictions based on that hypothesis and then go out the real world and collect data and test those predictions, they end up being pretty darn accurate.
You know, Dan, yeah. I've been informed by a famous philosopher of science that is, in fact, the gold standard in science.
You would think. I think that guy that you're referring to, I think he went to Harvard, didn't he? I think he got his degree from Harvard, which means he's right about everything. So he must be right about that.
Correct.
Yeah, I just want to point out that if people want to check out what Dan was just talking about, which is super cool and a very big development in early evolutionary biology in the 60s. This is called Hamilton's rule, and a man named Bill Hamilton derived this alongside George Price. So I would definitely recommend checking this out if you want to read up on how they derived it and what all the many systems that it applies to. It's really, really cool.
I do also want to point out there is a level between cellular complexity and tissues, which is to say cell differentiation without tissue types, which you might think, well, when does that pop up? The answer is porphyrians. Porphyrians do not have tissues, but they do have cell types. So sponges matter. They count. They're animals. They're very successful organisms that have adapted to very many environments and have been around for like 800 million years. So let's not forget the porphyrians, everybody.
Atheistic biologists still teach teleological. They say this molecule it needs to do this.
That's called teleonomic, not teleological. The difference is teleonomic is when you talk about things as if they were designed just to make it easier to talk about, right? Like when we say the bird wing was designed to help birds fly. Okay, it's not actually literally true in the teleological sense, but you just say that so that way you don't have to every single time you talk about these things say the bird wing was actually adapted by a combination of things like mutations, selection, and drift in order to facilitate flight, because it turns out that was conducive to the spread of the genetic traits associated with this population of particular dinosaurs. Because no one wants to say that every time. You say the bird wings are designed for flight and you move on because everyone knows what you're talking about. Teleonomic talk is fine.
Linguist.
I'm not a linguist. That is actually a philosophy statement.
Because it wants to do this, they speak of it as if it's a designed, purposeful system made of purposeful components, because, in fact, that's exactly the way it looks. And you can't teach biology any other way except using that frame of wording. So,
what?
Let me just quickly...
You can't talk about it without talking about design. Therefore, was design is, yeah, like Jack said, neither true. And even if it were true, your inability to talk about someone some way doesn't make it not that way.
Yeah, I was fixing to say, I bet Dan could agree with this. But whenever I taught intro bio, I tried very difficult actually to avoid using any design speak, and tried to like point out, okay, I'm going to explain this as if it's design, but then I'm gonna caveat with all the ways in which this is not like a system that's designed. Like to try to approach this as really, really carefully to not give the impression of design.
Let's see.
Constantly. Yep.
Rosna Frog Milk Sommelier Keller for $1.99 US says sponges aren't fungi. They are not. They are in fact animals. Yep. They lack a cell wall. They're heterotrophic. Their motile phase is extremely brief, but it exists. Basically, as zygotes. Or, well, not
extracellular matrix. Don't forget that one.
They really do have an extra. They excrete. Actually, interestingly enough, they excrete a skeleton as an intracellular matrix. They have basically a silica-based skeleton that they excrete in a little lattice work between their cells. They are animals. They are among the basal-most animals, as far as we can tell, although I think the latest genetics have said that ctenophores are similarly basal, and that those two are sister groups. Which is really weird.
There's a massive debate about the early sister to metazoa, whether or not it's the peripherans or the ctenophores. This is a huge debate.
Also,
I just want to throw a plug out there for my guys, the Placozoans that everybody always forgets, but Placozoans for Basal Animals 2024.
All right,
Got
well,
my vote.
So here we go.
Aquarium scum.
Now we need to have like a big debate as to whether or not it's Placophora or just Porifera or Porifera plus Ctenophora as the basal most branching animals.
It's the most important debate, for sure.
I'm sure that'll bring in hundreds of viewers. Everyone wants to know, what's the basal most branching clade of organism, of animals? All right, guys, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a quick break. When I come back, we are indeed starting up with the drinking rules if you want to play along with that. If you don't, also fine. We're going to take a quick break just for a few minutes. I'm going to get myself, a fresh drink. Obviously, I'm going to get myself a beer or something, since we're starting up the drinking rules. And hang in there, and we will be back in just a few minutes. In the meantime, though, please enjoy the musical stylings of one Bent Hovind. Okay, we are. Well, I am back. Okay, I'm actually back. Yep, I'm back, and that was a Dapper's a professional drink right there. So there's our first drink of the night. Because I definitely screwed up that production thing right there. So I'm currently drinking a Scottish-style amber ale. Because it's got like a really sort of toasted, malty, sort of almost chocolatey sort of flavor, which I really like. It's got some of those like bitter notes that you get out of chocolate, but in a smooth sort of thing, so it's not like a harsh bitter. And I was kind of in the mood for that when I bought some beer today at like 7 a.m., getting weird looks from the cashier because it was 7 a.m. on a Tuesday and I'm buying beer.
I do like a good amber.
Yeah, it's nice. So Harry Bronson for $5 says, FYI, recently Badge 502 agreed with you regarding pelagic tunicates, complete with a warning to not actually follow through on making one into an AIG. Yeah. Good. Spread the admittedly irrational pelagic tunicate hate. Roasting a frog milk sommelier Keller for $49.99 US. Thank you. Says, me? I'm not parasocial. Well, that's good. But yeah, that is good. All right, so before we get right back into it, also while we're waiting for Dan, I want to give my quick after the break bit, which is to say, guys, this channel is almost entirely supported directly through the support of my viewers with things like gifted memberships, the super chats you've been seeing, super thanks in the comment sections of videos, Patreon memberships that you actually get for yourself rather than being gifted, stuff like that, right? If you're currently not supporting the channel financially, but you're interested in doing so, maybe because you like the work, maybe you just think I'm cool, I don't know, and you are not sure how to do that, let me give you a few great ways. Probably my preferred option is Patreon, because that's where I keep the most of what you're giving. That starts at $1 a month, and you can get a 15% discount if you go annually. You can go all the way up to $100. The memberships is right below this video. There's a little join button that will get you the emojis. It'll also, both memberships and Patreon will get you into my Discord server that's just for supporters. It will get you access to my early access stream, or not streams, but videos, of which there are something like 30 or so right now. There's 30 videos you could just watch. They're Dapper Dinosaur videos. Actually, I guess it's not quite 30, because some of them are actually not up for early access because they're just supercuts, so it's probably more like 25 or something, but still, that's a lot of videos. I'm just trying not to lie here. And if a monthly or annual thing isn't your deal, as I've already mentioned, there's a wish list in the description that has all sorts of stuff. Also, Vishanti has a wish list in the description. So does Bent Hoven, my regular co-host for Kent with Bent. He also has a Patreon in the description. And if none of that's your thing, if you just can't really afford to, or you're just not interested in helping financially, that is perfectly fine. You owe me nothing. But I would ask that you, whoever you are, whether you're supporting or not, financially at least, hit like and share these videos, because that really helps. Because the more people who like and share, and also comment, the more people will see my videos, and the more people will come in, subscribe, watch, and then some fraction of those are also going to help with things like joining the Patreon. And also it'll help with whatever ad revenue is worth, which is increasingly less per view, but that's just how YouTube works. So if you are interested in helping out that way, those are some great ways. Now we're going to continue on. Here's the thing. I'm not going to spell out all the drinking rules. You either know them or you're going to learn them as we go. So don't worry about it too much. Zach, I think you are familiar with my drinking rules.
I am indeed.
Okay. So they're not any different this time. I'm getting slowly better at pronouncing milk sommelier. It's a weird word, and also I don't use the word sommelier very much. But, you know.
Show you a fun little video.
Oh, good.
We're going to just look quickly at 18.
By the way, you're both welcome for this, because in the original, he pressed play and it was just blaring through his speakers into the microphone. And I cut all of that out. So, yeah, as I'm scrubbing through my audio in my video editor, I'm like, what the heck is this bit that's just like a solid bar right up to the limits? And so I click on it and I'm like, oh no, we cannot have that in here. So, yeah. Also, Cross-Platform Adventures, who's been a member for 13 months, says, some people think placozoans might be a transitional form between sponges and the ancestors of comb jellies with a Godzilla. We'll take a drink for that Godzilla. Interesting. I don't know nearly enough about placozoans or comb jellies to assess that claim, but I will say it'd be cool if it's true.
ATP synthase. And so I'm going to narrate this little video clip for you. Actually, I clicked on the wrong one. We're going to first look at, so we're going to look at this nano machine. It's just above the atomic level. There's millions of them in every cell. Every living system needs this machine. It's a universal machine found in all of life. These are all different types of machines embedded in the plasma membrane or within the matrix of the cytoplasm. There's just a myriad. Like there's thousands of types of machines, but each machine is present in thousands of copies. So there are.
Is this just big number, therefore God? Is that what the argument is here?
That is exactly what the argument is here.
Okay, because to me, the fact that something that exists on the scale of like individual molecules has a lot of instances of it in something that exists at a larger level and is composed of that thing isn't per se impressive, right? Because how else would it work? Right? It's like saying, this steel tire iron that I have is made up of trillions of tiny little steel crystals. Like, well, I mean, iron crystals and carbon crystals and whatnot. It's like, yeah, okay, that's true. Okay. My Unfinished Journey for $5 says, at Rustin a Frog Milk Sommelier Keller, sponges are not fungi because fungi tend not to be sponges. Also true.
Millions, perhaps billions of nanomachines in every cell.
Okay.
So we're going to be looking at, go into the mitochondria. We're going to go look at the.
Can we just pause for a second on this like stupid nanomachines thing? Because like you hear this all the time, primarily from like a lot of like intelligent design oriented people. A lot of them are kind of closet young earth creationists because they want to be on the more respectable side of things. So they like kind of affiliate with Discovery Institute instead of like Answers in Genesis. Mm-hmm. But this like nanomachines, I have to like wonder if they understand what's actually going on at the molecular level here, because a lot of these machines, and you get these like really kind of fancy animations of these very specific proteins doing things like walking along the cytoskeleton while carrying a vesicle or something. And all that's happening with those is you're doing series of reactions that add often either polar or charged functional groups to them. And by changing the charge associated with a piece of that protein, you're changing it back and forth between hydrophobic and hydrophilic. Is it going to want to associate with water molecules and other charged or polar things? Or is it going to want to like kind of pull away from those types of things? And when you do that, when you add like, for example, a phosphate group to something which has a bunch of negative charges on it, that's necessarily going to change the structure of that part of the protein. You remove the phosphate group, it changes back. So a lot of these machines are just back and forth reactions where you're adding and removing specific functional groups to one specific part of it, and it causes these conformational changes in the molecules. This is like pretty basic chemistry. It's not these super complicated things that they present it to be. It's fairly simple biochemical processes.
But Dan, you see, it's happened a lot. It happens a lot, though. So that makes it more complex.
Yeah.
Because simple operations that happen a lot are more complex. That's just a fact.
Mitochondrial membrane, these are individual atoms on the surface of the membrane.
If that's supposed to be a phospholipid bilayer, then I don't think those are atoms. I think those would be representing one side of the phospholipid, which is an entire, rather large as molecules go, molecule. But
yeah, those are not atoms. Those must be, that must be a phospholipid bilayer, which is not composed of a singular atom.
Not even close.
No.
Roasting a Frog Milk Sommelier Keller for $1.99 says, Dr. Dan says, bitch, it's all chemistry. Yeah, that's a decent summary.
And that island over there is part of the machine.
Okay. Oh yeah, we can look.
Yeah,
it's definitely
a phospholipid bilayer. Yeah.
Yeah, you've got like the hydrophobic and the hydrophilic ends at opposite sides, and you've got the transmembrane proteins in it. Yeah, it's definitely a phospholipid bilayer. Which means again, not atoms. I'm just going to drink for, apparently, Dr. John Sanford, the inventor of the gene gun, this premier genius of creationism, apparently just not knowing the difference between molecules and atoms, which is something I learned in, like, what, 5th grade or something? I don't know. So, yeah.
Okay, here's the machine.
Okay.
And so this is turning very slowly, but in reality, it's rotating at tens of thousands of rounds per minute. Okay, so this thing's spinning like crazy. It is a literal...
Which would be impressive if it were made out of things like, you know, like aluminum or steel or something like that. But instead, it's made out of individual molecules with relatively low mass and extremely high binding energies together that keep them together, that makes it so it can rotate pretty quickly. I mean, creationists love to do this thing where they're like, look at how many RPM this thing rotates at. And it's like, yeah, it's like 40 molecules, man. Of course it can rotate fast.
Right.
Humans can make things at that scale that rotate that fast too. Sorry.
Before you hit play, everybody in the chat, guess what he's going to say. I think it was like, it's a literal turbine. It's a literal this. Like, take a guess. See what he's going to say. Because predictions are the gold standard of science.
Mm. Yeah,
they don't have to be right.
Yes, as we've learned that apparently making your prediction that turns out to be completely wrong, still the gold standard, I guess.
Still the gold standard.
Yeah, that's actually one of the things. I used to say that like creationism was basically untestable. Then I realized, no, that's not true. It's just that all the testable stuff that you can draw out of creationist models have already been tested and falsified, so no one talks about those bits. It's eminently testable in some ways, just consistently fails. So, let's see, what do we have in here? Some people have crankshaft, motor, 223, and it's the plural ilk asks if we're getting a look at the trees. I mean, basically, yeah, this is a look at the trees argument. Like, is not the machinery embedded in a mitochondrion so amazingly awesome that you have to believe that God made it? Which I would say, well, it is awesome. I don't see how that connects to its origin as a divinely created thing versus something that came about naturally, but okay. Literal rotating motor, I guess, car engine or motor. It's a literal machine, perpetual motion machine. I don't know. Literal synchronous generator. Okay, that's an interesting one that I haven't heard yet. Okay, let's see what he actually says. I like synchronous generator. That's not propeller.
Motor.
Oh, motor.
And so the motor, what drives it is there's lots of proteins up there and none on the inside, very few. And the proton gradient brings protons in through here, they go here, and they actually cause the thing to turn. It's kind of like a little windmill, you could think of it. That gives the driving force is the proton gradient. Protons come through here.
You know, because people in my chat made a successful prediction, and because I'm thirsty, I'm going to take a drink for that. Good job, guys.
And then it turns a rotor or crankshaft, which opens up these.
So we also got crankshaft in there. We'll take a drink for that too. Good job, guys. My goodness. Bits of inanimate life rage. Oh yeah, we did have someone say inanimate life on one of these streams because, of course, gifted one membership, and it went to Eric Davis. Welcome to the channel memberships, Eric Davis. Thank you very much. There, fits of inanimate life rage. All right, and then also for $5, Heather Vestigial Organism Coon says, do these guys understand that torque is directly related to the radius of the system? I don't think so, right?
I bet the engineers do.
Okay, that's probably true, but I don't think John Sanford does.
Yeah.
Although then again, he did design the gene gun, which means he has to have some engineering knowledge because, I mean, it is a device that does stuff at the molecular level, so he's got to have a basic understanding of how physics function at this level, right? Because otherwise he couldn't have done that, I assume.
That's very different from ATP synthase, though. That's a very different system.
I love it that we've got someone in chat whose screen name literally includes Dapper is a linguist, which of course isn't true, but it's in there anyway. Actually, I think it might be Erica, who's the first person to say out loud that I was a linguist. I sent a video about like the phylogeny of hominoidea and like how humans are apes responding to raw mat. And in it, she's like, for the linguistics portion of this, I'm going to turn it over to Dapper Dinosaur, who is a linguist. And I heard that and I was like, oh no! No, Erica, why would you do this to me?
Proteins. Here we have a phosphate group coming in and a smaller molecule here. And the deep...
You notice how these animations actually don't make these look like chemicals. They make them look like solid structures that have some kind of solid surface with texture on it, even though it's actually a collection of quantum objects that you couldn't really make a picture of like this. It always bugs me a little bit. And I don't know if that's a reasonable thing to be bugged by, but it's like, this isn't what it quote-unquote looks like.
There's some argument among biochemists and molecular biology about these representations and the fact that they're extremely oversimplified, and that at the end exactly this, that they give a false impression about how these things actually look. There's a lot of debate about whether or not these animations should be used at all in an educational setting.
Okay. Well, it's good to know that my intuition there, that's iffy, is echoed by people who actually know what they're talking about. Liz D for $2 says, I crave Mountain Dew. Why? AIG equals a bag of Kent Hovens. Take a drink for that one. Jeez. Kent Hovind, it turns out, is like the darkest person that I cover on this channel, and I did not know that was going to be the case when I started this. Like, I did not know how dark that whole thing went, and I kind of wish I didn't know now. I'd probably be a happier person if I didn't know just, like, the depths of depravity that Kent Hovind is capable of.
ATD is converted to ATP. This is very important because...
I thought it was ADP. Okay.
What did he say? Did he not say?
He said ATD is converted to ATP.
Yeah, no, it's adenosine diphosphate.
That's what I thought, or triphosphate.
To adenosine triphosphate.
Okay,
yeah.
I'm going to take a drink because I feel like that's a stupid mistake to make if you're going to be all like, oh, I'm a biochemical expert. I'm pretty sure I learned that part in high school. Because apparently I'm that one kid who actually paid attention in high school and then remembered it into his adult life. Weird.
ATP is the energy currency of the cell.
Apparently I didn't get rid of all the video sound because I can still hear the narrator from the original video. Awesome.
This is what makes cells alive, is the ADP and ATP.
I got it right that time.
ATP is made into ADP into ATP. It's energy.
You only get it right because he's read it on the screen in front of him in giant letters, the size of his head.
Through this motor, then everything that's driven, all the energy-driven systems in the cell are driven by these little golden units. And we're going to see that in the next video. So it's
which aren't actually golden, but okay.
And also, this is a nitpick, but that's not true. Because some processes use GTP, guanosine triphosphate. Just nitpick, but get it right.
I mean, fair enough. If you're trying to say that you're the guy who's going to overturn basically the entirety of biology, maybe you should get the details right.
Maybe.
I don't know. It's kind of like, you know that time that Galileo didn't overturn all of astronomy because, his math was wrong and he couldn't actually successfully predict the positions of planets in the sky going into the future because he was wrong about the shape of orbits? Yeah. Maybe if you want to actually overturn all of astronomy, which was later something that people did, you have to get the math right, which, spoilers, they did eventually do after figuring out that orbits are ellipses.
Very sophisticated machine, and it looks, for anyone would agree, it looks like a well-designed machine. Okay, now we're going to look at...
Do you agree, Dr. Hancock?
That this looks like a well-designed machine?
Correct. Do you agree? Because anyone would agree.
Anyway, no, I don't think of any biological system as a well-designed machine.
All right. What about Dr. Stern Cardinal?
I co-sign that. Biological systems are messy.
Okay.
They have all these weird features to them. And, you could pick any one of them out in a vacuum. And this is one of let's just point out the little trick that he's using right here, right? He's going to pluck out this extremely complex thing out of a vacuum. And we can look at the ATP synthase enzyme and say, yeah, that is a complex enzyme. It's got a lot of parts to it. You can pluck this one thing out of a vacuum and say, hey, look, it looks designed to do the thing that it does. Okay, and that's not an argument for anything. There's no therefore that flows from that argument. And part of the problem there is looking at a system like that, you're saying, is it well designed to do the thing that it does? Against what standard? What's the maximum rate of ATP synthesis compared to a proton gradient? What's like kind of the maximum rate you could achieve of protons diffusing through the system to the ratio of protons to ATP molecules synthesized, right?
It's like, what's our biological Carnot efficiency? Our highest theoretical maximum efficiency?
Right, like, could we design a better one? I don't know, maybe. Wouldn't surprise me. Turns out there's a lot of biological systems that when you look into them and you say, can we do this better than cells do it? The answer is yes. And I don't know if that's the case for ATP synthase, but like, you would need to have done that math to determine if it was well designed in any objective way.
Yeah, what's great about this is we can't do it with ATP synthase, but we can do it with other biological molecules. I'm thinking of things like spliceosomes, right? So spliceosomes are these gigantic, super complicated, multi-protein molecules that are designed purely to splice introns out from between exons, right? So that you can then splice the exons back together, and then you get the actual product that's going to be coded. But we also have these things called type 2 introns, which are a type of transposon that are self-splicing, and they're very simple, right? There's nothing to them. They will cut themselves out of the exon. And in fact, when you look at the efficiency at which they do this, type 2 introns are better at cutting themselves out than the gigantic spliceosomes are at removing introns. So it's like, actually, is all of this added complexity really making it more efficient or not? In the case of spliceosomes, no, the original type 2 introns are actually better at it.
Interesting. Rosina Frog Milk Sommelier Keller for $9.99 says, Rosina paid $10 to sponsor the stream on behalf of Mountain Dew Baja Blast, which, by the way, YouTube, this is in fact not a paid sponsorship by Mountain Dew. I promise. I did not lie to you when I said this stream does not contain a paid sponsorship. Now that we've got that out of the way. Available at retail all year in honor of its 20th anniversary and urges you to pick some up today. Well, I'm probably not going to do it today, but I will think about getting some Mountain Dew Baja Blast. I do like Mountain Dew Baja Blast, and I wish it were just generally commercially available at stores, and that I didn't have to go to a Taco Bell specifically to get Mountain Dew Baja Blast. Because sometimes I don't want Taco Bell. I just want some Mountain Dew that is bluish green and delicious, and mixes well with whiskey. And for $4.99, Ren Schrodinger's Spinosaurus is aquatic and not says, whenever people say we're perfectly designed, I get to tell them my skin randomly becomes allergic to my hair follicles. Super perfect. Much wow. Yeah, yikes. That doesn't sound fun. You know what, though? It can only be explained by an all-knowing, perfectly wise, and all-benevolent being creating you directly as you are, complete with being allergic to your own body.
One more quick video clip. What I'm trying to do is...
Oh, looks like Zach has to run. See you later, Zach. Thank you for being here.
Hey, guys.
Go subscribe to Zach. He's linked in the name of this video. You just click on Talk Pop Gen, I believe, is the name that I have in there. Yeah, Talk Pop, or, well, is it Pop? What is it exactly? I'm not going to get it right. Talk Pop Gen, yeah. Click on
Talk
that.
Pop. How many drinks have you had so far, Dapper?
It's not that many. I'm just forgetful. You know, we'll call that a Dapper as a professional kind of a drink right there. There we go. I haven't even finished this first beer.
Is impress upon you that what's going on in the cell is programmed on the highest level.
What does that even mean?
Programming at the level that...
I'm a level 12 cell programmer. You're only a level 11 cell programmer.
It's all just like, woo, it's fancy nonsense without any, like, empirical foundation. There's no, like, you can't quantify any of what he's saying. It's just...
Yep.
It's complex, therefore God. That's all he's saying.
It's very hard for us to absorb programming that exceeds human ability to program. So we're going to look at programs...
Hey, just about everything exceeded human ability at some point, and then humans got that ability. That doesn't mean anything, right? Humans can't currently make their own hurricanes. That doesn't mean that hurricanes are the direct result of the hurricane god making hurricanes. We understand how hurricanes are made. It doesn't require a hurricane god.
Counterpoint.
Okay.
Hurricanes are really complicated.
True.
Does it?
No, still doesn't.
Okay.
Also, as I point out in a script that I made recently, that is now the video is available for early access. Hurricanes are also local low entropy systems that arise spontaneously by taking advantage of energy gradients, which means that they are a direct example of something like, the kind of thing that creationists thinks violates the second law of thermodynamics, even though they just kind of naturally occur and we all watch them happen. Which, fun little tornadoes too. Another example of a low entropy system surrounded by a larger high entropy system that takes advantage of an energy gradient. In fact, to increase global entropy overall faster than it would happen without the relative low entropy system. So what I'm basically saying is hurricanes are alive. That's why we name them.
Cell death, which is kind of a strange thing to look at. I think I'll plug it in because this has kind of cool sound effects.
Oh, maybe this is the part that I cut out.
Apoptosis means programmed cell death. Sometimes you won't have a disease cell like this one over here, and it's bad because it's got cancer or it's got a virus.
Alex Marco says, "Are you telling X-Men lied to me?" No, Aurora can make her own hurricanes, but she's not required for a hurricane to exist. That's what I'm saying, right? Aurora gets to stay as, the storm deity of Earth. Goop23 is the portable ilk for $2 says, "I thought hurricanes were caused by Maddie." Yeah, well, okay, true.
And so it needs to be destroyed. And so what we have, this is 5,000x magnification. And these are pink healthy cells. Here's the disease cell, the green one. And what's going to happen is a killer T cell, a white blood cell, is going to appear by squeezing between the tiny spaces between the cells. Really amazing.
If the killer T cell is what kills the disease cell, isn't that not apoptosis? Isn't apoptosis internal process to the cell?
It's so the more he's confusing a couple. First of all, he's confusing a couple different cell types here. There's hunter-killer cells, which are one thing. Then there's cytotoxic T cells is the term that I'm familiar with. Now, I'm not an immunologist, so maybe that is a thing, killer T cells, but the term that I know is cytotoxic T cells. And what they do is they actually basically physically interact with the target cell that's showing signs of like a viral infection, for example, and they induce apoptosis through intercellular communication in that target cell.
Roasting a Frog Milk Sommelier Keller says, "Humans can microwave a burrito so hot not even they can touch it." True. I know that for a fact.
Amazing that white cells can do that. And he's picking up a signal from the sick cell, and he goes over here to talk to the sick cell. He's not going to destroy it. He's going to say, "Destroy yourself." So that's the signal he's going to give. Here's the membrane of the disease cell, and these are receptor proteins on the membrane. And we're going to see over on the left, here comes the killer T cell. And he's not going to come down and kill. He's going to take some of his own protein.
Man, if you have to yell over your own video, maybe you have the sound wrong. Just lower it. In fact, I mean, none of these sound effects are actually, real. They're all just put in there by some editor. You don't need any of them. That's not what the cell is hearing. That's not how any of this works.
And his proteins are going to talk to these guys' protein. The pink one's going to talk to the green ones, and they're going to communicate.
I like that death receptor. Very metal label there for this video. Also, Asta Kent's Carpsona review for $2 says, "Yeah, apoptosis is like shutting down a computer." I would argue no, it's not much like that, but yeah,
And what they're going to communicate is self-destruct. And the programmed cell is going to obey. Here's on the inside of the membrane. This is now...
I hate to use the word obey, like the cell has some kind of choice about it. Like the cell could rebel. It's just a bunch of chemistry. The cell has no choice in the matter.
The activated part of the green protein, and they start to interact with other molecules. What we're going to see is a signal cascade. Okay? Wonderfully complex, carefully orchestrated signaling from one...
Why? Why is he doing this like he's a storm chaser, like next to a tornado? You can just turn the volume down.
Maybe it's for dramatic effect.
He doesn't have to do this, though. He can just...
I know.
Step to the next. And so now we have caspase 8 activation. Now that molecule is going to go talk to some other molecules. Okay, here he goes. He's got that little golden spot. That's the ATP, the energy unit we're talking about. And so there's a cascade. One activates another, and so the signal is getting stronger within the cell.
So an enzyme enters the cell. Okay. Is that not just what he's describing? Is like there's...
I mean, it's a signaling. It's probably I don't know which specific signal does that, but it's not an enzyme. Probably it's like a paracrine kind of signal, which can be different kinds of molecules. But like, doesn't this sound to you like the weather reporter who's like on the ground in Florida as the hurricane makes landfall?
Yep. Like, oh, look at the giant swells as he points behind him. Yeah. Which, I mean, is great TV, I suppose. It's very dramatic when, the reporter gets blasted by some kind of wave from the storm swell. I don't know what the point is in here.
Very dramatic, not great in terms of conveying, clearly, right?
Yeah.
And so now there's higher levels of order. This guy is fusing them and then breaking them apart and creating more.
Does it sound like a Tesla coil to you? Like, what even is this? Okay.
It's kind of like a chain of command. And so now we focus back out. We had zoomed in to the atomic level and molecular level. Now we're looking back at more of the cellular level. And here's this signal. All the purple ones are coming in. And so the signal is moving across the cell. And now we're looking at the mitochondria of the cell. What's triggered is now a release of the cytochrome C. And so now the cytochrome C is going to interact with these guys. I don't even know the names of all these molecules. But what you can see is the signal is being multiplied and it's moving down the chain of command. And pretty soon we have these things developing. Now every one of these components, all these little bumps are atoms, but this whole thing would be a whole protein coded for by a gene.
We get a couple super chats. Love True Music Ones for $5 says, imagine being a paid speaker and having this audio in your presentation. This audio is why Jesus changed his middle name to fucking. Dropping the single F-bomb for me. Thank you very much. Love True Music. Asta Kent's Carpsona review for $2 says, Sal appeared in chat to show how Bitchmade he is. Oh, did he? I didn't even notice. That's fun. Do you have anything interesting to say? Feel free to tag me.
So all these different proteins are coded by different genes. Each gene is like a program. Each program codes a protein. The protein itself, all these subunits, can be considered itself an algorithm. There's a sequence.
It's considered itself an algorithm. Algorithms aren't material objects, right?
No, what? The protein subunits can be considered themselves algorithms? What in the world does that even mean? Like, I would love to just be able to ask Dr. Sanford, like,
I'm gonna take a drink.
Pause, time out. What do you mean by that specifically?
Right. The thing is, like, an algorithm is a set of mathematical instructions. It's an inherently abstract thing, right? Just like math is, right? The number 2 isn't a physical thing that you can go touch. Addition isn't a substance that you can have a glass of, right? Our algorithms are things in mathematics. They're a sequence of events that you follow through, sort of like a flowchart, right? In fact, you can actually represent them as a flowchart if you want to. And it says, okay, here are your inputs. Step 1, this is your output. If this is your output on step 1, there's some options, and you go through, you do the next thing, right? And you set this whole complex system of mathematical problems, and then you have a result. Now, you can describe a lot of biological functions algorithmically, but that's not the same thing as being an algorithm. It's just in the same way that, like, you can describe the motion of classical scale objects using the math of, say, Newtonian mechanics. But that doesn't mean that those objects are the math of Newtonian physics. That's just our way to describe them in a relatively clear and unambiguous way that lets us make predictions about the system.
And I think what he's doing here is basically by describing it as an algorithm, not saying it works like an algorithm, but saying it is an algorithm. He's basically sneaking in the premise that it is the result of a mind, right? Because an algorithm as an abstract concept, right, that is something that we come up with to describe something mathematically, right, where you have this process. And by describing cellular components as, not through an analogy, but by saying these are algorithms, he's basically sneaking into his premise, not like, therefore it's designed, but at the front end, front loading what he's describing as something that is designed or created, however you want to word it. Right? I think that's kind of the trick that he's doing here.
So I did scroll to see Sal's comment. Sal says, off dinner. Well, have a great dinner. Just pointing out, I'm willing to have a conversation, but titles like Bitchmade about me aren't conducive to dialogue. Here's the thing. When you decided to make a quote-unquote response to me without watching the video to which you were allegedly responding, you removed yourself from the category of people who want to dialogue. Because in order to dialogue, you actually have to listen to what the other person said, at least at the most basic level, to know what the topic is. You showed yourself in that instance incapable because you kind of got a little butthurt that I made fun of your friend for being a very obviously dishonest person. So until you're able to get over that, there's not a whole lot of point in the dialogue. But I, too, am willing to dialogue. I just don't believe that you are. And the fact that you're tone policing the title of this video further reinforces that idea in my mind. Because quite frankly, the fact that this stream is titled Bitchmade affects you not at all unless you choose to let it affect you. You have done so. Further reinforcing the title, because that's acting like a bitch. Just, putting it out there. Not even sure if you're still here, Sal. So, hey, fix the reason for the title of this video. And yeah, I'm willing to have more dialogues. That's fine by me. The ball's in your court, man. Watch the videos to which you pretend that you're responding. That's really all I'm asking. Let's see. My Unfinished Journey for $5 says, I'm listening to this on earbuds as I put laundry away. Dang, is that audio horrendous and confusing? Is it irreducibly complex? It might be. Okay, here's the horrifying thing. The audio used to be far, far worse. This is the enhanced version of the audio.
It has data, it has a job, and it does its job. So now we have the action fiber. These are the...
All right, I'm going to skip ahead from this because this is getting unbearable. All right. We're going to get past the... Okay, there. I think this is just past it. So, sorry about that, guys. I've already listened to this video once with the bad audio, and now with this, it's not much of an improvement. I'm skipping the entire thing. Here, let me summarize what Dr. Sanford said. Some things are really neat. Therefore, they were probably not the product of evolution for reasons. And welcome back, Vishanti. Was that an email? Was that a meeting that could have been an email?
No.
Okay. Well, that's good at least. Well, no, that means that there was a purpose for the meeting. That's good in my book. Yeah.
It's one of those where we prepared in advance. Like, if you go in with an agenda and you just get through the agenda, then it's much more efficient.
Okay.
So,
Dr. Dance here.
Yeah, doing stuff. I know. I'm so excited.
All right, here we go.
Thank you for saying in the chat that I should join, and then Dapper sent me a message with the link, and here I am.
I can't believe that he hadn't already invited you by default.
Well, Zach was here, and Zach, he's got this covered. This is his thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you co-authored the paper.
It's true.
I know, but here's the secret. Zach wrote like 90% of it and did all the math.
Wait, Chad is saying that Sal showed up for a minute and left. What?
Yep. I just got finished talking to him right before you got in here.
Okay, I need you to at least fill me in, like, super fast.
Basically, he said that he's willing to dialogue, but the titles like Bitchmade are not conducive to that. At which point, I just explained that the very fact that I have to make this stream because he is in fact Bitchmade is itself prima facie indication that he is not willing to actually have a dialogue. And also the fact that he's currently tone policing this is not only further confirmation of that fact, but it's also evidence that he is in fact acting like a bitch.
Man, it sucks that I wasn't here because I'm a lot less nice than you are.
Actually, I'm not sure that in this case you would have been all that much more mean because I opened up a little bit on that one.
Excellent. I'm so proud. Yeah. I'm so proud.
You're influencing me a little bit here and there.
I'm corrupting you to the dark side.
All right, here we go.
It rules the university today. Says neo-Darwinian theory explains all that. It also explains us, explains our minds, explains love. Love is just an evolutionary reflex. It explains morality. Morality just helps us reproduce. And so they'd say that explains it all.
Well, first, I don't think evolution explains chemistry per se. It explains how some bits of chemistry got to their current configuration. So I guess kind of.
So what is on screen here causes me physical pain. Physical pain. Because in approximately 6 weeks, I'm going to start teaching my intro evolution course. Mm-hmm. And on the second day of that course, I'm going to have a slide. And that slide will have concentric circles on it. And in each circle is kind of different kind of levels of development of evolutionary theory. The second circle is going to be the modern synthesis, or neo-Darwinism, which, for those of you who are unfamiliar with kind of the history of evolutionary theory, dates to approximately the 1940s and predates developments such as neutral theory, which is a really important component of modern evolutionary theory. There's a whole bunch of other stuff that we didn't know about in the 1940s. To say, like, neo-Darwinian theory explains it all, random mutation plus natural selection, is completely wrong. And at the top of that little segment, he just said, this is what you say, in the universities today. No, it's not, because that's me. That's what I do. I don't say that. I say this is what we had, what is it, like 60 years ago at this point? Like and now we've got all these subsequent developments. And I wish Zach was still here, because this is his thing. He's doing a whole series on this, on the mechanisms of evolution.
He did earlier complain about this exact thing before you got here.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, good. Yeah. Good. Because he's a great person to complain about this. Yes. This is completely wrong. And I will say one more thing for this. But again, I am one of the people corrupting the minds of the youth. Like, that is my job.
You're the professor that my pastor warned me about?
Yeah, that's me.
My God.
I have never once used this phrase, primary axiom, ever. You know where I learned this phrase from?
Creationists?
Not as an undergraduate, not in grad school, not in my professional career. I learned this phrase from John Sanford.
Not surprising.
So, like, I don't know what he thinks he's talking about here. And I want to convey to everybody, again, I always mention that I'm an evolutionary biologist, like, it's kind of my shtick, but, like, I don't, like, often lean on my credentials, but I'm going to do that right now. I am an evolutionary biologist. I have no earthly clue what this man is talking about.
All right. Also, Vandalia 1998 for $5 says, Endgame, cellular mode. Sounds like a very bad movie, audio-wise. Glad we saw the humanoid version of the movie. Yeah, that audio was horrible. We ended up skipping most of it.
Also, I left the chat. I left the chat open when I was in my meeting, and I just scrolled up and I saw Sal's messages, and the first one is, you could actually invite me to your show. Like, bro, Sal, you've had a year. Mm-hmm. You've had a year to respond and watch these videos, and you have not done it, and you piss and moan and cry, and are like, you took my mod wrench away. Man, cry about it.
So the
you
ball
could
has
be
been
less of a dick.
The ball has been in your court for a solid year.
Literally a solid year.
It has now been 365 and a quarter days since you decided not to make good on your promise to watch the series about John Sanford that had your name in it, mostly because, I don't know, we had a friendly, fun relationship, and I thought it would be a fun thing to put in there that John Sanford was your friend, and I know you. That was the entire reason your name was there, by the way. It wasn't a dig.
That's the only reason he cared. He only responded to this because he saw his name in it, and then is like, "You're being mean to my friend and me, and you took my mind." Like, cry about it.
Also, technically, has yet to respond because remember,
yeah, and still hasn't responded to the video. So, you know what, Sal? You remain Bitchmade, and even if Dapper takes the timer off of the set, I'm going to keep it running because I'm petty.
It's only retiring because one, it's been a whole year, so it's essentially at this point just going to be indefinite, most likely. And also, I am kind of tired of explaining it to new people. That's the big reason it's going away.
In Darwin's day, that was a reasonable point of view, because they didn't understand that within a cell is...
Yes, of course. In Darwin's day, Neo-Darwinian theory, the thing that didn't exist until after his death, was a reasonable point of view. I'm going to take a drink for that one, because that's extremely dumb.
Extensive programming, and that there's information systems that are beyond our technology. It doesn't work.
Again, what is information? What do you mean by that? We never find out, because here's the thing. If you look at information theory, which is an actual branch of science, right? There's rigorous math behind this. You can actually apply it to different things. You can apply it in all sorts of fields. You can actually apply it in genetics. You can apply it in cryptography. You can apply it in astronomy. There's lots of places where information theory can be applied. Information is the variation within a signal. And that signal can be virtually anything that varies. You can get information out of a seismograph from an earthquake. You can get information out of the pulses from a pulsar. You can get information out of the spectrum of light from a star. You can get information out of just recording the sequence of every single character in the Voynich manuscript. And then you can do various mathematical operations to determine things about the structure of that signal. You can determine things like its signal entropy, which is a rigorously mathematically defined statistical phenomenon. You can do things like see how much information there is when measured in bits by figuring out what the minimum number of bits it is that can encode any part of the signal down to the level of specificity you're interested in, if it's not, quantized. Or at least it can't be easily quantized. You can do all of these things. And the problem is, when we do this, when we apply information theory to genetics, it becomes trivially easy to increase information. Every mutation does that if your subject of study is the population genome, the genome of the whole population. And even if your subject of study is simply the genome of a single organism, any mutation that adds a single nucleotide to the structure is itself an increase in information. That's it. It's just what happens when you actually use the only rigorous definition for information that we really have in science. If you want to use this theoretical thing like, well, information is the thing that humans can kind of understand intuitively because it provides meaning into their weird electrical think meat. Okay, great. I don't know how to measure any of that, dude, so it's useless in science. Feel free to write a poem about it, I guess. Roasting a Frogman Sommelier Keller for $4.99 says, if he says programming one more time, I'm going to get even more angrier. Well, I'm glad you're not a Hulk, because...
Spoiler alert.
Exactly. Savage, the void behind the podium Cobra for $5 says, I propose that the sister unit to the Hoven be the Sal. To be erected to quantify whininess. Beckley is currently sitting at a pretty 3.7 Sals.
I second this motion.
Okay, guys.
Can we get a third?
I'll get a third.
So, if we're going to come up with an SI unit for whininess, maybe this is just my own bias, and I admit I am fully biased because he is my BFF. But I just want to propose Dapper and Vishanti, Jeanson.
Okay.
Ooh.
Okay.
I mean, this is a guy who like we've talked about this before, Dapper, you know that the first thing he does is like control F's for his own name.
Oh yeah.
Right? Like, and then gets really angry when it's not there and writes articles for AIG about it. Just want to throw that out there that like,
all right,
Gunter Beckley's like further on that scale of just getting mad and rage posting about Dapper and his deplorable ilk.
Yeah,
should be.
And he had a bunch of earlier responses to the Professor Dave stuff too. So he's
I'm
that's
so
actually
glad.
a good point. That's a
You
good
know
point.
what's funny? There, you know the meme of like the guy knocking over a little domino and it knocks over the progressively bigger ones is like Professor Dave shitposting and dunking on a bunch of pseudoscientists, and like the bigger thing is like crumbling the DI.
Mm-hmm. By the way,
all of it.
I'm putting up a poll. Who should be the standard for the SI unit of whininess? Sal, Beckley, or Jensen? That is the poll.
Man, I may have been convinced that it's Beckley.
Well,
yeah, I mean,
feel free to vote. Or don't.
The rage posting is pretty strong.
Beckley is the reason that my current shitter display name is Dapper Dinosaur, parenthesis, deplorable ilk, close parenthesis.
What if it was like a combo unit, like kilometers per hour? What if it's like Beckley's per Jensen or Sal's per Jensen or something like
Wouldn't
that?
that leave it like dimensionless? Because we're dividing by the same units?
Well, because Sal's like particular whininess doesn't quite scale to Beckley or Jensen, but enough of Sal's raging and like bigotry could fulfill the unit of one Jensen, or one Beckley could fulfill half of a Jensen. You know what I mean?
We're now back to the sociology formula for oppression that I was complaining about earlier.
Yeah, and you know what? This might be like alchemy.
Well, apparently I'm good at that when it comes to computer alchemy. So
I think I've been convinced, honestly, I think the standard unit for whininess should be a Beckley, where a one Beckley is one article written in it's a 1-to-1. So if you have a thing against creationists, a Beckley is one thing in response to that. That is one Beckley.
Okay.
I think that's what it should be. And then so like Gunter Beckley, in response to like Professor Dave's DI series, he has achieved like 10 Beckleys of whininess in response to those videos.
Okay. Well, I have to say right now we only have 2 votes, but they're both for Sal. Also, for 1069, nice.
I voted for Beckley.
Oh, well, maybe it just hasn't updated for me yet.
Sal just showed up because his face is in the thumbnail.
Oh, yeah.
Freaking egotist.
Although it's very small, specifically because of hieratic scale. That is why he is small. If you know what hieratic scale is, then congratulations, you're a giant nerd. So Asta Kent's Carpsona Ryu, there we go, I got it. For 1069, nice. Says, I have to go, but I lost 620 HK Hong Kong dollars. Okay, trying to get estrogen and spironolactone. There we go. 2 over-the-counter medications for hormone therapy because of people like Sal. I could buy a lot of gummy AIGs for that. Yeah. Well, first, we're going to take a drink because of the obvious AIG.
Yeah, I'm having problems getting my vote to go through. It keeps saying my vote didn't go through.
That's weird.
Other people seem to be having that trouble as well.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what. I will end the poll, and I will just try a separate poll. We'll see how that goes. Sorry about that. So let me start another poll.
Kyle Pratt for $1.99 says Jensen is the SI unit for dodginess per Gutsick Gibbon.
He is a verb. Yeah, Jensening.
Jensening, yeah.
Jensening.
Yeah. All right. So let's go again.
The process by which someone reaches the Beckley threshold.
An option and Jensen. Maybe this one will work. Let me know if it works. Let's see. Also for $5 from Vandelli 1998. So in Spider-Man terms, who is the Sinister Six of creationists? Oh, that's a good question.
Oh, why is this still not letting my vote go through? Who do I complain to?
I don't know. That's weird. Maybe, okay, this is not my fault. This is YouTube's fault, but I'm going to take a drink for it anyway.
Just write it in the chat. Just write your vote in the chat.
Yeah, just write a vote. Okay, let's see. Harry Bronston for $5 says, the whininess unit should be standardized by time spent on response videos, whatever its name ends up being. Okay, that's another proposal.
I like it.
Renee for $5 says, Dr. Dan has convinced me one article is better than 1 year of whining. All right, I'm going to hit play.
So, yeah, the whininess unit, it's like Beckley's per post or Beckley's per video.
Beckley, it's like ratio of response words to original words, something like that. So like a 1-to-1 ratio is 1 Beckley.
1 Beckley, yeah.
Yeah.
See, I like this.
Also,
these are really good, solid
YouTube is currently claiming I have 5 viewers. That seems fake.
That seems wrong.
Yeah. I'm gonna refresh my studio here and see what happens. Maybe that'll help with anything.
Hold on to your butts.
It says I have 4 concurrent viewers. I'm pretty sure. No, now it says 2.
I see 139 for what it's worth.
YouTube is clearly screwing up right now, so that's a thing that's happening.
I think YouTube's drunk.
Yeah, because it
couldn't handle a solid year of Sal's Bitchmade.
Well, I mean, really, who can? So let's see. We for $4.99, Rosana Frog Milk Sommelier Keller says chat and polls are broken. Look at number of people in chat. Yeah, okay. So I don't know. YouTube has decided to crap itself right now. So we're gonna hit play because you guys can still clearly chat. You can even super chat. So here we go.
Go for it.
Anymore. So this is what I call the primary axis mutation. Random mutations in the information, let's say in the DNA, random typographical errors.
Also, Prixie Dapper Dinosaur is a linguist purple. Just joined the channel at the tetrapod level. Thank you so much. Also, I hate comparing mutations to typographical errors because the genetic code bears basically no resemblance to a linguistic form of communication, like at all.
Hey Dapper, are typographical errors alive? Are they biological?
No, they're not. I mean, I guess you could argue that ultimately they derive from biological entities, but no, they are not themselves alive or biological. They don't reproduce. They're not part of the reproduction, generally speaking, unless I guess you're a very, very, very seductive typist, which I guess is possible. Get that sexy typing, it's possible.
Give rise to new programs. I would like to suggest that not only can we falsify this, but it's one of the most exciting things.
Primary axiom falsified.
This paradigm is not.
I mean, it could be falsified. It just isn't. Savage, the void behind the podium.
But that's not the primary axiom anyway. This is so dumb.
Savage, the void behind the podium, Cobra, for $2 says YouTube was damaged by concentrated whining.
YouTube hit one full Beckley or one full Sal or whatever unit we're calling it.
It also occurs to me that I have no way to know whether or not I should Bilbo everyone because I don't know how many people are actually watching.
True, it does not.
Don Giovanni just reminded me of C-design proponents.
Classic.
But it means the university needs to rethink its paradigm. When a paradigm fails, it means it's time to go back to the drawing board and reconsider reality.
That's almost
You don't reconsider reality, dude!
I'm going to take a drink. We're going to talk about paradigms.
You modify the Oh my god.
This is
not high enough for this.
This is raising my blood pressure.
There's a reason I'm consuming alcohol.
I'm going to take an edible, because this is dumb.
Fair. So here's the thing about paradigms, right? You can conceptualize various changes in the history of science as paradigm shifts. It's fine. Go for it. I'm not going to argue against that. But the thing is, when those things occur, we don't just toss out everything from whatever the previous paradigm was, right? So, for instance, when we have a Einsteinian revolution and we find out that Newtonian mechanics is actually not all there is to mechanics, and that at certain extreme energy levels and speeds, it just doesn't kind of work very well. You know what didn't happen is we didn't throw out Newtonian mechanics. And why is that? Well, because it's still very effective at many scales that we operate in all the time. So even if we found out that there's something primarily incorrect about the centrality of mutation and selection to biodiversity, and explaining how biodiversity came about and how populations function over time and things like that. All of the math that we have around it, all of the confirmed predictions that we have around it will still remain true. At best, what might happen is that we find out that in certain extreme circumstances, which are unusual in our day-to-day experience, the current ideas behind evolution start to break down. But that's it. That's the best case scenario that you have, is in under extremely unusual circumstances compared to what we're used to, maybe evolution doesn't work so well. Which, hey, you know what? Maybe. I wish Dr. Sanford luck in finding those extreme positions or conditions. Of course, instead, what does he actually do? He just whines about things. That's it. Mostly just whining.
I can't believe that he's like, oh, if your paradigm's wrong, you reconsider reality. Like, no, honey, that's the exact opposite. You reconsider the paradigm to line up with reality, like what you're observing. You means your paradigm has gotten something wrong, which they staunchly refuse to do.
Roasting a frog milk sommelier Keller for $1.99 says, "What is Sanford talking about?" He is drawing on the work of a guy named Kuhn, whose first name I don't actually remember, so sorry about that. So Kuhn had this idea that science progressed by these major paradigm shifts, where there was some model of whatever's under study that was basically the broad consensus among all the experts, but then some plucky upstart comes in and finds a problem with it. And over time, people are just kind of converted directly from one paradigm to the other, and then at the end of this process, we have an entirely new field with an entirely new theory, and all the previous stuff is kind of more or less tossed away. I'm oversimplifying, and that might be a little bit strawmanny in terms of exactly what Kuhn was saying. He probably wouldn't agree with my characterization of it, but that's a rough approximation of what he's talking about here. In fact, I would say it's probably very similar to what Sanford thinks the Kuhnian paradigm model is all about, because that's how he's treating it.
If I had to slog my way through that book as an undergraduate for a philosophy class, and the idea is basically when, and goodness, this was many years ago now, when I was but a wee lad who still had hair. The idea was basically like when the weight of your observable reality kind of comes into conflict with the dominant paradigm and outweighs the strength of that paradigm in the field, that forces a paradigm shift within that field. Which is not applicable, I should say, to evolutionary theory, because what we have in evolutionary theory is not so much a series of paradigm shifts, but a series of refinements to an underlying correct idea, right? When we go from strictly Darwinism to the modern synthesis, what we're doing is we're taking the basic processes that Darwin described, and we're applying those in a more mathematically rigorous way with molecular biology that we didn't understand at the time Darwin was writing what he wrote, right? We're refining it, but it wasn't that Darwin was wrong. It was that Darwin was incomplete, and we're moving towards a more complete understanding. That's not a Kuhnian paradigm shift. That's not what that is.
Yeah, that same thing happened in physics. Like Newton, his law of gravitation, universal law of gravitation, it's not incorrect, it's just incomplete. Mm-hmm. And even Einstein got us real, like, far ahead past that. It's more nuanced, and he's, talking about general relativity and special relativity. It's still incomplete because it doesn't really fully get down with quantum mechanics. So
or the sickness.
We still have a ways to go. It doesn't get down with the sickness.
Also, I want to say thank you very much to Lesbi Andrea, who just joined the channel at the ambient level. And once again, I have to repeat, amazing name. Just putting that out there. So here we go.
So the nature of, there's basically a debate going on. Are we the product of natural process, or are we a product of design? So the natural process is mutation selection.
So real quick, for 200 Argentinian pesos, Dapper's pelagic side piece, who's changed their avatar to actually be a picture of a pelagic tunicate. So that's great.
Good.
Says,
Good.
Sal had the perfect opportunity to join the video and actually respond to the original series, completely ruining the anniversary. Think, Sal, think. So I probably wouldn't have let him on this particular video. At that point, the idea of letting this anniversary be ruined has already sailed. He's already been a year at this point, a year and an hour. Bitchmade. Yes, I did calculate it to the hour using the 365.25 year length. But at any point during that entire year, yeah, he could have just prevented this. By just reaching out and say, hey, I watched the video, I want to talk about the actual video that you made instead of what I thought you made. Or, something along those lines. I don't need him to say exactly that. I'm not that petty. But he didn't. So, yeah. All right, here we go.
If that's wrong, that does support the design hypothesis, doesnn't it? In fact,
design's not right by default, man. Oh my god.
Correct. This is a false dichotomy, which is one of the creationists' favorite tactics, is the false dichotomy.
Mm-hmm. It's like, haha, your model didn't get something perfectly right the first time, therefore creation. Like, no, that is not how that works. Creation is not the null hypothesis.
And again, this is why I say that the professional creationists are liars, because Sanford is a professional with a legit PhD. And also, I will remind everybody, came to young earth creationism relatively late in life. So this is a guy who knows how the scientific method works, understands the structure of scientific arguments and how to structure a hypothesis and draw a conclusion from that. He understands that, as you said, creationism is not the null hypothesis. So if you reject evolution, you default to creationism. It's not how it works. That is its own affirmative claim that needs its own positive evidence. And he's not even attempting to provide that. The argument that he's doing is, if I can tear down evolution, that by default is evidence for creation. As Dapper said, false dichotomy. It's not how it works. And Sanford knows this. Sanford knows that. He's just lying.
I concur, because he's done actual work in the field. He knows better. But his theology trumps any conclusions that he would reasonably come to otherwise. Therefore, I'm forced to conclude that he's just lying for Jesus.
By the way, it looks like YouTube has sorted itself out, so now you can, in fact, vote in the poll. Beckley is in the lead by a hair.
Oh, I have to... Wait, I don't even see the poll anymore.
Oh.
You know what? Let me
can we get a new one?
Okay, fine.
There it is. Oh. There it is. I found it. It's okay.
You have to scroll up to get to it?
I don't demand a recount. I just had to reload the chat twice.
Beckley's in the lead? Stop.
Yeah, Beckley's in the lead.
Stop the count.
Stop the count.
But are there any hanging chads that we need to worry about?
There aren't any creationists named Chad, is there?
There probably is.
Sure there are.
Yeah, I'm bringing it all the way back to the Bush election.
And even biologists say, yes, it looks designed, but it's an illusion. Okay, so what I'm going to do today is, based upon the nature...
Okay, we're finally getting to the meat of the talk.
Here we go. This is yet again one of my rage buttons.
How far are we in?
Creationist.
About the half
Creationists use comparisons that are a live challenge.
Yeah, they're never going to do it.
Stop comparing it to trucks. Stop comparing it to computers. Stop comparing it to printing errors. Use an actual, alive example.
Can't do that. Then you'll be wrong.
Trixie Dapper Dinosaur is a linguist, purple, points out Dapper showing his age with the hanging chat. I'm 150 million years old, man.
Dude's been around.
Yeah.
Yep.
This dude remembers when they threw it to the house in 1800.
What information really is, based upon the nature of mutations, what they really are, and based upon selection, how it really works. Those are my areas of expertise. I'm going to say that IT systems familiarize my intelligence.
Time out. So it's getting late, and I'm gonna peace out after this. But I just have to comment on that. Based on selection, how it really works. This is my area of expertise. Can we just take a moment before I go to just savor that? Just appreciate that like a fine wine, because John Sanford saying, based on how selection really works, this is my area of expertise. I want to direct everybody to something that I've neglected to do in all of my all the time I've dealt with creationists. One thing I have not done is a formal book review of John Sanford's book, Genetic Entropy and the Mystery of Genome. Ooh. Fortunately, Dr. Zach Hancock came along and did just that. And I want to direct everybody to that review because, oh my goodness, if there is anybody in the world who is not an expert in this, it's John Sanford. And just, I get John Sanford thinking he is an expert or presenting himself as an expert in how natural selection works or evolutionary theory more broadly is just like, oh my, what are we even doing here?
I also want to read Command Cyborg for 50 secs. Thank you very much. I always appreciate when people send me the secs. Says, Leno Sanford to try to emulate the voice of his hero, i.e. Sal. Or is it the other way around? Godzilla. We'll take a drink for that.
They're both just so gosh darn boring, honestly.
Well, I was actually at the beginning complaining about like things like Sal barely ever gets to the point in his streams. I probably should have remembered that the degree to which that's the case for John Sanford too. I mean, he started out with his conversion story, so like, you know.
I missed the beginning, but did he do his like Darwin was bad thing?
No, he did not.
Oh, he skipped that. Okay. All right.
He started out with, I had a rocky point in my marriage, but then I converted to Christianity, and that fixed it. Therefore, evolution bad. Like, oh, okay.
So I'm going to call it a night. I may just hang out watching, but it's getting late for me. So, Dapper, thank you for the invitation. Vishanti, thank you for having Dapper invite me.
There you go. There's the real person who deserves thanks right there.
A great enabler.
This has been super fun, and enjoy the rest of John Sanford, everybody.
Hey, if we're still going when you wake up, feel free to stop by.
Hop in at 6 a.m. My alarm goes off. And say, oh, he's still going. Let me go back downstairs.
Holy
all right, have a good night, everybody.
All right. Lesbi Andrea for 20 secs. Another person sending me secs. Thank you so much. Says, in SRS recovery, thanks for the entertaining stream. Well, I hope you have a smooth recovery, and I am happy to provide for an entertaining stream. All right, here we go. We're going to get more John Sanford in.
This is an engineering school. Are there any IT people here?
Of course he gets invited to an engineering school. Oh my god. The stereotype is right there.
It is so real.
Hey, engineers,
stop talking about biology challenge as if you're qualified.
Look, engineers, I know most of you aren't young Earth creationist nincompoops. Don't worry. However, engineers are vastly overrepresented among young Earth creationists. It's just a thing.
God, I can't. This is so bad.
How many of you think that a computer can arise spontaneously, or their program can write itself by
programs can and do write themselves. That's a thing that happens. Genetic algorithms produce computer programs that produce actual functional computing bits of software. That's just a thing that happens. William Pye says, where is he speaking? What's the venue? So the actual channel I got this from didn't actually give the venue. All I know is it's an engineering school. And I only know that because John Sanford said it. So I don't even know if this is the engineering school in a larger university, right? Like it might be the University of Alabama. I'm going to pick on Alabama. Sorry, Vishanti. Like School of Engineering.
That's okay. I hate that school.
Oh, fair enough.
Sorry, let me amend that. I dislike the school's football team. Specifically.
I appreciate the nuance, unwelcome though it may be.
Their law school is actually pretty, like, well-known and held in high regard. Oh. So it's not like I can just dunk on the whole school. Even though they do have a very unsavory past in terms of, like, former governors blocking the doors so that, you know, people of color can't come in. But that was in the 60s. What? I'm sure they're much better now.
A state institution in Alabama with a checkered past? Shocking.
Right.
It's inconceivable. But that's what we're being told to believe in the biological level.
You're not being told to believe it.
IT systems.
Oh my god.
Yeah. The thing is, no one is telling you that computers self-assemble. Because here, and that's analogous. Because what's the big difference between a computer and living things, Bishanti? Do you?
You know, computers don't like reproduce.
They don't. They don't. And even if
they
you
don't respond to like environmental stimuli and then make like adjustments. They're not weeded out based on like suitability for their environment.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And also importantly, they're not related to each other. None of them are. If you made a completely identical computer to the one I'm using, same case, same power supply, same motherboard, same hard drives, same graphic card, all that's all exactly the same. How closely related would our computers be? The answer is not at all. So these are really bad analogies. In fact, we'll take a drink for how bad the analogy is. Not exactly because I'm super thirsty or anything, which that's exactly why.
Everybody, don't forget to hydrate.
Yeah, hydrate or dihydrate.
Need to be the intelligence to arise. If you take away intelligence, the IT systems break down. Your laptop is going to...
Cool. Cells aren't...
What does this have to do with biology?
Yeah.
Oh, nothing? Okay, cool.
...to be junk in a few years. And the programs, if you just keep replicating programs, they will degenerate over time.
I don't even know what that means. If you keep replicating programs, does he mean just copying them from like one disk to another or something? What? Do you think he's heard of genetic algorithms in computing? Do you think he knows about those? Okay.
Probably not.
Every aspect of IT breaks down.
Okay.
Except
maybe it's because IT requires human beings.
Wait, are you saying that the reproduction of all organisms doesn't involve human beings?
Most don't.
Okay. I mean, some do. Obviously, humans, some domesticated animals. Good luck getting.
Yeah, I was going to say
like,
animal husbandry.
Yeah. I mean, hey, good luck getting your English bulldog to reproduce without human intervention.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Or, I mean, at this point, do horses ever still even have sex in captivity? I think that's all artificial insemination at this point.
I wouldn't know.
It's safer. I'll give them that. That's actually why they do it, is to avoid injury. And also, the actual mare that they harvest the egg from is usually not the one that carries the foal, because she's too valuable to get pregnant. So they put it into a cheap mare that no one cares about, and she carries the foal. So, it's basically...
What are we doing to horses?
The entire system behind the raising of horses and their breeding has just become like Brave New World levels of artificial. It's a thing. Roasting a frog milk sommelier Keller for 99 cents sends a poop emoji super sticker. Thank you so much. And yeah, that does sum up a lot of what Sanford's got going on.
Can be sustained by transmission from one mind to another.
What is selection is conservative, not creative? What does that even mean?
You don't get new features in biology from selection, which is true. It's what the mutation part is for. As part of this trope that creationists love to do, well, they'll pull out one mechanism of evolution, even a very important one, and point out that mechanism on its own does not get you to the entirety of evolution, which is true, but it's kind of like pointing out that you can't make a cake out of just eggs. Yeah, that's
okay.
True, but that's not how anyone suggests that you should make a cake. People would suggest that you do things like add salt and flour and water and maybe some milk and butter and
cocoa.
Yeah, some cocoa, maybe some vanilla, things like that, right? And that's how you do it. You don't just put a bunch of eggs in the oven, because it's not how it works. Actually, if you time it right, you can actually get like the effect of perfectly soft-boiled eggs by putting eggs in the oven in like little muffin trays. You can do it. It'll work. You want to like boil like a few dozen eggs at once, you can put them in the oven instead of actually trying to do it in water. It takes a long time, but you can do it. Atomic Squirrel for $4.99 says, after recently though, if you take intelligence from
apparently.
Oh, yeah.
There's an accidental space there. Yeah.
Look, I'm like Ron Burgundy. I'm just reading what's on there. You stay classy, San Diego? So apparently, if you take away intelligence from a scientist, you get AIG. Yeah, you know what? It's not an official drink counter. I'll drink for it anyway.
Honestly, it's like if you take honesty away from a scientist, you get AIG.
I guess it's either or, right? That's the triangle meme. So,
but it's basically conservative. Okay, selection happens, but it's not the creative force underlying life. It's
okay. So selection is right wing, and mutation is left wing.
what makes life last longer. That's what's going on there. Okay, so let's just review it because we're talking about taking down the most important paradigm.
Oh my God, there he is.
Yeah, no, he stepped out of the shadows.
He dematerialized from the void.
No, he rematerialized from the void. Because if he dematerialized, you wouldn't be able to see him, because he'd be immaterial. Prefixes.
University, let's make sure you understand what the paradigm is. The DNA in the cell is like an instruction manual. It instructs the cell how to...
So wait, is he... I think he has a podium mic and no lapel mic. And he's walking away from the podium. Sanford's a professional drink right there. That's not even a real drink trigger. You're going for it. Because, like, dude, stay near your microphone if you don't have a lapel mic. It's not that hard. You don't need someone to point it to you. Just use the little dot that comes with PowerPoint that you can turn your cursor into. Now I'm going to open up the second beer. So, remind me, Shanti, do instruction manuals have the ability to gather some material and energy and then produce little baby instruction manuals?
No.
Is that a thing? No? Right, now you're sure about
this,
right?
I have a baby instruction manual right here, but it wasn't
come from a big
produced from larger instruction manuals.
There was no bigger mommy instruction manual to maybe a more complex machine or something?
Nah.
Weird.
Nah.
Let's see. Roasting a frog milk sommelier Keller for $4.99 says, cook your in-shell eggs in the microwave because Jesus. If you vent the egg, you can do that. If you just toss an egg in whole, yeah, no, it'll explode. Don't do that. But if you can, so you know how eggs have a little air pocket? If you tilt the egg, so that's going to be facing up, and you poke a little hole in there, you can technically do that. But honestly, if you're going to microwave a raw egg, just crack the egg open, put it in a bowl first. It'll be fine. You can microwave an egg that way. Maybe cover it, because, you know, there might be a few little pops and crackles here, but you can do it. All right, here we go.
Be a human cell. Our DNA is programmed to make us human. And
is programmed.
Technically true. I mean, technically true. Our DNA does make us human. Well, it makes you human. Makes me a Ceratosaurus. But yeah, no, it's not programmed. That's you're begging the question there, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Mutations are simply typographical errors. They're word processing errors. That's truly what they are. Exactly.
No, they're not. No. They're copy errors, but okay.
Yeah. They're not typographical because there's no typography involved. They're not spelling mistakes because there's no spelling involved. This saying these things so that people understand them isn't helpful in this case because you're giving them a false impression of how things actually work.
So we have a book, which is the genome, or actually more accurately, it's an operating system. It's complex.
I would actually argue that saying operating system is closer to being true, but it's still dumb because it's not an operating manual or an operating system or an instruction manual. It's a set of chemicals that interact chemically with other chemicals.
It's a complex set of programs. No. We have random errors in the program. Zeros and ones are being changed randomly.
Just drink for the bad analogy. Just keep doing it.
And then we're letting some of the modified programs be copied into the next generation.
I love how it says some manuals reproduce more on screen, and at no point does he seem to look at that and think, that sounds really dumb. Manuals don't do that. Nah, he's just like, yeah, sure, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
I would like to see one manual that reproduced.
Well, Well, if we mispronounce it and we say some Manuels reproduce more, that could be true.
That's not even how you would spell Manuel.
Well, that's why I'm mispronouncing it. It's not actually Manuel. I'm just mispronouncing it. And some of those do reproduce more than others.
Some do, in fact, do that.
I am very confident of this. Good job, all you Manuels out there who are making more babies than the other Manuels. You're spreading your Manuel genes very effectively, I assume.
What about Bet Manuel?
I'm sure there's reproductive differentiation there, too.
I loved that character. I'm sorry. Just like the original Tech live action where he's just like, Diego, how's your sister? Every time.
That is the neo-Darwinian theory. Okay, now, is the primary axiom obviously true?
All right, well, let's look at what he says, even though, as we've discussed, primary axiom is the thing that he seems to have made up. Beneficial mutations happen. Verifiably correct. We have seen those happen in the nature, in the lab. Absolutely true. Selection happens. Also verifiably true. We can see that happen in nature and in the lab. Change happens. That just seems like, also obviously true. So yeah, at least based on this, I'm going to go ahead and say yes. That is broadly true.
Well, there's some aspects of it are obvious. Firstly, beneficial mutations happen. They're exceedingly rare, as just like a typographical error that improves a code. It's not inconceivable.
It's actually far more common than Sanford thinks it is, because he likes to do this thing called lying about Moto Kimura's paper to pretend that beneficial mutations are vanishingly rare. That's just not true. Basically, what he does is Moto Kimura had this paper, and to be fair, one of his students actually did a lot of the work on it, but he's the primary author, so he's who we talk about, whether it's fair or not. And in it, he gives this distribution for his neutral theory of mutations. And he doesn't include beneficial mutations in his neutral theory. And he tells you why. It's because that if he includes any, especially any at a reasonable, more realistic rate based on actual observation, they quickly swamp the neutral variation that he's trying to isolate in his model. Which means that if he includes them in his model, he can't actually do the analysis he's looking to do. So he excludes them from the model artificially. What Sanford has concluded, and what he has spread around in a lot of creationist corners, even to the point where people who, as far as I know, don't even know who Sanford is, have told this to me in places, is Sanford says that the reason that Kimura did this is because he didn't think that there were enough beneficial mutations to matter, which is directly the opposite of what he says in the paper that Sanford took the graph from and that he cites as the place that he got this claim from. I do not believe for a second that John Sanford can't read the work of Moto Kimura and understand it to the degree that I can, as someone who does not have a degree in any of this stuff.
This is so funny and also sad and pathetic. Like, that's Trojan source.
Yeah, sure, we'll drink for Trojan
101.
source. We'll do it.
Oh, this is painful.
Extraordinarily rare. Secondly, selection happens. We can easily, one of my jobs at Cornell was I was a fruit breeder, and I bred better fruit varieties.
A fruit breeder, I think is what he said? Okay.
He sounds like he's had one too many Benadryl, so he slurs and mumbles too much for me to understand what he said.
But at least you can't hear all the noises. Yeah.
This dude sets off my misophonia like crazy.
All the time in nature. And we know that things change over time. A lot of people said, well, that proves primary axiom, but that's so wrong.
Oh.
So here's one way to frame how to think about this.
Oh my god, this is dumb as hell. I'm taking a screenshot of this.
Hey, John. John, what's your units on the y-axis? Just out of curiosity, where'd you get this data from? Did you just make this up? Did you?
This is so funny. I can't believe that Dan left before he saw this, because I'm pretty sure he would have had a stroke.
I mean, he might still be in the chat, but I'll send it to him over on that website formerly known as Twitter. All right, so here's another thing. One, Darwin never really explained that much, right? What this should really look like is, you get sort of a slope up with a plateau, and then it just kind of flattens off. Darwin is someone who has largely been left behind at this point. Like, sure, the cores of his idea of selection is still a major part of evolutionary theory, but we've gone so far behind that, right? It's like saying Newton's power to explain things has gone down ever since Einstein. That's not actually true. It's just that we've kind of gone past Newton, which you would expect, because, he's from a fair bit ago. So, yeah.
Is in terms of information, biological information, in Darwin's day, they didn't have the concept of biological information.
We still don't, in the sense that you're using it, John, because you've never defined it. And in fact, every time it's defined, it turns out that, no, it's actually not a very big deal for evolution to explain. In fact, it's usually trivially easy.
They had no idea that there were programs or books, language inside the cell. They had no idea. And so his notion of...
In part because there are no books or language inside the cell. I'm just going to take a drink, because at best, that's a poor analogy. But I suspect he might mean it more literally than we should think.
What was going on, how natural selection was happening, was kind of like a claymation movie, Just things can morph, everything's flexible, so you just squeeze it and turn it, and you can change it from one thing into another.
Stop messing with the mic!
No, is that...
No, he won't.
Life is programmed, so if you want to change life, you have to change the program. So since his day, when there was no knowledge about information, our knowledge of how much information is in the cell has increased continuously, with a huge jump, of course, occurring when we discovered...
This quite literally needs to be on Graph Crimes.
Yes. I cannot disagree. Yeah.
Yeah.
DNA. Suddenly we realized, whoa, there's a lot of information in life. In fact, it looks superior to our computer technology.
Look, I've done this many times before. I'm not going to do it again. If you want to find out how much information is in the genome, and basically the only way we can define it, you take the number of base pairs and multiply it by 2, and that's how many bits it takes to encode the entire genome. Humans have about 3 megabase pairs, which means they have about 6 megabase bits, which, sure, you can divide by 8 to get bytes. That's it. You could fit multiple genomes on, did you want a floppy disk? No, but you could do it several times over on a CD. You could definitely do it a few times on a zip disk. Remember those?
I do.
Yeah, that was a short-lived medium.
I know, that sucks, but
yeah. They were
I thought they were cute.
They were nicely chunky, right? They had a thickness to them.
You didn't feel like you were just going to snap them in half by accident, like a Pringle.
Which was the problem with those old floppy disks, is they were like, oh, this really is very floppy. I don't...
Yeah, the original, was it 6-inch floppy? Or 5? They were legitimately floppy. And then the 3.5s, they weren't floppy, but they were so thin, it was almost like a Pringle. Yeah. So I liked zip disks because they were, solid.
Yep.
Yeah.
But then in the last 10 years, our understanding of biological information has exploded. I mean, really, really exploded. And
wait, according to Zerlon, Crichton quotes the size of the genome at 1 terabyte? It's far smaller than a terabyte.
That seems not right somehow.
Yeah,
but what do I know?
I mean, look, I'm not saying whether or not Crichton did that. For all I know, he did. But that is extremely inflated. If you can't get the genome to fit into less than a terabyte, you're just not trying. Maybe you're just writing out the entire name of each nucleotide a few times just to make sure. I don't know.
So, even as the amount of biological information that needs to be explained is increasing exponentially now, the Darwinian mechanism...
No, it's not.
Which seems sufficient from Darwin's naive understanding of what biology is, and which was built, scientists throughout the world were building a case for the Darwinian mechanism. But things turned sour when they discovered.
Ernie Matthew says, why was your video unavailable a few minutes ago? Because YouTube decided to crap itself. Yeah, that's why. YouTube just decided, all across the site, we're just going to be kind of weird about live streams. But we pushed through and we persevered, and I drank some beer. And now it's all fine.
Oh, 8-inch floppies. Thanks, Heather Kuhn. Most common PC floppies, 3 macro 5.25. Yeah, that tracks. It's been a while, and also I think the THC is starting to cross the blood-brain barrier, so...
Ooh.
Thanks, Liver.
DNA. And ever since then, the explanatory power of Darwin's mechanism has been declining. We have biological information.
Screaming. You can't even be bothered to label one of the axes. I just...
This man is a professional scientist, or at least he was.
Uh-huh. And yes, I did tag graph crimes.
Nice.
Because, oh my god.
Whew. Exploding explanatory power of Darwin collapsing, and you have an unsustainable paradigm. The paradigm is going to change. You know, people can dig in their heels and maybe make it last another 10 years or another generation. But
okay, guys, it's been 9 years since this talk, so we got one more year. Jeez, this has strong Harold Camping vibes, right?
Oh yes.
If you don't remember, Harold Camping convinced a huge number of people that the apocalypse was coming like the next year. What year was it that he said the apocalypse was like 2004 or something craziness like that?
Yeah, and they sold property.
Yeah.
He put up billboards, like...
Yeah. And so many people lost, like, everything. Ended up homeless. Because it turns out, Harold Camping was wrong. Oh my goodness. Kathleen Delgado, for $10, says, I just finished a big presentation in my biochemistry class, and I'm here to celebrate. Awesome. Well, congratulations. That's really cool.
Also, I saw in the chat earlier that it's now Dr. Science Side Up.
Oh, congratulations!
Yeah, Maddie defended the thesis today. Yeah,
awesome.
Mazzles to everybody.
Well, yeah, congrats to Maddie. That's awesome. Let's see. Yep, I did read that super chat, so thank you very much. Here we go.
Paradigm is fundamentally failed, and so it's just a matter of time for people to realize that.
Oh, okay. Speaking of
Rise of the Neil deGrasse Tyson.
It's Neo-Darwinian theory, I'm pretty sure, but yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Okay.
I remember.
Tyson.
Did you hear the story about the woman who thought that the solar eclipse this year was going to herald the apocalypse?
Oh, I heard.
So she went into two different restaurants to leave tips of over $1,000, and then when the universe came in, she had the gall to come into the restaurants and ask for the tips back because the world hadn't ended.
I'd laugh that lady out of the establishment.
Yeah, I have trouble imagining just how much I would just mock that woman openly to her face while I flash her $1,000 in her face and like, nope, you gave it to me. It's my $1,000.
I would have already spent that $1,000 by the time that she came back. So nah, I'd be like, oh, you mean the $1,000 that's split up between all these things I bought? I don't think so.
Here, you can have one of the M&Ms I bought with your money.
I would be like, here's a percentage of my scorn, you disgusting freaking weirdo.
All right.
So I'm just going to take you through a very quick history of population genetics and Darwinian theory.
For the rest of this presentation, I'm just going to say that's Neil deGrasse Tyson. I don't care.
Okay.
Just so you can see the rise of it, how it arose, and then why
Charles Darwin plus Gregor Mendel plus... Who are the other two guys? I don't recognize immediately.
I don't know either.
Well, all those four white guys produce Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I don't know if that's how human reproduction works, but maybe.
I'm sure he's going to explain.
And he envisioned a claymation view of evolution. Everything's
Still
flexible.
know what that means.
And you just keep more, so things can
Charles Darwin didn't know what claymation was, homie.
Yeah, although, hey, we did a while back hit the number for a special avatar. So, speaking of claymation,
Hey!
you know. Although we did have Play
God.
Dapper twice in a row for special avatars, so I'm not sure if he's even going to be an option next time.
Don't care. It's cute.
It is cute, but it might not be an option for the next time. And actually, while technically the tutu is not on the line for Bent, he won't be wearing a tutu on next count with Bent. We're not super far off from me wearing a tutu on the next Kent with Bent.
Hey!
Or if people want, I guess I could just wear it next Tuesday. I mean, that's fine too. It'd be up to you guys. If you get us there.
Also, Robert Carpenter said something in the Discord that I feel like is really apropos for the graphic that he posted, where the y-axis wasn't labeled, it was just up and down. Robert Carter said it's not so much that the y-axis isn't labeled that got him, but the fact that it reflected two different values.
Yeah, there's that too. You double unlabeled your axis.
Just, bro, how do you fail? You ought to fail.
Animated cartoon. He did not know there was information in a cell. He didn't
I still don't know that, dude, because you haven't told me what that means.
even have the
Taking a drink
concept
for that.
of
That was dumb.
biological information. So he could not understand that, like, what makes us human is our programming. Extensive amount of information.
Objection, Your Honor, begging the
If you
question.
want us to change into something like a whale, you need to completely reprogram it. It's not a few mutations.
Even whales aren't, quote-unquote, completely reprogrammed. Genetically, they're not that far off from hippos. It turns out it actually doesn't take that much genetic difference to go from a hippo to a whale. Like, yeah. Okay.
Changes, it's not a few letter changes. It radically changed the programming. And programs don't arise by trial and error. So he specialized in Darwinian
Stop jostling the phone, Sanford.
Never gonna happen. Never gonna happen.
based upon a fundamental misunderstanding about the nature of life. The next person.
No, a lack of understanding of how inheritance works at a molecular level is not important to the selection mechanism. Darwin did not have a theory for the arrival of variation, right? He has some ideas that he tossed out. They were wrong, but nothing about that actually gets rid of the part that he's right about, which is, one, selection occurs, and two, that variation arises. That's all you need to get through Darwinism. And the fact that that's incomplete.
Oh, go ahead, finish.
The fact that that's incomplete doesn't actually matter to Darwinism, and it's also why we've gone past Darwinism and past the neo-Darwinian theory into the modern synthesis. Ren Schrodinger's Spinosaurus is aquatic and not for $1.99 says, what makes us human is what makes robots work? Thinking emoji. Yeah, that's probably not it. I mean, it is your genetics. I can't find the chat.
Yeah, there it is. Okay. Richard Taylor in the chat says, Dapper Dinosaur, didn't God invent claymation when he created Adam?
Yes.
Checkmate, atheists.
Yeah. Ray Harryhausen is in fact proof of God. Which, by the way,
maybe Ray Harryhausen is God.
Huh? Also, how many other special effects artists get like top billing on movie posters? Ever. In the history of cinema, it's just him.
They don't make them like that anymore.
Nope. And
you might get Tom Savini on some stuff because he's really active still, but like,
I mean, I've looked at movies because they were Tom Savini, but I've never seen him like in the actual marketing, like official marketing for a movie. But maybe I've just missed it. Maybe it has happened.
I could have sworn that there was something about Tom Savini with the black phone, but I might just be thinking of like all the different featurettes that talk about the mask.
Okay. Hey, here's a quick homework assignment for all the viewers.
I know. Okay. Greg Nicotero with The Walking Dead, because he started out as a special effects artist, but he turned into like one of the producers and then like essentially a showrunner kind of, but yeah, Greg Nicotero is one of the only ones that you'll see.
Okay, there you go. Well, since we can only come up with at most 3 names, and more likely 2, and I might have some quibbles that he didn't get into the marketing material until after he became a bit of a showrunner, still, it's rarefied air up there in the top billing special effects guys.
Same with Jim
Just at
Henson.
the same time.
Like
Same time as
Harryhausen.
Oh yeah, Henson counts too. Yeah, that's fair. Yep. I mean, hey, he's got some really good stuff. Go watch The Dark Crystal if you haven't.
Darwin was publishing, just a few years later, Mendel published his work on genetics. And he showed that traits within cells, within life, are passed on like packages of information.
Discrete is the word we usually use, but yes.
Genes.
That's true. Take a drink.
His research was ignored by the scientific community for...
I mean, it's true-ish. It's less that it wasn't ever really widely distributed, and so it wasn't very well known. And then later it was rediscovered. It wasn't so much that it was actively ignored. It's just kind of relatively unknown, because he was some obscure monk. So, also, interestingly enough, he originally wanted to do his experiments with mice. But his bishop said that breeding animals seemed a bit too unseemly for a priest. So why don't you breed plants instead? Because, you know...
Interesting ethics for a priest, considering what we know now.
Well, I mean, it was about appearances. So, you know. Look, there are Catholic priests who are openly married. That's a thing. And I think that the Catholic Church would probably have a better time of it if they just kind of open that up to the majority of their priests in the Roman Rite.
It used to be a thing.
Yep.
So
it seems like the whole clerical celibacy thing is going really, really poorly. So maybe don't. I mean, you already allow married priests. Technically, there are even married Western Rite priests, but they're almost all in the the Anglican Ordinariate or something, which is basically a weird place for married Anglican priests who become Catholic priests to go be a part of. So, which is technically not the Roman Rite, but it's a Western Rite, and it's also a really weird thing that exists. And I might know too much about weird little obscure facts about the Catholic Church now, so let's keep going.
One whole generation. A whole generation, while they're exalting Darwin, they were ignoring Mendel. And you might think that's strange because those of you who have a biology background have been told over and over that Darwin and Mendel fit together like a hand and a glove.
I mean, no.
I'm sorry, all the rustling with the microphone. It's worse than nails on a chalkboard.
But, no, Darwin and Mendel don't fit together. Evolution has incorporated both. Because, again, evolution isn't a thing owned by Darwin, or even just based in large part on him.
That's not the way they saw it. Actually, Mendel's paper was found on Darwin's desk after Darwin's death. But they say, his papers were lost.
Look, there's no indication that Darwin read Mendel. For one thing, he hated reading German. That's a well-known fact. He did not like reading
You know
German.
what? Same. Chuck, same.
I mean, yeah, I can't disagree. I'm not a big fan of trying to slog through German. Sorry, Germans. Yeah, there's no evidence he ever read it. And the fact that something has later been found somewhere does not indicate that it wasn't lost, right? Like, if I say, hey, the texts in the Nag Hammadi library were lost, and then you come to me and say, well, then how come they were found in Nag Hammadi? I'll just slap you.
Not with those short-ass arms.
They can reach forward. I'm large.
Okay. So, in the chat, oh man, Joe McCune, I know I butchered that, I'm sorry. Darwin and Mendel fit together in my AO3 fix. Ooh. I'm sure there's Darwin Mendel / out there somewhere.
Oh, no. Okay.
Publication was lost, but it wasn't. It was in all the libraries of Europe. It was ignored. It was suppressed.
I'm going to need a citation for it.
Be surprised if it was in all of the libraries.
I'm going to need a citation for it just being in all the libraries. I'm just going to take a drink.
Yeah, Richard Taylor says tail slap. That's, yeah. Okay.
There you go, yeah. I'm going to take... hey, all the True Dragons and Dungeons & Dragons have that as one of their attack options, so there you go.
That means dinosaurs really are dragons. Damn.
Oh man, the creationists were right the whole time.
Oh!
People wouldn't talk about it.
Checkmate.
Darwin didn't acknowledge it. Why? Because Mendel realized that information was in those packets. Once you realize...
Oh, did he say that to you personally, John?
He didn't say that anywhere.
Number of information packets within a population. But he was studying peas. Big, tall ones, short ones, green ones, yellow ones. If you
And wrinkly smooth. Don't forget that.
select away the yellow ones and the short ones, they'll all be tall and green.
By the way, this audio quality has been vastly improved over the original. Just going to put that out there.
You're done. Okay, you get selection as long as you have information in the system. Once you've selected away the information you don't want, you can't make any more selective advance.
Until there's a mutation. Mutation is a thing, John. You've acknowledged this. John has already told us that he believes that beneficial mutations even occur. So, by now pulling out selection, tying it unnecessarily tightly to the particular Mendelian genetics, which, by the way, hey, just like Darwin, we've gone past Mendelian genetics. We now know that not all aspects of genetics are discrete, and that in fact there are some aspects of genetics that, involve blending. But, yeah, mutations occur. Did Mendel know about mutations? No, because he didn't see any that were obvious enough.
Zeralon's reading my mind. Zeralon says, I could vastly improve his audio by unplugging the mic.
True.
That would help me. And it's like, even now, John Sanford finds a way to trigger my misophonia because I can't hear his lips smacking, but he's just sitting here like fussing around with the freaking microphone like a goddamn amateur.
So Mendel's understanding of genetics meant that Darwinian selection could be fine-tuning, but not transformation from one organism into another. The third person...
Okay. We're just going to ignore mutations? Okay, maybe this last guy is the guy who called mutations for the first time. Maybe. I don't know. I don't recognize him by face. I mean, I'm lucky I recognize Gregor Mendel by face. I
would recognize him, but it's only because I was a hella nerd in school.
Fair. I think the only reason Charles Darwin is so recognizable is because of creationists. They put his face on all sorts of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
A generation later, De Vries discovered there were spontaneous mutations, which was kind of the salvation. It seemed at first to be the salvation of Darwinian theory. In fact, in his era, scientists were saying Mendelism has killed Darwinism.
That's actually true. There was a debate between the Darwinians and the Mendelians. And, it wasn't clear how the two fit together. And it wasn't until we discovered things like mutations and how that can affect genes that we were able to find a way to combine the two. Because Darwin, his ideas do depend on the ability of new variation to arise. And he did not have a good mechanism for that. And neither did Mendel. And without new variation, you cannot have the full diversification, right? Genetic diversity will always go down, and there will be some kind of hard limit to how much evolution can occur. Because once you get to complete homozygosity, which is not a word they would have used, but once you get to that point without mutation, that's it. You're done now. You can no longer further vary the organism. And so, yeah, there was a real debate between Mendelians and Darwinists. And so I'll take a drink for him getting that bit of history right.
And it makes sense in terms of what I've explained. But he said, no, there's spontaneous new variants. New genes pop up in a population. And that...
Well, more often new alleles, but occasionally new genes pop up.
That's going to fuel ongoing, as long as you have new mutations flowing into the population, you can have continuous advance. And this was essential to rescuing Darwinian theory. And it was formalized by people like Fisher. Mathematician.
Okay. Fisher, that makes sense. Because Fisher's theorem is what he likes to talk about as the primary axiom of evolution or whatever. Yeah. Okay. It makes sense as to which names he picked. But yeah, I would not have been able to pick Fisher out of the lineup. So the bottom is
De Vries and Fisher.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah, not faces I would recognize. Sorry, De Vries. Sorry, Fisher. I don't know.
1930s, another generation has passed. And he and others formulated neo-Darwinian theory. And he said, there's all these genes in the cell, in the population, and there's mutations coming in, and the mutations will give rise, formally he did what's called Fisher's theorem of natural selection, which was supposedly a mathematical proof of evolution. And the problem is...
I would not put it as a mathematical proof of evolution. At most, I would say it was a mathematical demonstration that evolution is something that can occur. Which, yeah, okay. And not just can occur, but that can kind of continue indefinitely.
Jillian Cat Bishopren says, I hate that when I look away for 2 seconds, it disappears from my, oh, okay. They're in the shape of little patterns of squares. Like, you had to make a little Punnett square joke. The way that they're in the chat. So maybe the 4 of them do pass on enough traits to create one Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I suppose it's possible.
Now we can falsify his theorem. He assumed that there were just as many good mutations.
Which, by the way, no. Sanford has claimed to falsify a theorem. I would direct you towards 2 of the people featured in the title of this video who were here earlier, Zach B. Hancock and Dan Stern Cardinal, doctors, who, are busy doing stuff like writing peer-reviewed papers that were recently published that directly refute some things that Sanford's saying. Sanford claims that he's disproved Fisher's theorem. He hasn't. And interestingly enough, when he published that, it went into a math journal. It didn't go into a biology journal. The kind of people who can actually check to see whether or not his math actually correlates to reality. Also, Too Young to Feel This Old just gifted 5 Dapper Dinosaur memberships. Thank you so much. They went to Levi Matthews, Bill Miller, That Guy, Plum666, and Michael N. Thank you very much.
Mutations is bad. And so his math was right if that was true. But we know that, like typographical errors, mutations are overwhelmingly bad.
Nope, they're overwhelmingly neutral. Because the overwhelming majority of the genome is not actually under any selection at all. Which means what's in there just generally doesn't matter. Which means that mutations in those areas have literally no effect. Also, we have other things like synonymous mutations, which mean that if you have 2 synonymous mutations, you generally have 0 fitness effect. Now, there was a paper not that long ago arguing to the contrary, but it has received a lot of reputations and pushback and is currently not at all even close to the consensus. In fact, most people don't think much of it who are actually, in the field. So, no, most mutations are in fact neutral. Like, verifiably, demonstrably neutral. Not just, we don't know what the effect is. No, we know what the effect is, and we know it to be 0.
And rarely good. And the bad ones can be lethal or very impactful.
What tends not to accumulate in a population is lethal
bad
mutations.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially the lethal ones. That tends not to accumulate. If a mutation,
kind of right there in the...
Yeah, if a mutation kills you before you can reproduce, that's it. That mutation is done now. In fact,
now, mutations that kill you after you reproduce are really unfortunate. Like, what's the wild boar where the tusks grow into the skull, but it always has... Yeah, the Abarusa. Oh my god, talk about getting owned by
your own tusks.
Evolution on that one, yeah.
Yeah, rip the Barbarusas. Barbarusas, I said Barbarusas, Barbarusas. Yeah, no, not great. And here's the thing, right? We actually don't know how often, say, in humans, early lethal mutations pop up, right? If a mutation pops up that causes, say, an embryo to die at, the stage of having 8 cells, you gonna notice that? Who would notice that? I can tell you the person who was, pregnant with this not even implanted embryo wasn't gonna notice. That's just gonna be a period, and you're not gonna be able to tell the difference. Because without even implanting, it means that even at that point, those 8 cells overall are still going to be only the size of an ovum. People don't normally notice their ova when they're menstruating. I don't know if you guys know this, but people don't normally just sifting through to check for the ova.
Oh.
So yeah, I mean, how would we even tell? They just die really early and no one even notices.
Good ones tend to be very slight improvement. So actually, now
Sir
I have a
Derby Meister says it's hard to pass on your genes when you have the terminal condition known as dead.
Yep. That's what we call hard selection, as opposed to soft selection, where you're just reproducing a bit less. Yeah, hard selection is where you just don't reproduce because you died.
We're about to publish a paper.
You died, Dark Souls style.
Shots, we got to get you to stream yourself playing Dark Souls for the first time. That'll go well.
We already know just conceptually that he's wrong. He didn't understand the true nature of mutation, and so the whole neo-Darwinian theory was based upon numerous false premises. So,
let's see. Selection, not false. Discrete genetics, not false. Mutations, not false.
Okay.
Which part is false?
Dapper. The second Punnett square has introduced some genetic diversity into the Neil deGrasse Tyson gene pool.
Because we got some Japanese guys?
There's a little bit of genetic diversity there. So you can have a series of recessive traits that impacted skin color, hair color. Maybe the dominant traits in the Japanese hair color took over.
Okay.
Just never know.
Which is the one that makes him so woodenly literal that he sucks the fun out of everything, or at least attempts to?
I don't know. Carl Sagan would slap that guy. He would tail slap that guy if he had a tail that could slap.
Neil deGrasse Tyson's pretty good at communicating a lot of science ideas. But then he's like...
But he's not good at letting people have fun.
No, he will not let anyone have fun. At least if there's anything that's not literally true involved in how they're having fun. It's like, jeez.
Somebody, there's a meme where somebody's quoting Shakespeare's like Romeo and Juliet, and Romeo's like, Juliet is in the east and she's the sun, and Neil deGrasse Tyson runs in, no, she's not!
Oh, Neil.
Yeah, I know. And I'm like, yeah, he would do that.
Yeah.
There's still more important players in the rise of neo-Darwinian theory, but interestingly, each one of them introduced a problem. They said, wait, we're super advocated.
Did they then address that problem, John?
Well, let's find out, because I'm going to go ahead and predict that, yeah, they did.
The neo-Darwinian mechanism. We believe in it with all our hearts. But we are concerned with major problems for the theory. And what's disturbing to me is that these problems have been growing since the 1950s. These problems have been amplified, and they've been being put under the rug, sliding under the rug. And that's just not the way the academic world is supposed to operate.
Is he just deep-throating the microphone? Is that what's happening right now? He just shoved it inside of his throat.
So Mueller is the first one. Let's look at Mueller.
Oh, from Mueller's Ratchet. Okay, we'll let him talk about Mueller's Ratchet, but then we'll
let him cook.
Yeah.
And he introduced.
Oh my effing God!
Did he not do this? Sanford, you're the one who made up genetic entropy. I'll grant you that it has some conceptual similarities to Mueller's Ratchet. But there's a reason everyone calls it Mueller's Ratchet and not genetic entropy. It's because he's the one who came up with Mueller's Ratchet. You're the one who came up with genetic entropy. And
hey, Mueller probably published evidence and, things to support his, claims rather than just BSing in religious settings.
Yeah, well, also publishing a book with a UFO on it. Don't forget the UFO.
Huh. How about that?
The first problem, which is what I call genetic entropy or genetic degeneration, okay? And these are the papers, key papers since the 50s of major population.
One of my own papers, Sanford et al.
Yeah. Hey, remember that time that two of our guests published a direct refutation to that last one?
Yes.
I do too.
Yes, I do.
Because it was this past month or something. Let's take a cheers to Zach Hancock and Dan Stern Cardinal. So
that's gonna be a reply by itself. It's just quoting the title of that paper, Adam.
geneticists who have declared there's a major problem with the Darwinian theory. So Mueller was the first. He was a Nobel laureate. He discovered that radiation causes mutation, and mutations are a health hazard. They're both generally very bad. And so,
except they're not. They're mostly mutual, but okay.
It's going to declare a major problem. Then in the 90s, Crow came out and said...
All right, so I guess we're not going to talk about...
Hey, Deborah! Were there any papers published between the 1950s and the 1990s?
No, there was a surprising lack of papers. Everyone forgot how to write for 40 years, and then they remembered. Yep, that's how it works.
Right. Well, how about that?
So what's Muller's ratchet? It's actually not that hard to understand conceptually. So the idea behind Muller's ratchet is that if you have a population that is accumulating harmful mutations, and they don't have a way to get rid of them, there we go, of just hard selection, right? Then it is something that's going to cause that population to collapse. Now, there's a few important things here. One is that this only works in asexually reproducing organisms. If you have sexual reproduction, that sexual reproduction on its own is enough to get rid of this problem. Another thing is that these asexually reproducing organisms generally have to either be haploid, or if they're diploid, then they have to not be undergoing crossover events when they reproduce. Because in either case, the crossover is also a way to get rid of harmful mutations. And third, in addition to all of these things, these organisms cannot be capable of transferring genetic material via horizontal gene transfer. How many organisms do you think actually meet that definition of no horizontal gene transfer, they are haploid, or just not crossing over, and asexual? It's basically zero. It doesn't happen. So, is Muller's ratchet a problem for evolution broadly? No. It's just not.
There's a huge problem. Condershoff wrote a paper called Why Aren't We Dead 100 Times Over? Isn't that an interesting scientific paper title? Why aren't we dead 100 times over?
He did publish that paper. I'm going to take a drink, and we're going to talk about that paper. So that paper was along the same line.
Also, for the people who aren't on Twitter, Graph Crimes did in fact repost the screenshot that I sent them from John Sanford's presentation. Nice. So they agree, and they call young Earth creationists their beloved. Which I find quite entertaining.
So, here's something you guys might know about papers, right? When a scientific paper has a title with a question mark, what do you think the point of that paper is? It's to answer the question. That's why you write the paper. That paper, Why Are We Not Dead 1,000 Times Over, contains the answer. And basically the answer comes down to crossover events and sexual reproduction. You know, the things that violate the boundary conditions for Muller's ratchet that would make us expect there to be a problem in the first place. So, yeah. Also, I am ending the poll on what should the standard for the SI unit of whininess be. And, in fact, Sal Cordova won with 45% of the votes. Beckley was in second with 34%, and Jeanson only got 19%, with the poll complete at 101 votes. So, the people have spoken. But I demand a recount, and I will probably end up storming the Capitol with a bunch of my followers who are anti-Beckleyites, who are my deplorable ilk, in order to overturn these election results, and instate Beckley as, of course, the constitutionally correct standard for the SI unit of whininess now.
That's such a Jeanson thing to do.
Well, I'm not going to cover myself with Cheeto dust first.
Oh my god.
Because he could not understand why genomes shouldn't degenerate instead of improve.
No, he did understand. That's part of the paper, dude. Did you just not read the paper, or are you lying about it, Sanford? Sal, if you decide to ever tune back into this, which I don't expect, because we're now like 4 hours deep into a video that apparently you were such a fainting, I can't remember the word. It must be the 2 beers. Whatever. we're a fainting violet or whatever at the idea of being called Bitchmade. If you ever make it here, tell me, why does John Sanford routinely misrepresent the things that he cites? Is he lying or is he dishonest? Which one is it? Chat seems to think he's lying. I tend to agree. Because if there's one thing I know from Sal's hagiographic slobbering all over certain parts of John Sanford's anatomy, it's that John Sanford has the biggest brain of any brain that ever brained, and it has more wrinkles than you can shake a stick at. It has fractal wrinkles. It's so wrinkly.
That's cursed.
So I guess John Sanford's just a liar, huh? Almost like that's why I titled my last video in that, the one that got Sal all pissy. John Sanford is a liar, or whatever it was, something like that. Exactly. Weird.
Lynch, in the 2000s, wrote a series of papers showing that mutation accumulation leads to extinction of species, and is a major contributor to why species go over the edge.
I'm actually not super familiar with these papers.
DM Wing just tagged us and said Jensen continues the streak of being nominated and not winning.
Ooh, true. Jensen can never win the loser contest, and like
murdered.
That's gotta be embarrassing to some degree, right? Like, you can't even win a loser's competition. That's rough. Also, we're only about 80 away from me wearing a pink tutu, and you guys can decide whether it's next week or whether it's next Kent with Bent, if we get there. But we're close. We're only about 80 away. Yeah, so I'm actually not super familiar with Lynch's work.
The only Lynch I keep up with is David.
I don't think that's the Lynch we're talking about.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Oh, but he also shows up in the 2010s. That's nice. That's nice. I guess he kept writing. Okay.
Lynch the Return.
Kitely, Lowe, and Lynch have powerful statements saying, we don't understand how we can stop genetic degeneration. And then in the last 10 years, I've published over 10 papers on this. So one of the things I want you to understand...
I mean, these guys are cool, and I'm gonna let them finish, but I have posted 10 papers on this to Lynch's paltry 4.
Yeah, take that, Lynch. Which, by the way...
You've written 10 papers full of bullshit.
If my last name were Lynch, I feel like I might change it. Like, what an unfortunate last name.
I'm not the first one to realize there was a problem, but I believe I've looked...
You're just the first one to pretend that there isn't a solution. It's basically what this is.
...at the problem of genetic degeneration more than any of these people. I spent the last 10 years looking at it.
And then you wrote a computer program with your buddy, the programmer, specifically to show that you're right, that cannot actually reproduce the actual experimental results of known studies in genetics. I want to point that out very strongly, right? One of the key pieces of evidence that Sanford uses in his papers and in his book as to why he's right about genetic entropy is his program Mendel's Accountant that he helped develop, which he claims is the most advanced forward-time genetic simulator on the planet, even though it's actually pretty bare-bone compared to even contemporary genetic programs. And also, it's no longer available for public download, which means there's no way to peer-review his claims about it anymore. So that's fun. You know what all the other time-forward genetic simulator or population genetic simulators have in common? They're all available. All versions of them are all still available for free public download so that you can check. You can actually reproduce the results. You can't reproduce Sanford's results, which is curious. But also, back when it was publicly available, numerous people downloaded it and attempted to get its parameters to actually spit out results that were compatible with real-world studies in evolution, like the Lenski long-term experiment. It couldn't do it.
CRISPR CAS9 in the chat says Lynch is one of the best pop gen or quant gen theory guys out there. His work is great. Sanford doesn't understand a word of it.
I am shocked. Also, CRISPR-Cas9, in fact, is quite knowledgeable.
Cas9, okay.
Yeah, this is his field.
I assumed.
Yeah, got an MA.
He said I've got an MA. I've seen the code. It's hot garbage. Yeah.
It is. And that's the thing, right? Look, here's the minimum of what a simulator should be able to do. It should, within the level of specificity that it can allow, right? Because, you're always going to have abstractions and whatnot. But within the level of abstraction and specificity allowed by the simulator, it should be able to reproduce real-world occurrences that it is supposed to be simulating in a way that is at least broadly congruent with the actual occurrence in real life. Mendel's accountant doesn't do that. Which means it's useless.
Just that. And all of these people are highly committed evolutionists, but they acknowledge the problem.
Highly committed.
Between the lines.
That's the thing, that they don't acknowledge the problem. They say there actually isn't a problem, because what they're doing is they're noticing what would otherwise be a problem if you approach it naively, and showing how not to approach the problems naively so that you can actually figure out what the solution is to the quote-unquote problem.
And subtly, they acknowledge the problem. I'm proclaiming.
Oh, also, I want to point out, this thing, genetic entropy, is actually what it's really called normally by real scientists, is mutational collapse. And our guest who was here earlier, Dr. Dan, his actual doctoral research was on trying to induce this collapse in viral populations. He couldn't verifiably get it to happen once, no matter how vastly increased he got the mutation rate to be. Not once was he able to actually demonstrate this kind of error catastrophe. Not even once. Now, he did get extinctions in some of his tests, but he couldn't actually demonstrate it was error catastrophe a single time. So,
The problem, and I'm saying we've known it since the 50s. So here's Mueller, Nobel laureate. Here's his paper from 1950, and I'm just going to read the red parts so we can move fast. He says a mutation rate above 0.5. That means if you have 0.5 more mutations than your parents, so it's a very low mutation rate, less than one mutation per generation. Mutation rate above 0.5 would result in genetic composition would deteriorate continuously, while the population would meanwhile diminish in numbers all the way to the point of disappearance. He's saying that a high mutation rate is lethal to a population.
Let's take a look. Our load of mutations. Amer J. Human. That's a real name. Miller. Let's see. 1950. Let's see if I can pull this up. National Institutes of Health has it. Is it behind a paywall? No, it doesn't look like it is. Oh, it's in really inconvenient images. Not even a whole PDF that I can just claim. Let's see what we can find in here. Those are the... No, and see if I can just skip to... Okay, so after he says that there are thousands and hundreds of thousands of different complications from various alleles, this is next. Let's see. Remember that before the ideal exact knowledge of the genes can intensive, and how through more or less cumulative action, mainly as partial dominance, the child becomes. Thus, these even more fortunate circumstances that at least, if our genetic theory is correct, that advantageous mutations have a higher average degree of dominance than detriment. What do you know? In the conclusion of his paper, he points out why it's actually not a problem for humans or other organisms like humans that have, diploid genomes and reproduce sexually. Oh my goodness, a Trojan source from Sanford.
Oh no!
How could I have ever guessed that I could actually look up this paper and find out that the conclusion of the paper contradicts the claim of Sanford from the paper?
I'm shocked.
Wow.
I can't believe.
So surprising.
Hmm.
And he's specifically saying if the mutation rate is higher than 0.5, the human race must degenerate. And he was very, very concerned because they were doing atomic testing and there was more radiation, and they knew that was contributing to mutation. He realized that we could...
Also, Science Nerd for $5 with their first super chat ever. Thank you very much. Says, ChatGPT wrote this for me. AIG is a constellation of cock-ups. This is my first super chat ever. With a Godzilla and a Mothra and a King Ghidorah, so we'll take a drink for that. Thank you very much. Okay, here we go.
Easily put us over the threshold of 0.5 and cause the human race to go extinct.
Oh my god. Mm-hmm. I'm with Crow on this one.
And
Crow
so he was very, very concerned about that.
The microphone sounds like it's undergone a whole bunch of genetic entropy.
Not incorrect. Not incorrect at all.
Well, what is the human mutation rate? Well, everybody acknowledges it's way above 0.5. It's about 60 or 100 or 200. I think it's about 100.
I usually hear about 100.
Lowest reasonable estimates are 60 more mutations in the progeny than the parents. So, this is a big problem. Just the mutation rate is a big problem. Just to get a sense of this Nobel laureate's mindset and how he's a strong eugenicist and a communist, he says it would, in the end, be far easier and more sensible to manufacture a complete man de novo out of appropriately chosen raw materials than to try to fashion into human form those pitiful relics which remain. That's us, pitiful relics in him. And if then we eliminate 20%, if 20% failed involuntarily, 20% mortality before reproductive age, the remaining 80%.
It's actually higher than that. It's not hugely higher than that, but yeah, it's significantly higher than that. The number of human zygotes that actually make it to full term and reproduce is significantly less than 80% of zygotes that ever form, right? Because at a minimum, to say that you have an individual member of Homo sapiens, you have to have a zygote. Because that is its own cell with its own genetic code, and it is a member of the species Homo sapiens, which is not the same as any other member, right? Yeah, it's not even 80% of them make it to full term, let alone make it to reproduce. So even if this is true, it actually seems fine. Prixie Dapper Dinosaur is a linguist purple, which is not true. I'm not a linguist. Says for $2, this stream is sponsored by Sci-Hub with a Ghidorah. No, I did not go to Sci-Hub. In fact, it is not behind a paywall. The National Institute of Health just has it available as a series of image files, which is super convenient. And not even image files that you can click to the next one. Image files you have to close out and then manually go in the menu to the next one. So thanks for that convenience. But I guess it's better than having to... no, I wouldn't go to Sci-Hub. I would obviously pay, get through the paywall, and give whatever paper it is my 70 or $80 or whatever it's going to be that time. Obviously, I would never go to Sci-Hub. That's cheating. And also, again, YouTube, this is not actually paid for by Sci-Hub. Still has no paid advertisements or sponsors or anything like that. So, yeah.
Percent, although they had contrived to reproduce, would on the whole be different from the doomed filth, but slightly.
How many tries did it take him to get through that sentence? Maybe he is dumb. I just don't know.
Took too much Benadryl.
It would only be different from the doomed filth.
But did he take enough to actually see the Hat Man?
Oh man, I was watching a video today on I think it was YouTube. It may have been on a different social media platform, but like the guy was talking about antihistamines, and people in the comments were like, I can't believe you didn't know about the Benadryl Hat Man. And he's like, oh, I'm really interested to find out about these memes. And everyone's like,
Yeah, maybe you don't need to know about the Benadryl Hat Man. By the way, I'm not a doctor, but I'm pretty sure your doctor would tell you not to take enough Benadryl to see the Hat Man. really bad idea. You might not ever see anything else after that.
So this is a eugenicist view of human degeneration, and pretty disturbing, actually.
Yeah, except that if you read to the end of the paper, it turns out, turns out it's okay. Weird.
I get really suspicious when I see that many ellipses in a quote.
Especially
from a creationist.
Yeah. Especially from a creationist.
Good point. I'll keep going. Neil, a nationally renowned geneticist, says this. He says he measured the mutation. He was one of the first ones to measure human mutation rates. Comedic rates for point mutations are on the order of 30 per generation. That means 30 from mom and 30 from dad. Minimum.
So, okay. This, I just skimmed the rest of the quote. The implications, of mutations of this magnitude for population genetics and evolutionary theory are profound. Okay, cool. The question of how our species accommodates such mutation rates is central to evolutionary thought. Cool. I don't know why he thinks that's a gotcha.
Yeah, the answer is just selection and recombination through both sexual reproduction and crossover events during meiosis. Which, by the way, I've been saying that for a few times now, and I don't know that I've described exactly what that is. So when your cells that are going to produce your gametes undergo meiosis, which means just constantly, if you're someone who produces spermatozoa, and basically for a little burst of activity in the embryo, if you're someone who makes ova, and if you're someone who has intermediate gonads, then I don't know. It's probably going to have to be a case-by-case basis. But anyway, in meiosis, right, you get one cell that ultimately turns into 4 gametes. And during this process, sometimes the chromosomes will actually swap material between them, so that the chromosomes in your gametes don't actually exactly line up to any of the chromosomes that in your somatic cells overall. And this has the effect of breaking up the linkage groups that are chromosomes, so that alleles from one chromosome can end up on the same chromosome as alleles from a different chromosome of the same type, because, you're diploid. And this allows for one order of mixing. And then when you reproduce sexually, you get your own mixed up chromosomes on one side, and then your partner's chromosomes that have themselves also undergone the same crossover. And so when you get kid together, none of their chromosomes will exactly match the somatic chromosomes in either parent, which is also how you get things like a nice relatively even mix of, say, grandpa and grandma from both sides, right? It's because of this whole crossover thing.
Yeah, it's funny, looking at pictures of my grandpa when he was in his 20s and looking at pictures of my grandma. There are parts where it's freaky which traits I got from each one. Mm-hmm. I look almost nothing like my dad, but my mom's genes, it's like this bizarro fusion of my grandma and grandpa. The people that have seen the photos of my grandpa when he was in the Air Force, he's very handsome. Also, our smiles are identical.
Joe McCown, I'm not sure.
McCown
says, bold of you to assume that anyone here reproduces sexually. I'm actually very confident that some of my audience members have reproduced sexually. Very confident. I'm actually less confident that they've reproduced asexually, although I'm also very confident that some of them have not reproduced. And hey, all of those options are fine. You're allowed to do what you want with your own reproductive capacity. At least so far in many places.
In my state.
Generation.
Less so in mine.
Yeah.
So.
It was his estimate. The question of how our species accommodates such mutation rates is central to evolutionary thought. It's coming from a leading evolutionist in the field.
Okay. One of the guys who then, answered the question. Also, this is in that period where he didn't actually put up any papers, right? This is right between that 1950s and 1990s.
Yeah.
Come on, man. What are you doing? I thought this paper didn't exist because there were no papers. Okay.
Okay, let's look at Michael Lynch. He's one of the most esteemed population geneticists alive today.
And he holds to evolution, right?
Yeah, actually, so one of the curious things about this is, sorry about that. Oh, that was Dapper's professional. I bumped my microphone stand. Sorry. So yeah, Lynch actually does not think that this is a problem for evolution broadly. None of these people actually do.
I'm shocked.
Yeah. In fact, what I would say is that if asked, all of them would probably say that Sanford is dishonestly using their papers and that he should not do that. And that's one of the things, right? Anytime someone uses a paper to go vastly against the overwhelming consensus, one of the things you might want to ask is, hey, what do you think the author of that paper would have to say about this? You think they would say that you have correctly interpreted their paper? The answer is almost always no. Strawberry paraphrased academically vain. There we go. Remember for 11 months was at the diapsy level says, what did I miss? Like 4.5 hours of stuff? Yeah, like so much.
And a very short cameo from Sal, the man himself, Mr. Bitchmade.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he showed up to whine about the tone of the video, and also to say how he's totally open to dialogue, except, you know, the entire point of this
and
is
how
that
he kind of cried.
No.
He was shaking and crying that he didn't have a mod wrench anymore when he's left Dapper's intact, as if Dapper cares to go over to his channel anymore. Like,
yeah, I wouldn't even know. But I mean, I guess thanks. I think it's more that, you know, he just never really thought to go check. But again, I don't really care. So you can take my mod wrench. It's not like I'm using it, right? Like,
that'll show you.
Oh no! I won't be able to time out the 4 people that watch his streams.
Oh.
That for genetic reasons alone, sexual populations with effective population sizes smaller than 100 are unlikely to persist for more than a few hundred generations.
Interesting. Effective population sizes of smaller than 100 individuals. Few hundred generations. I don't know if you guys know this, but the population size of virtually every organism out there is in fact much more than 100 individuals.
Much more than 100. In fact, if you go down to 100 individuals, you may as well be extinct by that point, because it's not long.
Yep.
It's not long for you, unless there's serious intervention.
Mm-hmm. And so this not really even a big problem. And also, I want to point out that what is being described here by Lynch is an extinction vortex, which is almost the exact opposite of genetic entropy, right?
Mm-hmm.
The only similarity is that they both allegedly lead to extinction. In the case of an extinction vortex, it actually does lead to extinction. But in the case of quote-unquote genetic entropy, it just doesn't exist, so it doesn't lead to anything. So let's describe... First, I'm going to take a drink for mixing up extinction vortex and genetic entropy, despite them being basically opposites, and we're going to talk about why that is. Okay, so an extinction vortex happens when, as a result of a shrinking effective population size, the genetic diversity of the population continues to dwindle and dwindle. And one of the things that we can demonstrate mathematically is that the dominance of drift versus selection depends directly on the effective population size. Now, effective population size is not exactly the same as the census population size, which is just literally how many individual members of a species there are, or population there are. Effective population size measures both things like genetic diversity within the population, the structure of non-random mating groups, things like that, right? So it's a little bit more complicated, but for this purposes, it doesn't matter that much. Want to read a couple super chats? Strawberry Vein with their like 85th super chat on YouTube says, "Did you call me Strawberry prepared accidentally?" I did. I'll have you know, sir, my parents are actually planned me for some reason. What? I was gonna say that's good, but then I realized either way, it's fine. It doesn't reflect on you. Come into this world in any way, you're just as valid. Joe McKeown? Okay, I'm almost certain.
Yeah, he taught me how to say it in the chat. I'm very proud.
Oh, okay. With their first super chat, thank you so much. It says, "I've enjoyed being silly in the chat so much. I think you deserve money. Never been involved in a live stream before, and I'm loving it. Thank you." Well, awesome. I'm glad that I can be a good first live stream experience. I try to put on a good show. I feel like I mostly do when I'm not, badly screwing everything up, which I have a tendency. But that's okay. All right, so Extinction Vortex, right. So, As a result of the declining effective population size, which usually also involves a declining census population size, you get less and less genetic diversity, and drift becomes more and more important, which means that even when you have deleterious mutations, selection is insufficient to remove them because drift is so dominant. As a result, as the genetic diversity goes down, the prevalence of deleterious mutations goes up. And then at some point, you have enough deleterious mutations showing up in individuals that they themselves have trouble reproducing at all. Now, genetic entropy is increasing genetic diversity causes a buildup of negative mutations. The idea is that basically because the overwhelming majority of mutations are harmful, which is something Sanford says but does not demonstrate and is not true, but it's key to his idea. So because of this, mutations will tend to build up over time that are deleterious, and only rarely are they ever offset by beneficial mutations. And so basically, the more genetic diversity you have, the higher the effective population size, the closer you are to extinction. Which, if you're at all familiar with the discourse surrounding the conservation of endangered organisms, you will know is the exact opposite of what is actually true. Populations with high effective population sizes and with much genetic diversity are the ones that are safest from extinction. Ernie Matthews, for $6.66, says Dapper's being a big meanie bringing in all these facts. How dare I? What gives me the right? Who do I think I am? Goodness. Also, nope, sorry. I was looking up at Joe McCown for the first super chat because...
McCown.
Yeah, count. Say it again.
McCown.
McCown?
Like, key and own, but it's only two syllables between the Mc and the Kyon.
So the K is palatized then. Count.
Yeah, McCown.
Okay. Who just started with the K?
It's one of those British Isles surnames.
Was it like the Hebrides or something?
Look, I'm not going to presume.
I'm just naming obscure islands.
Also, this tweet photo set that Goopdoo sent in your Twitter is I'm in that photo set and I don't like it.
I'll have to take a look.
Like it's quoting, when you're so tired you start seeing spiders. It's real.
Oh,
why does that happen?
I was tired enough to see bat centipedes and bullet casings. Then I called up to my boss and said, yeah, I'm going to secure this watch. Like, oh, you can't. You have to stay posted. I'm like, no, I don't. And then I left. And they were super angry.
I just don't understand why that has to be a thing. Like, brain, why? Stop.
I don't know either.
A few hundred generations for a mammal species to survive genetic load once it's endangered.
Oh.
Once it's endangered. Okay. Cool. I mean, yeah.
You got IPA in chat.
Oh, nice. It's Irish. I think the IPA might be Kuhn. Yeah. Kuhn. Although, actually, that would be Kuhn with a Q.
Yeah, he said it's in between own and yo. So.
In that case, it wouldn't actually be a palatized K, but it's close. I mean, K J is not far off from K superscript J. So, you know.
Yeah.
And so
he's not a linguist.
I'm not. Because I know
just like
most
Super
of the
Hot
IPA,
Fire is not a rapper.
I mean, no, that's clearly wrong. He definitely is the best diss track rapper of all time.
Mute Spitta is a rapper, but yeah, Super Hot Fire is not a rapper.
University. He concludes the high load. He's talking about, this is the paper called "Why Aren't We Dead 100? Why haven't we died 100 times over?" And he concludes these subtle mutations, very subtle bad mutations, like rust on a car. They act like a time bomb. The existence of vertebrate lineages should be limited to, and he gives a large number, generations. It's saying
he gives a large number, 10 to the 7 generations. Are we anywhere near that?
I mean, I guess it depends on where you start counting.
Okay, I tell you what, let's be real mean and just go with like 6 to 10,000 years, like Sanford would say maybe the Earth.
Oh no, we're not even close to that.
Is in terms of age. Huh.
I don't even think we're at...
So why is he quoting this paper?
Oh, because he thinks it agrees with him, even though it actually doesn't. In fact, this paper specifically gives the solution to this later on. And it's the same thing I've been talking about. Things like crossover events, sexual reproduction, things like that. Yep. In fact,
ridiculous.
That's the entire point of the paper. The entire point of the paper is to show why this isn't a problem. You know what? I'll drink for another Trojan source.
Ridiculous.
Yep. Also,
why are these people so friggin' dishonest?
Hey, we're only 55 away from me wearing a tutu on camera.
Neat.
In my human suit. You guys want to force me back into my itchy human suit? We're close.
And that they should be headed toward extinction. That's his analysis.
Except it's not, though. Because later on in the paper, he shows you why this isn't the problem. Sanford is just lying.
I think it's actually overgenerous. But I'm going to try to...
Okay. I don't think that you want it to be overgenerous, my man.
No.
Population genesis. All these guys are evolutionists. He says we should increase our attention
for a reason.
Yeah, and nothing that they found out actually in any way contradicts that stance.
Nothing that population geneticists have discovered or published on in like the last 35 years help his case at all.
Zero one says, "Pay Dapper enough money and I'll wear my kilt." I mean, you can't see me, but you won't. But you will know I'm wearing it. I mean, look, I think that things like kilts are pretty comfy, and pants are kind of dumb and bull and BS unless it's cold out.
Oh, sorry. Joe McKeown in the chat was saying like that you're using slithing technology to get into your human suit, and then posted like the sickos like yes.
Hey, just because I got my tech from Apoptosis. What? That's the name of the planet. It's Apoptosis. That's its name.
And I also think that we've reached at least the threshold for me to wear feeders on the stream Saturday.
By a lot.
Okay.
By a broad margin.
Because I've been on here long enough for you to have hit that threshold, possibly twice. Okay. So,
wait, where do people think I should get my technology? Clom, the sister planet to Apoptosis? Such a gigantic.
Yep.
The broader question of how or whether organisms can tolerate, in the sense of evolution, a genetic system with such a high mutation burden. He's talking about just the mutations in man within the mitochondria, which is 1/1,000,000th of the total genome. Just the mutations in one tiny part of our genome should cause us to go extinct. And James Crowe, recently deceased, one of the top geneticists of the last century, he says mutations have been accumulating for the last few centuries, and it's something like a time bomb, but with a much longer fuse.
Yeah, the fuse is older, like, several times over than you think the Earth, like, possibly could be.
And of course,
this is a problem for you.
It's not actually a fuse, because of course, all of these people, in fact, provided the answer to this problem. The closest that he can get is that as a result of, you can find a few papers that say things like, as a result of medical technology, humans have loosened the effect of natural selection on themselves, and previously deleterious mutations are now neutral. And as a result, if human medical technology were to decline, it would cause a rapid decrease in the human population, which, I mean, yeah, that's kind of the point of medical technology, is it keeps people alive who otherwise wouldn't be alive. So, you know. Brenton Schrodinger's Spinosaurus is aquatic and not, for $4.99, says, "It's raining sideways here, so I'll probably lose a stream. Everyone, get that tutu." Alright, well, good luck with the rain. That sounds, unpleasant. Like, intensely unpleasant.
and he's saying our fitness is going down. If you look at the end of this line, 1 to 2% per generation. That's a really fast rate of degeneration.
I mean, it would be.
How much of this video is left? Because my brain is shutting down.
Well over half.
Oh my god. I'm not going to make it past 9 o'clock.
That's okay. Also, I do want to point out, if human fitness were declining, that necessarily, of mathematical necessity, means human population is declining.
Is that happening?
As it turns out, no. Weird. It's almost like maybe there's more to this. I know, right? About 50 away from that tutu, but with Vishanti tapping out soon, I don't know if we're going to make it. I don't know how long I'll stay with just me. Also, I mean, we've already been going for almost 5 hours.
I'm just going to try to keep fast forwarding here. Walker and Kitely, just quoting from their paper, these are all leading population geneticists. Okay, Alex, Nicole,
to get past these
should lead to extinction.
Is this like a church? Because this feels like he knows everyone in the audience.
It's an
yeah, but
school.
It's an engineering school where he opened up talking about his Jesus story. So is this not like a religious college?
I'm guessing he's been invited by a religious club, like the Campus Crusade for Christ or something. Not necessarily that particular group. It could just be like the club's local Christian, or the school's local Christian club. By the way, I skipped across all these papers because I'm really tired of just saying, yeah, these papers all include the solution to this, and it basically comes down to things like, selection, crossover, sexual reproduction. I can't just keep saying it. So we're switching to problem 2. Mutation/selection can't create new information, which hopefully can get at least one more beer worth of stream out of me.
Problem of genetic regeneration. Now, I didn't even mention my own work, but just when you look at...
I mean, you mentioned it in the overview, but okay there, buddy.
These are the who's who of population geneticists, right? And they're all agreeing we have a big problem here. We can't...
That's it, though. They're not agreeing. Like, no one agrees with you, John. No one who isn't a creationist actually agrees with you. In fact, most of them would probably say that you're misquoting them.
Explain why species don't just mutate themselves to death. And so, that's... How many of you heard that before?
Hopefully none of them, because it's just not true. Roasting a Frog Milk Sommelier Keller for $4.99 says Sal's Bitchmade has seen better days. True.
Aww, Valdovio's cat is so cute.
Aww.
I've got the video playing on silent in my other monitor so I can get the watch points. And Bean is like right up in the camera and like bumping it and just did a big yawn and now it's like doing the boops. It's adorable.
This is How many of your professors know about this problem? See, this is.
I mean, almost all of them who are involved in genetics probably know about these papers and know that they're not really much of a problem.
Well known within the population genetics field. If you're anywhere, if you're at all informed about population genetics, you should know about this. How many professors here are aware of it? It's been swept under the rug. It's like.
Yeah, it's been swept under the rug by being published in major journals multiple times. Sure, John. I'm just taking a drink for it's been swept under the rug because of easily publicly available papers that these scientists have written. Because that's how you sweep something under the rug.
It's been suppressed. I'm being censored.
Yeah. The way that you censor something is by publishing it openly for anyone to read. That's how it works.
Yeah.
All right, so that is my second beer. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quick break and grab another beer. I think when I finish that beer, that'll be it for the night. But Vishanti, I suspect that you're probably just going to get out of here.
Yeah, I'm going to dip out because tomorrow needs to be half like volunteer work day and half me preparing like homework for my class. So got to be halfway responsible at least.
Yeah, halfway irresponsible. Important stuff.
Hey, there's 24 hours in a day, and I'm awake for most of them.
All right, well, we're going to go back on the intermission real quick. I'll grab a beer. and I will be right back and say goodbye to Vishanti, everybody. Goodbye, Vishanti. Okay, I am back, and I want to say thank you to Carnival Frog, who gifted 5 memberships, and they went to, Carnival Frog somehow. Awesome. I didn't know you could give yourself a membership, but that's cool. Melly, William Hopkins, Marianne the Night Owl, and Chris McDaniel. Thank you so much. All right, let me pour this beer, and hopefully we'll actually get into the problem mutation/selection can't create new information, which, is probably never going to be defined. And here's the deal. After this beer, I'm probably going to get out of here, but I think with that 5 gift memberships, we're not quite at the Dapper wears a human suit wearing a tutu. We're very close, though. So let me pour this beer. Wow. Beer pour isn't as careful as I normally am. It still went okay. Less than a monolayer of bubbles. Which, by the way, the monolayer is, in fact, my sort of minimal acceptable beer pour. It's not the ideal beer pour, it's just the minimal acceptable. So, yeah. Okay. Here we go. More John. Now that I'm back on my lonesome.
Well, we know it's true. You can read it in our papers, but we don't talk about it because it's really a huge problem for Neo-Darwinian theory. The second problem is the creative problem. Not only can we not preserve genomes, they must degenerate. Just like buying a new car, you know it's going to depreciate. You can't really create a genome or even a gene through the mutation selection process. The creative aspect of this is incredible.
I mean, there's not actually evidence for this. It's just a claim. And also Strawberry, paraphrased academically vain, got it right that time, gifted 5 Dapper Diners for memberships, and they went to Fits of Inanimate Life Rage, Colin Dietrich, Cognitive Trifurcation, Jerry Lotus, and Sir Equinox, putting us officially past the point at which I'm going to have to squeeze into my stupid human suit and wear a stupid tutu on top of that, as if the human suit wasn't itchy enough already. And yes, I am going to use my technology from Raxacoricofallapatorius.
Incredibly limited in terms of what it can do. And so this is, again, I'm not going to go through the other.
Oh, goodness. ENCODE. Hey, here's the fun thing about ENCODE. ENCODE in 2012 published a paper saying that about 80% of the human genome was functional under their rather ridiculous definition of function. And then 2 years later, they published a subsequent paper walking that claim back and pointing out that, yes, their definition of function was in fact crazy, and that, in fact, it was closer to 20% of the genome actually having function. But about 80% having any kind of biochemical activity at all, including things that kind of preclude function, like, you know, being methylated. It's kind of a bad way to be functional. So, yeah, here we go.
This list, like I did with the other one, but since the 50s, top population geneticists have been saying, really, it's hard to defend the idea that that natural selection can do all this.
Oh, Jillian Wren says that the 7-year-old says hi. Oh, wait, it is black. Oh, I'm on the wrong spot. I should be here. That's a Dapper's a professional. Sorry about that. It also said Kent with bent. I also had the Bitchmade timer. Sorry. I'm going to blame the beer, even though this is only my third beer of the night, and I'm only at 32 drinks, which is not that many. But also, hello, 7-year-old. For Jillian Cat Bishops Wren. 7-year-old. So, sorry about that, everybody. That's my bad. This is what happens when I'm alone. I'm worse at production, because I don't have anyone else to take my attention, or take, you know, like, other things, like looking at the video, or looking at chat. I have to do all of it. This is why I stream with guests and co-hosts.
And so the most famous name up here is Haldane, who in the 50s, after the discovery of DNA, said, we have a problem because the best we could do is fix 1,000 good mutations, if that many arose, due to the slow process of selective fixation. That is, when a mutation goes from being one copy in the population, everybody in the population has 2 copies. That takes deep time.
Actually, interestingly enough, the amount of time it takes is dependent on a few things. One is effective population size, and another one is how much, how beneficial the mutation is. More beneficial mutations fix faster, and yeah. So, like, it's like we actually still have the math to fix this problem. Like, if you really want a deep dive into it, I would suggest going to Talk PopGen. It's linked in the title. There's a bunch of videos over there that are really good that go through the math of population genetics and show you how things like how you can calculate the phylogenetic replacement rate, the fixation rate, how you can determine based on like fitness effects, how quickly or slowly things will fixate based on how big your population is and stuff like that. Like, it's really good over there. And I'm not going to be able to do it justice. So just go subscribe over there and go check out his videos later.
And you can only do it for a few mutations at a time. It's called selection interference. Anyway, he announced there's a big problem here. It became called Haldane's dilemma. And it is still, in fact, it's been validated by several other scientists, including Chris Roop, who's up. Chris Roop and I just published.
Chris Roop is the hack that he wrote Contested Bones with. Chris Roop is either an idiot of the highest order or is even more dishonest than John Sanford is. And that's not just according to me. According to Sal Cordova, the man of the hour today, Chris Roop is the one who fed John Sanford a bunch of lies about Darwin that he then later repeated in the video series I actually did take a look at. Citing Chris Roop, I mean, he might be the dumbest young Earth creationist to have ever been at least a co-author on a book. Or just the most dishonest. His book Contested Bones with Sanford that they wrote together is mostly them looking at various scientists disagreeing about like the exact measurements and like behavioral implications of various aspects of like hominin like femora and like hip structures. And then saying, oh, see, these two guys disagree about just how adapted Australopithecus afarensis was to bipedal motion. I guess that means that Australopithecus afarensis isn't ancestral to humans and isn't even related to humans at all. It's like, how does that even begin to make sense? And the answer is, it doesn't. So, Haldane's dilemma refers to this fact that selection ends up acting at several loci, right? So, and basically it's related to a waiting time thing, right? So it's a limit on the speed of beneficial mutation. Or sorry, the fixation of beneficial alleles. But you know what solves Haldane's dilemma? Don't all guess at once, but yeah, it's sexual selection and crossover events, especially the crossover events. Because as a result of those, in order to get these mutations onto chromosomes together, you don't actually have to have them both occur in series on the same chromosome. You can have crossover events that actually get them both onto the same chromosome at the same time. And one of the things that John Sanford, in his math that he uses to try to demonstrate Haldane's dilemma as an actual problem for sexually reproducing organisms, is he just ignores crossover events. And it's not me saying that. In his papers that he publishes on this topic, he says that he is ignoring crossover events because he doesn't think that they're important enough, except that they're the things that fix the problem entirely. That's it. You're done. Once there's crossover events, problem solved. And I don't say that because, like, oh, conceptually it makes sense. I mean, the math of population genetics fixes this problem when you take into account crossover events, which we know occur in basically every instance of meiosis. Jillian Cat Bishop Wren says, dumber than Ramat. Well, okay. Does Ramat count as published if he self-published a book that basically no one except people who are far smarter than him bought, and they only bought it to make fun of him? If yes, then no. Ramat is dumber. If that doesn't count, then, I mean, Ramat's not in the running. So, I guess it depends on exactly whether or not you think Ramat counts in the first place. So, which isn't a decision I'm going to make for you.
The paper on that. So Haldane's dilemma is very real. Kimura is a very famous name. He developed the neutral theory of evolution. Do you know why he did it? Well,
we'll take a drink for Kimura. Well, he was instrumental in development. I mean, his students also helped, but he's the name that gets attached, so we'll take a drink. Okay, here we go.
Actually, I'm going to try to show you that one. Here's Haldane.
Okay.
Here's Kimura.
Mm-hmm.
And we're just going to look at his quote. Kimura agreed with Haldane's calculations, and he said, Haldane's well-known estimate, a new allele may be substituted in a population every 300 generations at best. And he said, and at the rate of substitution every 2 years, only one fixation every 2 years. That's really, really slow to transform, let's say, a monkey into a man. The substitutional load becomes so large that no mammal species could tolerate it. You can't even get two substitutions every 2 years, one substitution every 2 years, because of the limits of selective fixation for beneficial.
Yeah, I mean, if only crossover events didn't fix this.
He calculated that compared to Haldane's formula, actually he's saying Haldane is too conservative. The problem is worse than Haldane said it. And he finally concludes that each parent would have to leave.
Cognitive bifurcation, of course we're still going. Although, if I'm being honest, this is getting increasingly boring for me, and like, Stanford is. I might not even finish this beer, honestly, because all it is just him misquoting scientists with way too many ellipses, and then just saying, see, they agree with me, except that none of them actually do. So yeah, we're gonna keep going for a little bit, but I might end up calling it. Yeah, actually, you know what? What do you guys think? Let me know. Just tag me and let me know how you're doing with this, because, I mean, I am starting to fade. It has been well over 5 hours, and it is less fun when I'm on my own. So, you guys let me know.
3 million offspring to survive and reproduce, to explain that all the selection that the other population geneticists imagine might be happening.
So this is part of the so-called cost of selection, which is a real thing. But one of the things is that in order to come to these numbers, you do have to make very, very obviously incorrect assumptions about humans, like that they don't reproduce sexually, that they have haploid genomes, and things like that, which of course are not true. It actually turns out that when you actually figure out the effective population size, which gives you the strength of selection versus genetic diversity, and you figure out the actual mutation rate in humans, and you actually do all the population genetics, which again, go check out Talk Pop Gen. He's got a video specifically on this question. And when you do all the math, you actually come out to a required replacement rate for humans to survive as a result of the cost of selection, about 2.1. Not 3.27 million. 2.1. That's it. That's the cost of selection that you need to account for with humans. And I don't know if you know this, but that's 2.1 per. That's 2.1 births per female, not per person. So if you have a country where the average birth rate is 2.1 children per female, you are likely to have a sustainably increasing population, at least if all you care about is the cost of selection as a result of this whole problem, alleged problem with the accumulation of negative mutations. That's it. Love True Music said, you said you'd finish the video. Well, that was my intent. We're only about halfway through, and I definitely cannot go for another 5 hours. I won't even be able to speak at the end of 5 hours. So, I might end up going back on that promise. I'm sorry. So, yeah.
So he basically is saying selection can't explain all the change we see. So it must not have happened by selection. It must have happened by random drift.
That's a really weird way to put it. I don't even know whether I can assess that as right or wrong. Kimura was interested in looking at the change in the genome that was neutral and therefore didn't affect the genotype, or sorry, the phenotype of the organism. Or that did affect the phenotype, but not in a way that actually provided a measurable fitness benefit or cost. And so that's what he looked at. That's why he ignored beneficial mutations, because they would swamp his calculations. And it was important to look at things like genetic drift, and it also helps us do things like know which areas of the genome are actually going to give us the strongest phylogenetic signal. This is generally the neutral areas, because in selected areas, the result of purifying selection means that those areas are going to diverge at different rates, whether it be faster or slower as a result of either divergent or what's the other one? Not divergent selection, not directional selection, but the one that keeps everything together. I can't remember because of tired and beer. Also, Dr. Tapioca Weasel for $5 says, "Are you saying you need assistance at my Atkinson? Go help Tapper." Yeah. So that was the point of Moto Kimura's work. It's not to show that evolution doesn't work. It's Moto Kimura doesn't think that, or didn't think that, and his papers don't conclude that. And again, I want to point out that when Sanford not steals, but when he cites Moto Kimura's work and uses his graph in his own work, he lies to you about why Moto Kimura did not include beneficial mutations on his graph. He is a known liar about this particular topic. The weasel's drunk. Oh, it happens.
Neutral drift. So neutral theory is an acknowledgement of the limits of natural selection. People think it's very sophisticated because it's very mathematical, but it's really just saying, hey, natural selection can't do what you think it's doing. You can only get a few beneficials fixed in deep evolutionary time. So let me see how we're doing with time. Okay, time to wrap up. So let me just quote.
How is it time to wrap up? We're only 44 minutes in, and this thing goes for like an hour and 20 minutes. What are you talking about? You're just past the halfway, John. Science Nerd for $5 says, "I had to leave for a while. How close to the tutu?" Oh, we passed the tutu number. We're good on the tutu. I'm going to be wearing a tutu in my human suit, which I hate to put on, by the way.
From Hoyle. He was a leading...
Fred Hoyle, famous not a biologist.
Scientist and physicist He actually gave the name Big Bang to the Big Bang. And here's
Specifically because he was mocking the Big Bang and didn't like the idea. Fred Hoyle was a weird, like, atheist creationist who thought that the universe itself had some kind of, like, mystical intelligence that manifested as, like, some kind of weird immersion phenomenon from the entirety of the universe that could therefore drive things like the creation of life out in the depths of space that could then spread by panspermia. One of his disciples is the origin of that ridiculously stupid paper indicating that maybe cephalopods actually came from outer space because they're so weird, even though they fit together right into the mollusk family tree just fine. Like, yeah. Maybe it's a loop, Dapper Dinosaur says, Robert Adsit. I mean, if it is, then I'm doing a really good job of predicting what y'all are going to type in chat. Mark Agamotto 1313 says, but you look so attractive in your human suit. Yeah, do I though? Do I? I mean, humans are weird. But I mean, maybe I do. I don't know. Maybe I picked a very handsome human suit. I suppose it's possible.
Here's what his quote says. He wrote a book called Mathematics of Evolution. And in his book, he's a hardcore...
Also, Boyle is the guy who invented the whole analogy of the tornado ripping through a junkyard and assembling a fully fueled Boeing 747 or whatever. That's that guy. He's the guy who gave creationists that.
Evolutionist. He says, but he doesn't believe...
He just said he was a committed evolutionist. He was an anti-evolutionist, dude. That is just a straight-up lie, John. Fred Hoyle was the opposite of a committed evolutionist. He hated the Big Bang. He hated evolution. He, like, deface is a bit strong of a word. But he was denied further access to, I believe, the Berlin specimen of Archaeopteryx after doing ludicrous testing in which he claimed that the limestone was actually concrete on the basis of wishful thinking. And the tests that he did were destructive tests. He destroyed part of a priceless Archaeopteryx fossil to pretend that it was made out of concrete with chicken feathers pressed into it. I'm taking a drink for Hoyle was a committed evolutionist. Rana Kate, you've never seen Dapper's human suit? Well, I guess you're going to see it. So I think what I'm going to do is actually use it for the next Kent with Bent. I thought about doing it next week. But next week should be Matt with Manny. I don't have an easy place to put my human suit on camera for that one. And I really don't have an easy place to put it on for Jackson with Jackson. So I think what's going to happen is next Kent with Bent, I will be in the tutu. Which will also give me time to do stuff like set up the set here, if you will. So, yeah.
The Darwinian mechanism. So we're going to I'll explain a little more about that. The aging process shows, indeed, the statements that one frequently hears to the effect that the Darwinian theory is as obvious as the Earth going around the sun are either expressions of almost incredible naivete. See, that's why I want you to understand. Those of you who think that it's obvious that natural selection can...
What in the ever-living hell does the aging process have to do with evolution and showing that evolution doesn't work? That animals or just organisms get old, therefore evolution doesn't work? What is even the logic there? Evolution doesn't just favor immortality somehow. If you're immortal, but you reproduce less than some other person that dies really young, guess what? That person's genes spread. What is happening? Kip says, Jesus Christ, is this the longest stream ever? No, not even close. Not even remotely close.
Even stop degeneration, he's saying is incredibly naive. You haven't studied population genetics, if you believe that.
Yeah, Fred Hoyle also hasn't studied population genetics because, one, he got all of it wrong. He got all of paleontology wrong. He got most of cosmogony wrong. Fred Hoyle was just a contrarian and an atheist and an anti-evolutionist.
And not only are they naive, or they are deceptions. They're lying to you, he's saying. He's not a creationist, he's not a Christian.
Except he was a creationist by realistically all measurements. He wasn't a Christian, I'll give you that. But again, he believed that the universe had some kind of grand emergent intelligence that allowed it to create life without evolution. This man is not a committed evolutionist. The fact that he's not a Christian and wouldn't agree with the specific biblical interpretation of anti-evolutionism doesn't make him any less an anti-evolutionist.
He denies that. So, with such widespread evidence of senescence in the world around us, it still seems amazing that so many people think it obvious that the biological system as a whole should be headed in the opposite direction. And so, he goes on to say, there is slow genetic erosion, however, which natural selection cannot prevent. That's my work for the last 10 years.
I'm just going to take a drink for continuing to cite Hoyle, a man who knows less than nothing about evolution. You might as well cite Raw Matt, honestly. Fred Hoyle's work on paleontology and evolution is actually not that big of a step above Raw Matt's. It's amazingly bad, and there's a reason that no one cares. Also, yeah, Contrafrication says apparently you can't be a creationist if you're Muslim, Jewish, or Druze. No, you absolutely can. I've never covered a Druze creationist, but I've definitely covered Muslim and Jewish creationists. Now, if you're wondering, hey Dapper, where's your Muslim creationist video? Well, first of all, it's like a series of 5 videos. And second of all, it's in early access. Join the Patreon, join the memberships. Right there.
And he's agreeing with me, or I'm agreeing with him.
Oh my goodness. That is... I'm sorry I did not do more to clean this up, but I'm not even sure it's possible at that point.
This long-term inability of natural selection to preserve the integrity of genetic material sets a limit on a DNA sequence.
Funny how that's not even what the quotation says, my guy. Let's just take a drink for not even accurately reading the quotes.
DNA sequence can only degenerate, and it's eventually going to go extinct. So how does he explain life? He doesn't believe in God, and he doesn't believe in natural selection. What's his answer?
I mean, it's a combination of panspermia with like a pantheism kind of weird thing going on, even though he wouldn't describe himself that way.
Little green man. Aliens.
Oh my goodness. No, it's not. It's not intelligent aliens seeding life. That's not the idea. I'm going to take another drink. How badly wrong can you get Hoyle? I mean, he got Darwin at least as wrong, so I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Yet somehow here I am. I expected nothing, and yet I'm still disappointed. Okay, so the idea behind the panspermia is not that aliens went around popping life onto different planets. The idea is that life formed as a kind of simple virus-like formation out in space as a result of the universe apparently having some kind of innate intelligence that can create life. He's really not clear as to how this works. But then these things are carried around by things like comets and asteroids, which then crash into planets, seeding them with the simplest forms of life. In fact, the cephalopod paper actually wasn't about like cephalopod eggs riding on an asteroid. It was actually about these virus-like creatures possibly hitching a ride on an asteroid, crashing into Earth's ancient oceans, infecting some basal mollusks, and then giving them their distinctive genetic traits that then allows for cephalopods. And so it seems like the idea is that every once in a while, maybe, some of these virus-like things crash into Earth and give like a software update to certain organisms on Earth. It's absolutely bonkers, and no one takes it seriously, but it's also not, like intelligent alien civilizations, just dropping pods full of organisms onto planets. That is not the idea. It does not involve an alien civilization.
See, he's acknowledging the need for design, but he doesn't want to acknowledge God. So numerous famous scientists, Francis Crick, the primary discoverer of DNA, after studying the origin of life and realizing it...
Oh yeah, Crick, the one who went full-on race realist. That's always fun.
Could never have happened spontaneously. Get what his answer was. little green men did it. Even Richard Dawkins in a recent interview said, you know, it's an interesting thing. Of course, God couldn't have done it, but maybe little green men could have come here and planted life. So who created the little green men? But anyway, point is,
oh my goodness, you figured out one of the problems of panspermia and why it isn't generally an actual solution to the question of where did life come from. Way to go, guy. You did it. You did what every 4-year-old can probably do. Hooray! It's also not actually what Fred Hoyle was saying. He actually didn't push back the origin of life to just how did the alien civilization get there. Because again, he didn't actually believe in an alien civilization. Because that's not what panspermia is, at least not necessarily.
that there are people who have studied neo-Darwinian theory.
Yeah, Crypto457 points out, which led to Matt Powell believing that squids and octopus are mortal enemies for some reason. That is a thing he said in one of those stupid movies produced by Matt Powell. Matt Powell, obviously. Yeah, he did say that. And I don't know why. I mean, I'm not going to say that squid and octopi always get along or anything, but like, they're mortal enemies? What are you talking about? They don't even tend to inhabit the same niches. They don't tend to come into direct competition. Like, octopi tend to be like benthic and tend to feed on things like crustaceans and whatnot, whereas squid tend to actually feed like in the water column. So like, and they tend to go after like fish and things like that that are also, you know, swimming around in the water column, not other benthic organisms. Julian Cat Bishop Wren says, "Go to bed. I'm yelling at the children to do it now. I'm yelling at you too." Maybe after this beer, I might not go and get a fourth beer. Yep, I had to count my beer bottles to make sure I was right about that being a fourth beer that I would have to go get. Yeah, I'm fading. Can you tell?
Critically, like he did, come to the conclusion, this is bogus. This doesn't work. We've been deceived. So major new developments that have been occurring in the last decade that are devastating to neo-Darwinian theory.
Here we go.
Well, one of them is my book.
One of them is my book. The book virtually no one read and that no one takes seriously outside of your little weird clique of young Earth creationists. Okay, John. By the way, I will echo Dan. Go check out Zach Hancock's series about this book. He did a full book review going over every single chapter in some considerable depth. So yeah, go check that out. Roasting a Frog Milk Sommelier Keller for $4.99 says, "Do you think life began on Earth more than once, or was it a unique event?" I don't know. I'm not even sure it's possible to determine that with any high degree of accuracy, because one of the problems is that the further back you go in time, the more easy it is for horizontal gene transfer to occur, based on just, you know, the genetic evidence. And so it could be that at the very dawn of life on Earth, horizontal gene transfer was so ubiquitous that creating a actual, like, distinguishing between horizontal and vertical gene transfer might be more or less impossible. And so that would mean that there is no phylogenetic signal that far back in time, which would mean it's not even, like, in principle possible to determine if there was a single origin of life or more than one that aren't related to each other genetically, because the later life would be related to both genetically. I don't think it's impossible for there to be more than one instance of the origin of life on Earth, but if one instance gets a significant enough head start, it would probably end up out-competing the descendants of the other instance. So in that case, even if there is a phylogenetic signal, it would still only trace back to that one. So, and I don't know how to assess which one is more likely. In part because I'm just not as well versed in origin of life research as, I mean, I could be. So yeah, I don't know. It's a good question though. So
I have a copy of here, and basically it's just, I took several years of my life to ask the question, does it work? And after like 5 years of study, I had enough for a book to show, no, it doesn't work.
I'm gonna take a drink, because that's not how I would characterize what just happened. Demon is deplorable Ilkwing says, "Go to bread." I don't even have any bread. I have noodles. Should I go to noodles? actually got some carbonara ramen. It's spicy ramen with a carbonara cheese powder pack. It's actually pretty good. It's very, very cheesy. And also comes in like pink packaging full of hearts. And I have no idea why. It's also like the Korean take on carbonara, so it's not all that much like actual carbonara. Still pretty tasty though. Oh, Joe McCown says, instructions unclear. Gapper, go get that bread money. Yeah, I'm gonna go do that. Alright, so how I would characterize it, because remember, at the beginning of this, we had his coming to Christ story, which basically was, my marriage was in shambles until I became a Christian. And that's why I'm doing this. John Sanford didn't have some kind of unbiased study to see if evolution could work. He came to the theological conclusion that evolution was incompatible with his version of Christianity, and then he spent 5 years desperately coming up with bullshit that he could pretend therefore meant evolution didn't work because he didn't want it to. This is all a bunch of motivated reasoning. This is not coming to the question with an open mind and trying to figure out what had happened. That's not what's going on here. I'm not going to say that that's how he was operating back before he was a Christian. I don't know. He might have been a very credulous atheist. So, you know. But, yeah. Just spending 5 years trying to see if it works. It's not what happened.
Genomes should degenerate. They should not get better. And
it's funny, because when we actually test this in the wild or in laboratory settings, we actually see consistent increases in fitness over time, unless the environment changes so fast that a population can't actually adapt, which is what usually happens when extinction occurs. So, like, we both in modeling and in actual observed instances, in both the wild and in laboratories, genetic entropy just doesn't happen. And we know this because there are organisms that go through these generations so quickly that in, like, recorded history, they've gone through more than enough generations for genetic entropy to have caused their extinction. Like, think about it. The generation time for fruit flies, one of the most common model organisms, is on the order of a few days. Sanford thinks the world has been around for like 6,000 years. We'll go with 4,500 just to be generous, right? So in 4,500 years, we've had like hundreds of millions of fruit fly generations. More than enough for us to have noticed genetic entropy. Where's the genetic entropy in fruit flies? It's nowhere. We can go even more extreme. There are bacteria who have a generation time on an order of like 5 to 30 minutes. Think of how many millions and millions of generations would have happened in those organisms since, say, the creation of the world 6,000 years ago, if Sanford is right. Why do we still have bacteria? How is it physically possible? If genetic entropy is some inevitable degradation of the genetic code of all organisms, there shouldn't be a single bacterium left. And yet there are more bacteria in a single human than there are, like, humans.
in addition to that, there's huge developments. During the last 10 years, the paradigm of junk DNA collapsed. Do you know why?
That's just a lie. Junk DNA is still going strong, and ENCODE did nothing to change that. The majority, something like 80-ish% of the human genome, is junk DNA, in that it is not directly functional. It is not 10:30 my time, Jillian Cat Bishop Brennan. It is 9:30 my time, because it is Mountain Standard Time here. Because Arizona, if they get one thing right, it's not doing daylight savings time, unless you happen to be in the Navajo Nation, in which case you do daylight savings time. But if you're in the Hopi Reservation inside the Navajo Nation, or the other part of the Hopi Reservation also inside the Navajo Nation, because confusingly it exists as two separate enclaves within the Navajo Nation, then they do not do daylight savings time, which means you can drive through Arizona and have several clock changes without ever leaving Arizona. Although the degree to which the Navajo Nation is actually inside Arizona is a little iffy, because, I mean, it's largely self-governed, and, yeah. Like, you can tell, like, the cop cars are tribal police. Even the radio is in Navajo most of the time when you're in the Navajo Nation, which is cool. There's not too many places you can go and hear a Native American language just right on the radio, but you can in the Navajo Nation. So
they developed junk DNA, the concept, it's because they said all these mutations would be lethal and they would lead to extinction, so they must mostly be neutral.
Well, first, they are mostly neutral. It's verifiably the case. But also, the fact is that actually evolution doesn't require a very low functional fraction in DNA. I guess I'll take a drink for him just misrepresenting all of this. Plus, So, yeah, it turns out that the papers that were published that said that evolution requires a high rate of junk DNA or a low fractional function just have turned out not to be true. Turns out you can actually have a very low or very high fractional function, and evolution works out either way. So it's possible, I don't know the exact timing of all those papers, so it's possible that this talk was given before that, and so he might still have a somewhat coherent argument at the point that he gave this talk. So, I can't be too harsh, because I don't know the exact timing, but yeah, at this point, this position is indefensible.
If they were all deleterious, everything would go down quickly, so they invented the idea of junk DNA. But junk DNA is now...
No, junk DNA was not invented for that reason. It is well known that much of the DNA in the genome of any given organism does not and cannot be functional. And here's a quick way you can tell, right? If it is functional, that means the DNA is doing something. And for it to do something as DNA, that means that it has to depend, at least to some degree, on the sequence of the DNA. Which means that functional DNA will be under purifying selection. If you find DNA that is accumulating mutations at the rate you would expect for neutral variation, you can say, as a result of positive evidence of lack of function, that it is functionless. This means that we don't just default to functionless until we find function. What we do is we check to see if the sequence is constrained. If not, that is evidence of a lack of function. Positive evidence for lack of function. If it is sequence constrained, that means that that sequence is somehow important to the organism. So even if we don't know what the function is, that is in itself evidence of function. We don't actually need to characterize what different parts of the genome do in order to say with very high confidence whether or not they have function or lack function. And we happen to know that for humans, a significant majority of the genetic code does not have function because it is not under purifying selection, which means it does not matter what that DNA is, which means you don't really need it.
Collapse. That makes defending neo-Darwinian theory vastly more difficult.
I mean, it would if that were true, but also we also have knockout tests where we've removed what were assumed to be, by this experiment, neutral parts of, or redundant parts, or junk DNA in mouse genomes, and then the mouse were allowed to just go do mouse things, and they were able to successfully reproduce healthy organisms and live healthy mouse lives. Even after having large sections of their genome just deleted. Just gone, just not there. So you combine the fact that we can tell about sequence constraint, and that gives us direct evidence for or against function, with knockout tests in related organisms, and yeah, I'm sorry, but junk DNA is doing just fine.
Vastly more difficult. The human chimp genome, how many of you were taught that there's a 98% similarity between the human and chimp genome?
I mean, I was taught that that's the case within, alignable regions, which is still broadly true. It depends on exactly what techniques you use and exactly what you're measuring. But yeah, that's true.
You were deceived. It's about 70%.
Okay, here's a drink for that. That comes from the work of one Jeffrey Tompkins, whom I like to call the creationist who can't math. I have seen Jeffrey Tompkins fail to successfully add 2 3-digit numbers to each other in a published work. Not like, in some weird email that he sent someone one day. I'm talking about in an article that is still up on a creationist website, where he just fails to add successfully. This man doesn't know that you need to weight data samples if you're trying to just come up with, like, an overall value, and your samples are of different size. He thinks that if you have, say, a car that drove 5 miles and used 30 gallons per mile to do that, and then also drove, say, 2,000 miles and used 20 gallons per mile to do that, that your average fuel efficiency is 25 miles per gallon. That's insane. That's like grade school shit. If you can't figure that out, you are worse at math than the average 14-year-old American child. And yes, this is indeed the guy that Gutsick Gibbon debunked more than once by running his own program. Again, more than once, in multiple ways, in multiple separate experiments, because later on, she got a critique and decided to take that on board and redo it. And it still didn't help. This is that same Jeffrey Tompkins. That guy.
Profoundly different genomes. There's growing evidence, like the Lynch paper I mentioned.
I forgot to drink for that being super stupid. Here we go.
That the human population is going down, not up. There's
the human population is increasing. It is bigger every year. Now, it's probably going to plateau in the next few decades, but yeah, it's currently going up.
It's very clear theoretically that bad mutations, most of them are very subtle, and only the worst ones get selected away. All the rest accumulate like rust on a car.
Yeah, but here's the problem, right? the most accumulation that can occur, right? The guy in the population with the worst set of alleles is going to be selected out. And you're going to maintain an equilibrium, right? Because there is differential reproduction in a population. So the ones with the lowest fitness get selected out, leaving just the versions of the genome that are within the acceptable range of avoiding mutation. An analogy you could use is you say, okay, suppose you have all these rusting cars on a car lot. And they're all accumulating rust. Okay, cool, whatever. But then every, say, year, you take the rustiest cars and toss them out. But over the course of the year, you've been getting new cars in. And so what you do is you swap out all the cars so that their parts are all roughly, on average, the same amount of rust average over the whole car. Because of, things like crossover events and sexual reproduction. Is that car lot ever going to rust out? No, of course not. Because it keeps getting relatively unrusted in the sense of beneficial mutation cars in there. And you're getting rid of the worst, rustiest parts. So overall, you persist in a, sure, rusting, but never rusted, in the sense of rusted out, condition. And granted, these are really bad analogies, because again, there's no such thing as a reproducing car with or without rust. That's not how it works. But yeah, no, this doesn't happen. Also, further, there's a mathematical problem. Every single time you have a deleterious mutation, the back mutation becomes available as a future mutation. Which means that over time, the frequency of deleterious mutations will have to decline, and the frequency of beneficial mutations will have to increase until you reach an equilibrium point. Now, the equilibrium point might not actually be the same number of beneficial and deleterious mutations in the population overall, but that's okay, because selection will get to weed out the deleterious ones, so you don't need them to be equal to each other. So, yeah.
And furthermore, beneficial mutations are unbelievably rare.
They're not. They're actually fairly routine. This is just him lying again. This is the reason that he stole... Again, stole isn't accurate. This is the reason he takes Moto-Kimura's graph that does not include beneficial mutation, and then pretends that the reason that Moto-Kimura didn't actually put beneficial mutations in the graph is because he didn't believe they were common enough. I'm gonna take a drink for this, and I was actually first introduced to this idea back on Facebook before I was even doing this channel. And I had never heard about Moto-Kimura at that point. I was just a little baby dapper who had never really done any creationist debunking on my own, besides just like talking to friends or whatever. It took me about 20 minutes to check Moto-Kimura's paper at that stage of, baby dapper and figure out that the creationist who was telling me this about Moto-Kimura's graph was wrong. I can't say that guy was wrong, because he just got it from Sanford. He probably just believed Sanford. But that's how much effort it took for me to figure this out. Back when I still knew very little compared to what I know now about this whole situation. So, Mark Akamoto 13 Smith says, and the neutral mutations are bumper stickers. Yeah, I like that.
And the discovery of overlapping codes, think of computer codes that can be read two different ways and have both work independently. That's
which is possible, just annoying, so people don't do it.
What's going on in the genome that makes beneficials even about 1,000-fold more rare than we thought. Beneficial mutations
that doesn't even follow. Here's another drink.
that do happen generally are not selectable because they're too subtle, and Mother Nature can't.
Again, okay. So what he's talking about here is the no selection zone, which is you have this idea of like the frequency of mutations, so the effect to fitness, and which ones you can and cannot select. So with the most common mutations are either neutral or very close to neutral and have very low fitness effects. Mutations that have very high fitness effects are very uncommon comparatively. But the problem is that Sanford seems to treat the unselectable mutations as if there's some kind of fixed proportion of mutations. But that's not true. For the very reason that the larger the effective population size is, the more powerful selection is, and so the no selection zone shrinks, making more and more subtle mutations selectable, whether negative or positive. Which means that, sure, in a very small population, this problem might lead to an extinction vortex, as we've already talked about. But in a large population, that is not the case. Baby Dapper with even funnier arms, says Sydney Raptor. No, mostly just a funnier head. My head was huge.
See them? And lastly, what we're learning about the nature of biological information is that it is irreducible.
Irreducible complexity has been something that has been defeated both in court and in the literature more times than I could even care to imagine. Well, okay, in court, probably only that one big time, but like in the literature, over and over and over again. In fact, when Michael Behe was questioned in the Kitzmiller v. Dover trial about his ideas, one of the things that happened was he was asked about whether or not he had found research about the evolution of the flagellum, one of his poster children for irreducible complexity. He said that he hadn't, at which point the opposing attorney produced a giant stack of printed out papers, all specifically accounting for the evolution of the bacterial flagellum. And he said, so you were unaware of all this research? And all he could basically do was just be like, yep, didn't see it. Okay, sure thing, Mike.
Because you need hardware, you need software, you need power, you need operating systems, and you need algorithms, and you need
we've already talked about all this stuff.
Receiving molecules for all the information. And so the evidence in the last 10 years would make any honest person who looked at this reject neo-Darwinian theory. But people have committed their lives, their reputations, and their whole careers to defending this. Population genetics.
Dude, if you actually had evidence to overturn evolution, you would be famous. Not some guy laboring obscurity who people mostly just make fun of at this point. Despite your previous and significant contributions to science, which I do not want to pretend didn't happen.
It was developed as a field to defend Darwinian theory. And so the Darwinian populationists are not eager to say our field is just imploded. So
all right, so here's what we're going to do. He's about to get into a new topic. I just finished my third beer. We are done for the night. It has been almost 6 hours, which is about as long as I actually expected this to go, although I expected to get through more of this. But hey, we got through 49 minutes and 52 seconds of it. That's not too bad. That means that we missed about a half an hour of this, which is mostly a Q&A where the questions are almost completely inaudible, even after I boosted their audio like by a factor of like 40, and I'm not kidding there. All right, so let's take a look. What is coming up in the next, week or so here on the channel? So, let's see. We have on Thursday, what is science? Incarnate God of the Gaps. This is with a creationist I've never covered before. She works for Answers in Genesis. I believe her name is Dr. Jennifer Hall Rivera. She is the director of programs or something at the Creation Evidence Museum. And so, yeah, that's going to be at noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. I had to make sure I got that right. So look forward to that. Then on Saturday, I am planning right now to take a look at a video by Creation Ministries International in Canada. And they are going to be arguing about the Mosaic authorship of the Pentateuch. They are pro-Mosaic authorship for virtually all of it. They do think there are a few passages that were probably written after Moses died by someone else, which, I mean, yeah, Moses probably didn't write in the thing about his own death, so don't worry about that. But that is going to be, the plan is to have Vishanti and Dr. Kip Davis on for that, for Dapper Reacts. That is going to also be at noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. Then, next Tuesday, the plan is to have Matt with Maddie. Now, normally that week would have been Jackson with Jackson, but we've shifted everyone down a week and given, basically bent a week off. TD Lane, who's been a member for 25 months, is at the Tetraball level, says, Happy Bitchmade-iversary, all. Happy Bitchmade-iversary to you, too. All right, well, that is covering what is coming up in the next week or so. I hope everyone has a wonderful rest of your week. Stay safe out there. I hope to see all of you on Thursday, the start of a brand new series, again, with a brand new creationist, Dr. Jennifer Hall Rivera, like a hyphenated name. I think Hall is like her maiden name or something. Don't quote me on that. And if that's not the case, Dr. Hall Rivera, please let me know, and I will try not to do that. So, here we go. After finally almost 6 hours, I am getting out of here. See y'all later. Hey, before you leave, I just want to take a second to thank my patrons and channel members, especially those pledging $20 or above. Benthoven, Philravara, Tapioca Weasel, Whispers, Denny5252, Elleron Teller, Horseflesh, Ian Chen, Kelvin Brostek Van Manen, Landon Knoll, Mabdy Babdy, Monkey They Them, Sphincter of Doom, Vollus, John Ackerman, Eta V, and Strawberry Vein. It's because of my channel members and patrons whom you're seeing on screen that this channel can stay afloat. Without you, it would all shut down. If you want to join the team, there's a link to join the channel below this video, and there's a link to join the Patreon in the description. On the Patreon, you can get a 10% discount for pledging annually, and either way, you get early access to virtually all of my scripted videos, often 3 to 5 months before they come out for the general public. Thanks for watching.